자, 오늘도 돌아온 중계 타임. 근데 안 열리는 불안함이 막 엄습을 하네요. 그냥 잠깐 있던 버그인 걸까요? 아니면은 그 잠깐 사이에 터진 걸까요? 업데이트라도 있나? 오류 메시지 없이 저래가지고 음... 뭐... 이건 좀 기다려야 뜨는 거기는 해. 다운로드를 받아야 돼서. 그래서 관전 문제가 벌써 터졌나? 지금 근데 보고 있는 사람들은 뭐야? 그 잠깐 사이에 들어간 사람만 버텨지는 걸까? 근데 애초에 지금 15분 대기 상태일 거란 말이에요. 공식은 뱀픽 지금 막 시작했는데 한 번만 더 해보고 안 되면은 공식 좀 도방을 하겠습니다. 어쩔 수 없어요. 안 되네. 자, 드림리그
first phaseable to get away with it.
Yep.
You also even heard it from Fly in the interview. Like, he was even saying there that they will have to try to do good in lanes or try to beat them in lanes. So we will see a lot of that coming out here. I think 3, of course, is a strong 5. We've seen it many times. You have your carry early on. You can rotate if you want. You can help around.
대충 벤 지나가고 나무위치 나왔습니다.
to have these early picks that kind of just help your draft furthermore to try and play fast and have strong laning.
And more RTZ focusing here.
무에르타, 탭을, 페너, 스벤 이렇게 날렸거든요. 자이로까지.
Yeah, but
오히려 캐리를 많이 날리면 많이 날린 대로 괜찮은 캐리 뽑으려면은 일찍 뽑아야 되기도 해. 지금 있는 거 생각하면은 메두사 같은 게 또 괜찮아 보이거든요.
Maybe he hasn't played a lot of Terrorblade, but we all know RTZ plays a good Terrorblade. Right?
비마벤, 윌로우 픽. 오프 뽑기 위한 비마벤인 줄 알았는데
I really like this opening from Shopify in general. This is a bit different from what we've seen them do the previous days.
나무 윌로우. 오프에 좀 데미지 필요해 보이죠?
Hitting right now from especially Team Spirit, but also Betboom running this Dark Willow 4, and they banned the Beastmaster that I think is just flat out been Pure's best hero. So.
And I definitely like to see this because Crit's a really good Dark Willow. I saw early on in the tournament he was playing more of like the Hoodwink style.
Yeah.
But now going later into the tournament, he's doing something that's really important if they want to win this tournament, and that's like taking away heroes that the enemy's winning with. And he knows how to play it as well, so this is a good step in the right direction.
That's just like a double dipper. It's good for you. You take it away from them. I think for a Betboom, there's maybe like some heroes that they've looked at before. I think Legion can make sense against both of these heroes in the game. You've got some Dispel, you have strong laning. I would also say in terms of supporting cast, if you want more teamfight, there's some heroes like, I would have probably said Phoenix for some teamfight, but Bane, just a sick hero. I think Save also on this year has had some phenomenal performances, like some double kills, setting up kills around the map, nightmare saves, just the whole thing.
First 4 picks are all support heroes.
베인.
That's a change of pace from most of this tournament.
Most of the cores are banned,
이게
right?
베인이 너무 많아가지고
Not a single support ban.
서폿이 먼저 나오긴 했는데
They're taking
근데 양 팀 다 약간 데미지가
what are you gonna
중반
pick here? I think
한타력이
now,
많이
if you're
딸려서
BB team, you're going to be picking some cores. You have
이럴
a
때
few
나오는
team
게
pickers, which is really nice.
마르스,
If you're in this position,
샌킹,
you have to kind of
수비
decide. It's an
이런
interesting pick here
거거든요.
because they don't see anything. So this is going to be the first true
용기사
blind
뽑으면 뭐
core
데프
pick
나오고 막 이런
we're
식이다
gonna see in
보니까
a while.
선택으로는 안
But
되고
Earth Spirit.
I mean, I like the Legion
그러니까
suggestion.
서포트들이
because I
적당히
think it's
튼튼하고
solid
그러다
here. You
보니까
can push
오히려
up
더
Leech Seed in lane. You're playing with Bane, which is a stupidly strong dual lane. Enfeeble is also going to be
Legion.
good here against the Treant. So I just think there's a lot of upside to this.
해머,
There's the
A fast
TA.
one.
Counter pick. Oh yeah, this is the. It's been a while since Shopify got their hands on TA.
펜타까지.
I like this pick a lot.
얘가
just because you are
TG보다는
and you can flex it between carry
아베드가
and
더 쓰기는 하는데 이번 판 아직 모르겠네요.
A lot of teams have been struggling with this 24 pick, getting a really good hero for it, and we haven't seen this flex that we normally see in previous patches to enable that. So, and that's mainly just because mid lane we haven't seen a lot of like carries going into the mid lane, right? Like TA mid isn't one of the few that we do see. So
TA 믿으면은 SR이 중반 게임 너무 어렵지 않을까요? 한타 스펠들이 있기는 있는데 결국은 페머가 미드를 뭐 박살을 내든 스택을 잘해 먹든 이런 식이 아닌 이상 조인하려면은 그냥 선택으로 조인하기에는 그렇고 뭐 장창 대거 대졸 정도는 뽑고 나와야 될 텐데 그 전에 리전 돌고 이러는 것도 백범이 아마 뭘 뛸 거란 말이에요. 아마 타이닝, 네크로,
Yeah, Stampede doesn't look like a
헉은 이번에 좀 어렵다고
particularly
치고
useful tool in this game so far.
저거넛 일단은
Are they the only ones that like these two games? Did they both come from?
매두사카 괜찮지 않은가 싶은데.
Fox.
I know that they played it at least once.
Yeah, at least one
like
of them
they
was-
might be the
was
only
knife
jug
on.
team of
That's
this
the only
tournament.
one I've seen.
Jug has been picked twice in this tournament, and it was both Nightfall.
Okay, so it's about to be the third one.
This hero is like
그래서 마지막 편
good
갑니다.
and bad
백범
versus TA. I mean, you are a Manta carrier, which is good, but you do have like overwhelming physical damage against the Jug as the TA.
벤을 보면 알겠죠. 못 뽑으려고 벤을 하는지.
He knows what he's doing, and I think against the Centaur, I would assume you can do well with Jug. But if
Yeah.
like one first blood or something like that happens and Centaur gets an early Vanguard, it slides out.
마린용.
If it's a normal laning stage, it should be okay.
이때쯤 한번 눌러볼까요? 아이고.
It's just into like a wash.
Yeah.
Where I feel like Center just kind of gets away with it. If you're BB team, I feel like you've got a lot of like in the mid game. I think you want to go together and also try
어쩌어
to
터진 게 맞아.
Shopify where maybe you can
완전
fight
서버가
one
날아가서
for
어쩔 수 없습니다
maybe
이거는.
take the roast yourself. I'm looking at a hero such as Dazzle, perhaps for them. I don't know how much TPK has played that, but I think for now the only thing Shopify is a Centaur getting on top of you, which isn't that bad. Stampede will help his team too, but.
그러니까 푸비를 오히려 백범에서 가져가지 않을까 했거든요.
He also
슈페이가.
hadn't played Earth
푸비,
Spirit
타이니,
before
네크로 이런 거를.
yesterday and was able to pull
근데
that
저거는
off.
먼저 가져가고
Play
벤
the Earth Spirit man at this point.
I'm looking
대질
at
벤. 대지력 남아
right
있어요.
now, and I think theoretically speaking, Slark looks quite crazy good for Shopify, but it's only under the condition that they get to the stage of the game where the hero really works. Depth Shroud is incredible this game. It counters out Legion really hard. Slark is very good against Jug because he has, you know, just the ability to full-on reset the fight and get away from Omni Slash. I think he trades relatively well with Legion after a couple of levels, but is a hero like that just not pickable because it's not strong enough in the first 5 minutes against this team, or can you offset it with a Treant? Or is it just a bad idea
Probably
altogether?
fine, but I think that all eyes are going to be on what they pick mid, right? Because I think the first question for Shopify Rebellion is going to be, is this TA going to crush mid lane?
Right.
If the answer is no, then we'll probably just go carry and they'll pick Ovid something else.
Okay.
But if they pick something that's very uncomfortable for TA to go mid, there's no point putting TA mid if you can't win your lane,
Yeah.
right? So that's going to be pretty useless in that regard. So
And that's why they banned Dazzle.
yeah, exactly. So if TA can win the mid lane, they'll go ahead and put TA mid and they'll pick Artesia Slark or something like that. If the mid lane matchup's too hard, then Artesia he'll be fine in the safe lane, I think, against the Legion. He'll just play that matchup and they'll pick something else for Abed here. And that's a tricky thing for BB team as well, because whatever beats TA mid might not be the hero you want for your draft, right?
Yeah, it's a little weird because I'm thinking, okay, Earthshaker is a great hero, and I think you want to pick Shaker here that's going to put TA mid, and also pick a new carry that will beat your Legion. I think your entire draft just, it kind of falls flat. I was thinking maybe they want Quab. It can like lane okay, maybe not against the TA, but it would help your kind of draft. I think it will help.
예, 몇 시간 많이 쓰네요.
But then they wouldn't have banned Primal Beast either, or at least that doesn't really make sense. So I think this last pick for BB team is actually quite hard.
We saw
They
we
not
saw
ban,
GPK
or am I-
diversify yesterday and play Earth Spirit.
Will they still
Is that a hero here?
Sorry, what was that?
Earth Spirit. He played that yesterday for the first time. GPK.
It's still pretty good, I think.
I think it's really
Flash?
hard against the TA. Any of these strength heroes are really hard to play versus TA. You just get milled strike over and over again, and you just get forced out of the lane, and then TA is gonna free farm. This one, you can just farm with your nukes. If you get level 6, you can kill the TA.
Is he going mid against the TA? What do Shopify want to do with this TA now?
That becomes the question, right? Like, you definitely don't want to Slark anymore.
Yeah, this makes Slark so much worse.
Do you want to? The TA for slash mid is I'm not an expert in this matchup. I imagine it's playable for both sides, so they could still do it if they want to. And it looks like
래시랑 레이저.
which has been good for Selesh. The question is it going to go mid or is Arteezy going to play?
I think it's got to be Arteezy Razor against Legion,
It could
right?
be.
RTG 리전 아니 RTG 레이저인 것 같죠.
As a counter as well.
Yeah, I
this
have
was like a few weeks ago.
I mean,
mean-
they're still deciding. They don't know.
Yeah.
They're having
이게 SR이 와서 도와주긴 좋기는 해요.
We first noticed
아,
Nine used
네,
to
테머
run
캐리네요.
mid against
레이저 미드.
Lash,
이러면 또 다르기는 해.
and it will be a mid Razor.
So why is this matchup good for Razor? What does he do against Lesh, who's generally just a spell farming hero, and usually Razor wins with static link damage drain?
I mean, generally from what I've seen from this is you just have the minus armor, you have overwhelming damage, you just kill him. Like, he ramps up faster than Lush does in damage. And normally it's with an IO on the side of the Razor, which helps him sustain. But other than that, like, you got TA, Razor, this Leshrac is going to need armor badly.
단가게 꽤 커서 후반 가면은 SR 꽤 괜찮을 것 같기는 한데 백범이 중간에만 한번 잘 찌르면은
I think Abed should be pretty happy. And Shopify's
그나마 이제 테머 쉴드 깔 만한 게 저거넛 정도밖에 없네요. 저거넛이랑 래시락이랑. RTG가 초반 레인전 하기는 괜찮아 보이는데
We've seen mids
중반이
more than anyone else in this patch.
레이저 잘 큰 거 아니면은 결국은 어렵지 않을까?
Is this a blade mail game for the Razor, or can you not do it without
Blade Mill Heart?
Blade mail heart? Every single mid laner. Who needs anything else?
Razor ramps up faster than Lesh. Let's go
I
Blade
don't-
Mail hard.
I think that's kind of griefing. I think
Yeah,
the
I think
whole
it's
Blade Mill is for strength heroes that build the heart.
Okay.
But like just the casual Blade Mill and Razor might feel good for the first like 15 minutes. After that, it's gonna start feeling pretty bad.
Yeah.
Probably like some Yasha BKB maybe. You just want to like get in there, have your BKB against the Lesh, get in with some 3 armor and just take the fight. I'm kind of vibing with Shopify, but it's going to be up to their early game, mid game, and getting this first Aegis, and I think going forward in the game.
Well, it's time to actually define who might be the best early game team as we get ready for game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
오늘 첫 경기 중계 서버가 망가져서 도망하고 있는 거 시작합니다. 왜 가발을 자꾸 여기 걸었다 저기 걸었다 하면서 씌워놓는 걸까?
Welcome everybody to the lower bracket finals where we have two
그래서 패자주 결승입니다.
against each other for a chance to be able to
SVG랑
go against the
케빈이에요,
best
오늘은.
team at this tournament in a best of 5. On one side we got Shopify Rebellion who look like they have
SR이 이번 대회에서 꽤 많이 올라왔거든요. 근데 이거 스턴 잘 넣었어요. 속박도 잘 들어갔고. 근데 이거 퓨어 잡아낼 수 있을까요? 스펠 좀 아까울 것 같은데요. 퓨어.
Both teams understanding how important it is to be able to get an early lead here, as the panel has talked a lot about. These are the two best early game teams in Dota, Avery.
배당은 백붐이 더 낫네요.
Laning mechanic teams.
Okay.
Early game, I mean, there's a lot more that goes on in the early game. I think sometimes some of that can fall flat for Shopify. I think it's one of the reasons they're doing better at this tournament. The support movement has been a lot
네,
better than
룬
we've seen in the
크릿이
past.
먹었고요.
And it's what Crit was kind of known for, right? These four roamers, especially the melee four roamers. He brought the Tusk back. He had some really good games on it. I think that's a big
아무튼
component of what the early game
레이저가
was
적당히 잘
here.
커야
Where are these supports going to move, and how impactful are they beyond
이게
just individual
켄타만으로는
laners?
조금 그래. 이제 레인전도 세고 레인전 딱 지나는 부분까지는 센데 그 이후부터 조금 애매해져가지고
the support impact in the first 10 minutes, because BetBoom have been abusing these gates, especially Toronto, Tokyo, getting numbers advantage.
4대4 정도 넘어가려면은 좀 힘이 필요하거든요.
Or do you just do it back to them too? Because you have a very strong support duo as well. We saw all these supports get taken early in the draft. A lot of very
꽤 괜찮네요, 근데.
and it might come down to it, but
스킬이 겹쳐서 그런지 반각이랑 전부 다 없애버려가지고
in terms of just trying
커리어 살리고요.
the support on support matchups here in the early game, and I expect the Enchantress to still be king of that to some degree. So Toronto Tokyo is going to have some freedom in terms of where he wants to go and what he wants to influence. And it could be mid as well if you can nuke this Razor down a bit. Always an option that would be really nice for BetBoom if they get it going.
BetBoom coming at this for an opportunity, not just in this match, revenge. After all, they did get
라이
knocked
좀
down
아파 보여요.
by Shopify in the first place. In a series that they probably feel like they should have been the victors and gone through the upper bracket. They have a chance of revenge against Shopify Rebellion, and if they do successfully get their revenge, they'll head to the finals where they get a chance at redemption. Another chance at the Dream League finals, one that they failed to claim against Gaming Gladiators last time.
And they were in the lead in that series as well, so they have been there. They have been up.
미드를 근데 전혀 안 보여주네.
I mean,
막타는 레이저가 둘둘 앞서고 있기는 한데
sometimes they surprise you.
보여주지를 않으니 뭐 분위기를 모르겠어. 이게 밀리고 있는지 두 개 차이 나는 게
10 and 2.
웨이브 차이 때문인 건지 모르겠어서 그냥 똑같네요. 이러면 레이저가 조금 앞서는 게 맞네요. 아주 조금. 플라이 조금 가까워 보이는데.
I think they just wanted a fast BKB buyer versus the Lesh potentially. Not sure what other build Ovid's really
좀
eyeing.
많이 맞는데요, 레이저.
Tank
아니,
and scale up
테머.
Sage and Yasha type territory. I don't think we're gonna see a Midas here. I don't think it's gonna be anything crazy. It can be a hard matchup for the Lesh if you get to that BKB timing, or if you're just able to stay in your ground and link him up. Also a very fast hero. Generally, fast MS heroes are difficult for Lesh to play around because all of his spell damage is close proximity.
Right.
And it's something you underestimate about Razor.
따끔따끔해. 병타가 너무
He's
세서.
one of the fastest heroes on the map by default.
안각은 디스펠이 가능은 한데
Split Earth.
옆에 나무가 평타가 세다 보니까 잘못해서 이제 스펠 타이밍 애매해지면은
Flash grip. That's it. They don't have any other stuns or lockdown for GPK and Nightfall to play off of, so those spells need to work for them. They need to land hard. If you get some fast utility up for Shopify, and the
그래도 막타디나의 사이드는 큰 차이 없네요. 메이드도 뭐 따라 붙었고 디나이 차이만 조금 경험치만 하는 200-300 차이 나겠네요.
Double single target support lineups like Enchantress Bane. There's no AoE to fall back on here.
This does look like a lineup where Lincolns and Lotus Orbs are going to be super effective.
Yes.
Right? All their initiation and all their big spells. Omni Slash, Fiend's Grip, Duel. The only other spell that they have that can go through, you know, like be single target and tank up the Lincolns would be Enchant and Lightning Storm.
That's what I'm saying. The utility for Shopify, it looks really good on paper here. I feel like this is one of the more even traps.
There it is. First rotation coming out from Crit, but is it going to work? Nabbed him with the brambles thanks in part to the slow. But
잡히나 좀 모자라 보이는데요.
Shadow Realm hit is going to do some damage. Another
블러드 그네이드 더 넣어도 모자르죠.
tries to chase after him, but he's not nearly fast enough. Not without trees.
이번 게임 어떻게 보면은
Branches, bracer, stick.
배bom은 혈기 괜찮지 않았을까 싶은데.
Do relieve a lot of the pressure on Arteezy. He was doing
이거는 죽을 수밖에 없겠네요, 세이브. 아, 흡수 한 번 더. 오. 베인이 기본 방어력이 높다 보니까 반각을 많이 받아도 마이너스 암호가 되질 않아.
Very even across the board, and that's probably a good sign for Rebellion here. As if you can go even with BetBoom in the lanes, I think you negate one of their huge advantages over a lot of teams.
Yeah, it was something that Flying talked about in the interview.
저거넛이 조금 불안해 보이는데요, 레벨이. 켄타 잡을 수가 없으니까 켄타가 너무 프리해. 그거 가지고 SR은 운영을 해봐야 되는 거고.
Didn't want to give up a lot of bad core matchups. We're willing to pick a flex hero just to make sure the 1 and 2 are in a solid position. And TA has been pretty robust on these lanes overall.
particularly
이런
good
식으로
for Shopify
중간중간
if
경험치
Abed
아니
has a good
공격력
start to the game, because I
빨아가면은
feel like
힘들기는 하거든요.
Abed has always been the person who kind of like carries Shopify through a lot of
조금씩
their big
조금씩
games.
몰아내면서 막타디나에
But
챙길
I
수
feel like
있어서
he's doing it with a higher ceiling and more
미드는
consistently
기본적으로는
than he used to in the past.
레이저가 유리한 것 같습니다. 레이저가 옛날에는 진짜 세가지고 미드에 그냥 계속 나왔었는데
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about like the best mids in the world, Abed, you know, like he was used to be a name that you would always throw in the ring, but I haven't felt that way in the last like year or two. But this performance definitely puts him back in that top 3, at least for me.
We'll see how it ends today. You know,
아베드가 그만큼 돌아왔나? 그만큼 돌아온 것 같지는 않은데 전성기랑 너무 달라가지고
able to give their offlane and safe lane some independence here. All 6 heroes converging to mid. Both teams want to contest the runes. It'll be DD for GPK.
That first blood is still available. It'd be a massive
이거 랩차 때문에 GPK 위험해 보이죠. 근데 발음 잘못 밀었나요 지금? 토론토 이건 실수였던 것 같고 더블킬 이거는 커요.
Enjoys watching Abed get a double kill for that.
레이저 잡을 만한 게 딱히 없거든요.
Honestly, he tends to be one of the most mechanically gifted on these sports because, of course, he was a core player. No way around it. He just messed that one up. Ends up getting GPK killed in a situation where he might have lived if you throw him the other way. And Rune contest goes horribly wrong. That's also the power of the Razor in this Lesh matchup. He melts your armor early. And Lesh is really bad versus armor melting physical damage.
Right. It's something he has to contend with. Doubly so.
Payback.
Templar Assassin. Big kill if they can get it, but the Centaur Stampede comes out alongside the living armor. That's enough to keep Abed alive. It would have been a great turnaround for Bet Boom. Not enough, though.
This is shaping out to be a really strong early game for Shopify. They've shut down a lot of what Bet Boom traditionally want to do. And a lot of it has been
SR이 조금
Toronto, Tokyo, and
이득 가지고 시작하긴 하는데 저거는 또 파밍 잘하고 있고
This mid play on the runes didn't work
아직은
out.
모르겠네요.
Another attempt on the Razor which fails. That's basically
웹봄이 한동안 밀리기는 할 텐데
normally would have some momentum off of. They're sitting at 0 kills. It's about as good as you can hope for here.
좀 더 봐야겠죠.
Centaur action.
일단 스턴 별일 없고요.
Saberlight with a Vanguard and those double ring of protection and a Lotus. He's not going to be an easy hero to bring down. May have a chance though. Nightfall does have his level 6, so we'll see.
결국은 질질 끌려다니게 돼 있어. 웹봄은 이제 잘 안 끌려다니면서 머리수 차이를 내면서 어디를 숨어서 찌르든지.
They're just gonna go back for the rune contest.
8번 런
I mean, Razor's really strong here.
지우긴 했거든요. 레이저 근데 다 봤죠. 스턴 들어가면서 세이브만 먼저. 별다른 스턴이 없어요. 웹봄이.
They are meeting Bet Boom at every one of these runes.
그래서 8번 런 아래 나와가지고 GPK가 챙기긴 하네요. 바로 못 나갔죠. 그리고 묶이면서 웹봄은 최대한 피해야 되는 건데 이런 식으로 계속 몰려다니면은 그러면은 후반이고 뭐고 어려워지는데 레이저가 크면 안 됐거든. 레이저가 쉽게 크기는 어려운 거였고 근데 지금 킬 너무 먹고 1등이에요. 완전 프리해가지고 SR이 꽤 유리하게 최소 25분까지는 질질 끌고 갈 것 같네요. 디펜스 문제도 좀 있거든. 나름 잘 밀어서 SR이 저거넛이 파밍 잘하고 있긴 하지만은 그리고 저거넛도 아이템이 한 3개 이상 나와야 한타에서 싸울만 해서
What is the Leshrac supposed to do against Abed in any of these fights? You pretty much have to grip or duel him, and that's kind of what Shopify want. You have Treen armor to throw on top. You have Overgrowth, Terrorize to bail him out. Gives a free fight to the TA. Just gonna be a nuisance. And he's gonna get it very fast here.
I guess I would have expected Sanj Yasha, especially since the status resistance is helpful against duel and Fiend Script.
I think you could have made an argument for that as well. Maybe Treen armor skews it a bit. I mean, it's something we should mention. This Treen's been a very early pick for the laning, but The armor is pretty damn nice this game on a lot of these cores. This is very aggressive.
Whoa, Arteezy trying to make a move by
재웠어요.
himself and
스턴
gets
연결은 될
baited.
건데
Pure
만화가
nails
서로
down.
애매하거든요.
Arteezy wanted to
아,
continue
듀오를
his
걸면서.
dominance here in this bottom lane in the 1v1. Gets baited into a
근데
1v3.
반대편에서
They get a
인첸.
trade out. Toronto Tokyo dies, but
대본 입장에서는 첫 번째 킬이기도 하고
they kill the enemy carry.
캐리 잡았으니까 문제는 없죠.
Some of Arteezy's aggression, I'm sure.
I still like the idea though from Artor. Like forcing Beppu.
근데 조금씩 뚫려가는 게 문제인데.
It's still gonna reflect in the net worth. Like Pure, he gets a duel. He's happy about the outcome, but he's not happy about why that outcome existed in the first place, which is these lanes are crumbling for Beppu, and you get the trade off mid. Another kill.
SR이 몇 분 때까지 끌고 갈 수 있을지 모르겠네.
This Razor is absolutely out of control. 2000.
결국 엑살이 한타 주도하고 푸시 주도하면은 웹분이 복구를 하기에는
That is pretty
He's
crazy.
400 off.
래쉬락 정도 빼면 다 느린 영웅들이라
On save, nor does he have the mana. So he's just
공간이 많이 필요한데다가 물었을 때 이제 세이브들이 있잖아요. 저거넛이 진짜 세게 커야 되는 거라.
Yes, and I think they're definitely going to think about it. This tier 1 safe lane is very high HP. It's a great fight for Shopify with TA traps plus Treant, who can defensively orient himself there with the overgrowth. Even Terrorize pretty good in these situations. I mean, who's going to force this tower? I feel like it's only Nightfall at this point. I don't think GPK is strong enough to force some objectives in this game.
And Nightfall actually made the rotation down here, but I think he very wisely made the read that, like, we're just not strong enough to try and trade towers. It's pointless. So while he was there, he's farmed his way back up to top now.
I mean, you're still looking for level 6 on your 2 supports. What are you going to take this fight with? The Death Sentence. And if Shopify understand this, they're going to keep holding it down here with the Templar Assassin. Downside is you don't get to farm some Ancients right now if you're TZ, but you're going to be really high level just off the solo XP. And the map control is really going to pay off here in the next few minutes. The lead is going to start to build.
골드차 4K 1, 2, 3등이 SR. 이제 저거넛도 위치 애매해지면서 점점 내려가죠. 이 공간을 저거넛이 먹으면서 커야 되는 건데 래쉬락도 커야 되고 리전도 커야 되고 그래서 미드에서 더블킬로 시작하지 않았어야 되는데 레이저가 이만큼 크지 않았어야 되는 건데 그래야 뭐 머릿수 들이밀어가지고 억지로 한번 잡아볼 수 있는 거였는데 이런 식으로 가면 안 되죠. 레이저를 감당할 방법이 전혀 없습니다.
Successful scan, save sitting here to break the smokes.
That is the BKB for the Razor. That has got to be one of the fastest.
그냥 불킹 달렸죠 게다가.
That has to be one of the fastest BKBs this patch.
Whole minute faster than the fastest. Wow.
Just ridiculous here. It's just going to prevent any sort of aggressive play on him. It basically makes him immortal. Outside of you smoke grip him. And even then, he might not die. And he'll go straight into the Sange and Yasha. So the two items we were debating, he'll go the safer choice here.
그러니까 먹든 뭘 하든 그냥 사나야차로 버티고 링캠보다는 이게 인첸도 파밍하고 그러기는 하는데 글쎄요. 저거넛이 드디어 배표 나오긴 나오거든. 배표 나온 걸로 파밍을 하기에는 벌써 공간이 1차 다 밀렸고 상대가 언덕 올라오는데 두려움이 없고요. 3차 말고 오프 언덕. 저거넛이 먹을 만한 게 없죠. 스턴 먼저. 프로브 살죠. 듀얼? 글쎄요, 근데 이거 조금 애매하죠. 오히려 데미지. 환영어로 일단은 지우는 거 깼고. 켄타한테 데미지는 큰 의미 없기는 해요. 켄타한테 듀얼 데미지 주는 거 정도는 크게 문제는 없고 일단은 타워 안에 포키 넣으면서 상대 못 들어오게 잡아볼 생각이었는데 1대1이었으면 이겼을 거거든. 근데 이제 그냥 달려 들어왔죠. 형아가.
It's gonna be tough though. Into Razor TA, these aren't easy heroes to go in and duel with max living armor to back them up. They're very tanky. Another benefit of the early BKB rush, right? You have max living armor to throw on top of the Razor. You're basically immune to the spell damage, and then what's gonna cut through you in terms of physical? Oh,
big pick up Arteezy. Too
이거는
aggressive.
굉장히 큰데요.
Too far forward in lane, gets caught by save.
Yeah,
Butler toy put to use.
I mean that's just a skill you have to
700 골드.
avoid with the traps, right? You have to make save commit the smoke for you, and if he wants to smoke expend grip on you, okay, but that was just too easy.
You got to beware of Save's Bane. We talk about him as being one of
오
the
스턴.
best
오
players.
피했어요.
Setup. See, Nightfall was ready for that move. Boy,
근데 뭐 더 들어가긴 그렇죠
really,
서로.
really fast and being able to spin out of that stomp from Saberlight.
And this TA death, it's going to open up some space. They're going to be able to push bottom in. It's going to force a decision out of here, or out of Shopify here in terms of how much do they rack the bottom. It'll be Artura going straight back there. So this TA does not want to give up control of the max HP safe lane tower here. Again, he's not getting the ancient farm he traditionally would do with this hero.
And he's not going to be alone. His team is going to join him. They smoke sweep across the map. Runner to Pure in the triangle should be able to run him down, no problem. Saberlight
한 번 더.
with the double edge.
Nice little combo. We've seen this Dark Willow Centaur pop off in a lot of these games.
이 정도 차이면은 슬슬 게임 가져간 거라고 봐도 될 것 같아. 파밍을 전혀 안 하고 계속 헌팅만 하고 있는 켄타가 저거넛이랑 비비고 있잖아요. 저거넛이 물론 배표가 드디어 나오긴 나왔는데 먹을 수 있는 공간 자체가 위치 자체가 편한 위치가 아니라서 프론트 터켄을 일단 살고요.
No other source of damage or stun to help out.
Shopify doing a decent.
계속 시야 아래 있을 수밖에 없어요. 상대 시야 아래.
Oh, Shadow Realm goes off, but so does the Nightmare.
저거 어떻게 된 거야?
I really like the Bedlam Centaur combo because Centaur really reminds me of
어떻게 수면을 넣은 거죠? 수면과 W가 동시에 들어간 거죠. W 거의 직발이잖아. 수면이 직발이 아니었던 걸까? 수면도 이제 시전 시간 끝나면 딱 직발 아님? 신기하네요.
What? How do you not get that?
I don't think these heroes are similar.
아무튼 살짝 봤어요. 스모크 쓰는 걸.
Just explain how they work similar, but that's
그래서 백범이
I disagree with your point.
okay.
TP 백업을 쳐주기에는 충분히 빠르게 녹일 수 있었어 SR이.
2,000 net worth lead for Shopify Rebellion. And they continue to try and hunt down Bet Boom. Silence goes
저거는 침묵. 아 근데 스는 안 닿았어요 그나마. 네 묶었죠 오버그로스.
Unable to spin away, and yeah, an early pickup by RTZ got the shard. That is going to make things a lot harder for Nightfall when it comes to pushing out and staying out on the map.
지금 침묵이 굉장히 큰데. 근데 스킬 꼬인 것 같아요. 디스펠 했죠.
That was pretty smart. He got to his creep wave and then TP'd out, so the Bedlam damage would be split around.
에드람이 돌아와야 테러라이즈가 쓸 수 있어가지고 그냥 퓨어가 잘 피했네요. 베인은 글쎄요 뭐 잡히긴 잡히겠네요.
Not directly under a ward, but they knew where he was because of the lane ward there to the right.
여전히 7K 차이.
Really got any ancients out of this game.
지금 타워를 하나도 못 밀었거든. 그래서 더 그래. 타워를 하나도 못 밀어가지고 타밍 잠깐 하고서는 정글 들어가고 잠깐 하고 정글 들어가고 하다 보면 상대가 TP를 타도 이제 그쪽으로 몰려오면서 헌팅을 찾고 가잖아요.
Going at it right now.
Yep, medallion on the tree. You don't even need your whole team to do this, right? I think just flying Artura is probably enough.
그래서 첫 번째 로션 메달이랑 템플러 세신 감각 2번 해줄 하나.
Oh, wow. Man, 9k gold lead out of nowhere. It's about to get bigger. I mean, what's your comeback potential if you're Bet Boom? It's got to be a defensive-oriented fight where you get a really good grip. Grip's your best spell here. And it's, again, the downside of these drafts where the early game goes even for you, I think you're still end up being a little bit behind because
이거 먹고 얼마나 밀지는 모르겠는데 3차 하나만 뚫어도 거기서 게임 정해진다고 봐요. 이번 아이기스에서 뚫어낸다면.
Particularly since Terrorize is a good counter to grip.
골드 차이는 점점 벌어지는 데다가 공간 차이가 너무 나가지고 이제 야차 하나 나왔거든요. 이런 식으로 망할 줄 알았으면 아마 디퓨만 타 가는 식으로 했을 텐데 많이 애매합니다. 듀얼 일단은 잡아냈어요. 네, 뒤쪽으로 이거 다 잡아먹겠는데요? 옵슛 하나요? 사이블레이드 다 왔어요. RTG가 잡아냈고 토론토 도쿄가 살아있긴 한데 레이저도 왔죠.
Chases Toronto Tokyo down to the tier 2. Nobody from Bet Boom is coming to save him.
And line instantly drawn to just go to the Ancients here. 21-minute Wisdom Rune coming up as well.
오,
More side blade action.
오.
If he runs, is there a
첫 데미지 모자랐어요.
There's one in the lane,
The only
but
one, so he's out.
구석으로 빠지죠. 길적으로 말고.
TA is shutting down the map very fast here. And if Shopify can reach this 21 Wisdom Rune,
이건 안 돼.
they're
이렇게
probably
가면.
gonna kill out of it. As they're just smoke crossing the entire map right now.
a move that Bet Boom used a number of time in their
10K
series
차이.
yesterday.
Turn it against them. RTZ showing mid as well might help bait this out. Looks like they're gonna get the rune, but no kills. Bet Boom are just grouping up. They are tired of getting picked off right now.
레슈락이 아예 보이지를 않죠. 지금 어떻게든 복구하려고 하는데 레슈락 영웅 자체가 이번 게임에서 하기 어렵기도 하고
Good little D word there, so important for Bet
이게
Boom.
아군이 잘 컸을 때 괜찮았던 거거든. 이제 상대가 딜도 애매하고 그러니까.
So much of the game.
I guess Enfeeble can definitely help you here. Get some more points in it. Just throw it on the TA or the Razor. It will help you take an extended fight.
근데 지금은 백붐이 아예 그냥 데미지 레벨이 모자라요. 근데 이거 잡아내네요. 알겠어 한번 뺍니다.
But Fly
오버그로스.
overgrowth on two. Pure's gonna be able to cleanse that
이거
one off
빠져나갈 수
as well,
있을까요?
but
GPK가 오히려 물린 것 같긴 한데 율로 한번 띄워놓고 떨어지고요. TP가 탈 수 있겠나요? 어우 근데 여기서 나이트볼
I he was dead anyway.
스턴 닿았네요.
So much physical burst damage when this Eye of the Storm starts heating up with
게다가
the Belt and the
퓨어까지
Desert.
아이기스 뽑기는 했는데 오히려 이렇게 둘 죽으면은
Pack a heavy physical punch.
혹시 더 거리낌 없이 할 수 있죠. 3초 올라가지는 않는데 옆에 2차 아직은 좀 돌려깎을 생각인가 봐요.
That's what Bet Boom are thinking. Heavy price to pay though. You're giving Deso charges away and of course multiple core lives. Treant Shard paying off as well with the new living vines, and I really like this Razor Centaur combo. It's done work every fight. Extra move speed for Abed guarantees this long duration link and Eye of the Storm hits. It's just not enough armor on Bet Boom's side. Pure not liking what he sees.
They have yet to take a tower, by the way. Bet Boom, Fly is not.
게임은 벌써 끝난 것
Yeah, they
같은데요.
took the enemy tormentor on the side of Shopify, so Bet Boom don't have that objective to play with, but they are going to smoke out. They just picked up a Manta recently on Nightfall, and maybe because they see the Train Protector top, or maybe they just feel like they have to be
Or Tor.
a successful scan. No blink dagger for
he's dead.
4. Got him on the duel.
들어가요.
Big pickup for Bet Boom. So that move on mid does.
아, 아 TG가 근데 너무 자꾸 물리는 거 아닌가? 지금 4킬 중에서 한 몇 킬인가요? 2킬인가 3킬인가가 RTG인 것 같은데 RTG만 너무 물려 지금. 이게 자신감 넘치는 상황이기는 한데 첫 번째 타워 가져갈 수 있을까요? 나무가 계속 회복도 하고 가져가게 두나요 SR?
Shopify's like, all right, you can have one. You can have one.
일단 그냥 포티 한번 써주고 가져가게 그냥 두는 것 같네요.
So Fly is going to TP bottom and maybe set up here. Maybe catch the hero that stays and lingers after Bet Boom.
더 오면은 잡아먹겠다는 식으로 나무가 좀 쫓아가 보는 것
Looks
같은데
like they just want to use the gate. There's a TA trap on this gate,
보이죠?
so Shopify should know.
글쎄 아베드 쪽으로 도는 거긴 한데 알아요. 오히려 RTG까지 올라오고 있고
I mean, they definitely want to fight right now. Yeah, they know they're stronger in the straight 5-on-5. Bet Boom, they're just creating space for the Leshrac.
백범 지금 괜찮나? 만타까지는 나와서 침묵 맞아도 스펠 한번 쓸 수 있거든요. 풀고 슬래시를 박든 스핀을 돌든.
A terrible situation for them. All they can do is stall, and they're really limiting how many.
근데 켄타가 하트까지 나와서 저거를 진짜
I mean, it's only terrible if you don't believe in the Juggernaut scale.
글쎄요. 옴니 슬래시를 한 놈한테 잘 넣어가지고 잡아내는 게 아닌
You're okay
이상
trading here, especially if you're.
한타 자체가 좀
Yeah, it's very big.
Well,
TN은 여기서 몽키 킹 봐. 몽키킹반은 왜지?
Still, there's no Lotuses or
방어력
Linkens
때문인가?
out yet, so the Omni Slash should still be fairly effective here. Nothing really to soak it up either.
Yeah.
That might be what this next fight comes down to. How good of an Omni Slash do you get? Who does it take out? If you can get to the butterfly before that, your odds go up tremendously here.
Man, look at Abed's build. BKB, SNY, now he's gonna go Lincolns. So he may not have it yet, but he's gonna have it soon.
Makes sense. Just tank up. You're gonna deal the damage through Eye of the Storm, and your TA staying alive with you.
And the MKB
12K
is
차이.
done before the butterfly. Wow.
That feels pretty good. This is where you switch it up and you go.
아티지가 이러다가 한 번씩 잘리고 있는데
Classic E-Blade Juggernaut.
Of course. Great synergy.
That way, when Pure goes in and duels somebody, he's losing it. You can E-Blade Pure.
Right.
세버라이스로 찾아가네요. TP.
Alright, Toro on the bottom gate.
근데 이거 아티지 또 잡히나요?
Didn't expect this.
충분히 잡아내겠는데요?
But they're gonna be too late. Pure's
아우
already won that duel. We got
이거
right over.
좀 시간 점점 끌려요 이렇게
That
되면.
is betrayed by the neutral creep feels a little bad, but still a big move there for
아티지 지금 몇 번째인가요 이게?
Oh, it's huge. Huge here, and he's tipping Toronto Tokyo perhaps for the call or being in the right place at the right time. Picking up this TA is just massive. So much time for Nightfall to continue to farm. It takes so much pressure off the map, and now they can potentially go for another play here.
Omni Slash
that's a
really
shield
not
rune.
doing that much work against
이제 안 나오죠? 네.
Shield rune and Saberlight who has a heart. That is a little bit disheartening for Bedboom watching that damage go down.
They're
As
still
Saberlight
chasing.
chases into the tier 3 to be able to get this kill, and they almost
오,
have
저거
to.
사나?
Nightfall's healing up thanks to the
저게
heal
사네.
ward, and it'll keep him alive. While GPK does manage to get the kill on Centaur, but he has to back away behind his tier 3
네, 이거 끝나고
before they
해드릴게요.
surge again.
That healing ward did a lot of work there, and I can't help but think what would have happened if Abed just BKB'd earlier. I feel like Nightfall's dead. Instead, he got Yules, then they chased.
이런 식으로 자꾸 자르다 보면 불안해질 텐데.
Entire time doesn't die. And Toronto Tokyo with these impetuses is enough to dissuade them. But this is just a bad.
슬래시 데미지가 아직까지는 없기는 한데 방금 쉴드론으로 많이 맞기도 했고
I feel like he's gone.
어느 순간부터는 저거넛이 안 죽기 시작할 텐데.
They really were.
Yeah, it really does seem like that. That said, Shopify caught slipping a little bit.
Yeah, they're giving up some big core kills.
지금 아티지 그냥 뭉쳐서 밀든지
In the fight, and you're giving some big items to Bedboom.
좀 하나를 했으면 좋겠네요.
Protect their ward. Butterfly done for Nightfall.
자꾸 찢어져 있다가 잘리다 보니까 점점 쫓아지는 것 같아. 저거넛 2등까지 다시 올라왔죠 골드도. 4등까지 내려갔었는데 이걸로 왔어. 근데 GPK 이거 불킹 없어요 이번에는.
GPK that last fight he used his BKB, so he didn't have anything to protect him there.
발품 렉슈락 빼면은 타워푸시 방어할 거 없거든요. 이러면 밀리기 시작하겠죠. 3차 올라가나? 세이버라이트 튼튼하긴 한데
Plus, probably a bloodstone or something to tank up.
Yeah.
That's a long way away in either category. It looks like he's aiming for.
근데 웨이브 자꾸 밀어내가지고 타워 차이 많이 나긴 하지만은 조금 애매하죠.
It's also weird, like there's more control. If he goes nihilist,
몽키킹 방.
then that messes with the Omni Slash and Duel
Yeah.
a bit. So.
Not the greatest nihilism game, but maybe in ultra late I could see it being pretty good.
옴니 슬래시가
No, not really.
영 그래 그냥 메두사 박는 게 제일 좋았을 것 같은데 뭐 그래도 레이저는 나왔었겠지만 메두사 박았으면은 레이저는 조금 더 불편은 했더라도 한타는 훨씬 편했을 거라고 생각하거든요.
Another smoke from Bedboom, and they are expending a lot here in the last few minutes.
윌로우도 그렇고 레이저도 그렇고 레이저 뭐 후핑이가 그렇다고 치고 펜타도 그렇고 해머도 그렇고 나무도 그렇고 저거넛으로 좀 애매한 타겟이 많아.
And that will be the Lotus for Saberlight. So once that Lotus comes out, your frontline potential in the Razor and T goes up by a lot. Even when you just go in and duel, if you
일단
Lotus there, you
15K
can follow it up with
차이까지.
Omni. Right.
로션 챙겨볼 생각인가요? 29분 40초. 로션이 2분 정도거든요.
How do you
와드 미리
initiate, how do you
잡고.
start that fight?
I mean, you probably just gotta go in and sacrifice somebody.
근데 제마 없이는 테마 때문에 신경 쓰일 수밖에 없어.
They have to go through the portal. Oh, okay. That was a little bit.
지금 GPK가 서가나요?
Through the portal, guys. No,
인첸 커리였는데요.
Enchantress Courier.
Baiting his own team or what?
Yeah.
They actually were thinking
지금
about
와요 SR. 이번 한타에서
STB bottom of five
이번
man
게임 결정 나겠죠. SR이 이기면 거기서 끝이고 베뿜이 혹시라도 이긴다.
The ward is gonna break this
그럼 조금 더
entirely.
봐야겠는데.
He was well positioned to break the smoke. The ward gives them
Do
the
Bepu
vision.
actually want to fight here? This is such a weird place to
네,
fight.
이거 아무튼 그냥 들어가죠. 이거 못 빠져나가면 끝이요. 베인 먼저 죽고요. PK가 불킹이 있기는 있는데 이거 공격 다 빨리고 이거 저거넛이 이미 들어가도 아벨드가 너무 세요. 듀얼 걸어봤자 플래시 모자랐죠? 오우 로샤이 잡았어. 아이고
Right into the pit with the minus armor. I guess Nightfall is happy that it didn't go Shopify.
로샨이 저거를 막타를 쳤네요.
All Shopify, and it's just Abed charging in 1v5 with the
어쨌든 간에
stand.
한 번에 20K 차이까지 홍르죠.
Tanks
게임은 끝난 걸로 봐요.
slash bounces almost
그냥 올라가서 마무리만 하면 되는 거고
assassin, but almost is not enough.
저걸 설마 로샨이 그러고 있었는데
Shopify.
이게 딱 로션이 잡아버리냐.
If we're gonna linger there like that, you need to just run at them. Cannot let them walk it off. When you have more AoE control, and especially Abed on a monster of a game here, 9.
지금 레이저 불킹 켰을 때 들어가는 데미지가 리전이 잘 컸든 저거넛이 잘 컸든 해야 되는데 레이저가 잘 큰 거라 그냥 감당이 안 돼. 레이저가 나중에 뭐 링켄도 같지만 로터스나 시박스 이런 거 가면은 버튼 트나게 가겠다 이런 식으로 가면은 아예 들어갈 데미지가 없어지죠.
We'll see if Shopify want to push it. I think it is doable. It's a little scary if they kill your TA once and
듀얼 걸어줬는데도 불구하고 옆에 서 있던 레슈락이 그냥 죽었고
or they have buybacks. But outside of that, it's a pretty safe siege. I guess Toronto, Tokyo, and GPK decent amount of outspam.
나무공이 긴 궁 중에서는 좀 짧은 편이라 곧 돌아와요. 게다가
Silver Edge for a TZ and a double damage.
플래시가 조금 더 있어야 될 텐데
Something you gotta do it. Yeah. You're hitting
Even better if
insane
they get a
damage
pick
power spike.
녹이나요? 한번
Nightmare plus. That's really weird. You can nightmare the BKB unit and makes him invulnerable for a second, but he's still able to move around.
유상하기는 해요. 해설 말대로 불킹 켠 거를 재울 수 있고 재운 상태에서 움직이지만은 무적 시간은 가지고 있네.
You just gotta stall this map.
재우는 부분은 관통으로 판정이 된다고 봐야 될까요? 그러면 오우씨 데미지 봐.
Trying to
오
use the TA trap deny trick to finish off save.
That was very close.
It really was.
Almost two-shot him here. Smooth moves from
트랩으로
Toronto.
죽을 뻔.
Hasn't had the cleanest game, but he has gotten there.
Well, they get the Tormentor, so that's a little bit more. Toronto, Tokyo. I mean, he's going to be pretty crucial when it comes to holding this high ground.
I think
Hitting the shard is nice.
he's kind of the backbone right now, to be honest. It's the edge who
일단 스피인 돌면 그만이죠.
Because there's not a lot of big damage over time. I'm kind of expecting either pure GPK.
올라가기 조금 불안하긴 하다 SR이.
At the start of the fight to the Razor BKB.
야 끌고 나오거나 이러는 거 없이 본인들이 다 들어가야 되는데 켄타 빼면은 대것도 없으니까. 해머는 대거 가지고 있나요 이제? 아마 가지고 있는 것 같고 레이저는 달려 올라가야 되고 불킹이 있다고는 해도 나무도 대거 있긴 하다. 근데 이제 레슈라 깔아 놓는 거 베인도 신경 쓰이고 냅다 올라가가지고 잡아내기에는 또 저거넛 레슈락 불킹 리전 디스펠 조금 어렵기는 해. 섀도우 블레이드
Vlads, Shiva's AC, whatever you want to get, make Nightfall's life as hard as possible. This Jug cannot carry this game. It looks
아
pretty
TG예요 이번에도 또.
RTZ is solo again.
일단 알겠으죠.
Now get out.
상대 와요?
I mean, he has a blink on the TA.
또 들어갈 건가요? 슬래시 오 잡아냈어요 TG 또. 디스펠 한번. 근데 이렇게 되면 GPK는 일단 잡히겠고. 근데 옆에서 인첸이 오네 치즈 잡을 뻔했죠 아베들을. 아티지가 영 애매하기는 해요. 불킹 TP.
He's gonna get bonked, but the BKB still lets him TP out. No problem there. A 1-for-3 exchange. Yeah, they got RTZ.
템플러 obsession 없이는 좀 푸시가 느리긴 하거든요. 물론 이제 레슈락도 40초 남았으니 한 세트는 가져갈 수 있을 걸로 보이긴 하는데 그거 아니어도 인첸도 25초 남아있고요.
But hey, it's the Abed show. 6,000 damage coming out from this Razor. Toronto, Tokyo, maybe you win that fight if you don't have the cheese. That's the advantage of a second carry here for Shopify. You have a bunch of single target physical jump in the Omni Slash in the duel, but you can only use it.
결국은 배쁨이 애매한 데미지를 골랐던 것 같아. 오, 나이트볼 진짜 반응은 빨라요.
Always ready for stabilized jumps. I don't think they can get this barracks anymore.
No. The building damage is all in the Templar
This
assassin.
pure jump after them, no.
그러니까 이게 리전을 뽑으려면은 서폿에서 데미지를 조금 더 가져가 주는 게 좋은데 베인 인첸이라 셋이서 돌긴 무리였고 레슈라까지 끼우면은 또 괜찮은데 레슈락 망하고 레이저가 너무 커버리는 바람에 영 애매해졌죠 전체적으로다가. 아주 망할 조합은 아니었는데 망하면은 복구가 안 되는 조합이라. 그래서 레이저 시바스도 나왔어요. 시바스 리프 방어력이 47.
Razor doesn't have that problem in general. I mean, there's rare games where it becomes very difficult, but in this type of game, he's just gonna be a powerhouse.
Nice shadow realm use there from Crit, gets him away from the attempt.
일단 세이브는 죽을 수밖에 없겠고.
He won't die, save will instead.
더 가나요 여기서? 조금 애매하기는 해요. 크립이 멀거든. 저건 없이 밀어놔가지고.
The only big item you're gonna get here. The next 4 or 5 minutes for Pep-Boom to try and change something. Just amp the damage up as much as possible. Again, it has to come down to
26K 차인데 아직은 냅다 올라가기엔 좀 부담이 되나. 이게 TA가 영 그렇기는 해. 댐찍루 위주로 굴려야 되는 건데 지금 상대가 댐찍루 하기에는 애매하게 튼튼하고.
Yeah, if you decide to make that shake up, but you don't get
그렇다고 안 올라가자니 조금씩 쫓길 것 같아가지고 불안할 텐데 지금 한타 몇 번 잘 이겨가지고 덜할 것 같긴 하지만은.
They are running out of options in some ways. They haven't lost a lane of barracks or anything like that, but Shopify's built up a hefty net worth lead. They're probably going to play for that third Roshan.
And the utility on the supports is really what should secure these fights. I mean, you have another Lotus Orb on fly now. So Lotus Orbs are huge. You just stack them on the single target jump, prevents the Omni Slash, makes Nightfall's life really hard.
근데 진짜 어떻게 들어가지 이건?
You said if you believe in the 5 or 6 slotted Juggernaut to be able to carry that game. Do you believe? Because obviously Bet Boom, that's their plan.
뭐 어떻게 쓰라는지 안 들렸어.
Plan A, but it was their plan B.
I don't know. It's weird. I can see it happen. But it does sound difficult if you're fully kitted on the Razor and the TA. I don't see Jug beating both.
아무튼 몇번 데미지를 그래서 어디서 보충해야 될까? 레슈락이 한 5코어 정도 나오면은 데미지가 나올 것 같은데. 근데 그 정도쯤 가면은 저거너 빼면은 데미지 소스 자체가 좀 매직에 치중돼 있어가지고 표도 많지만 뭐 파이프라든지 뭐가 나오겠죠. 애매하게 모자랐어요 보셋. 그래도 힐링 와드. SR 궁 좀 애매한데 이러면 또 스탬피드랑 스톰 빠져가지고. 네 안녕하세요. 마무리가 너무 안 되는데. 처음 뵙는 분이네요. 오타 중계는 참 오래 했는데 처음 뵙는 분이야.
Give the axe to
that'd be
Razor
pretty damn
instead.
nice.
Refresher shard.
위치가 근데 이거 너무 깊게 들어간 것 같은데 세이버라이트가 오히려 빨대 일찍 꼽혀가지고 스핀 한번 돌면은 슬래시 박아 넣어도 데미지 모자라요. 뒤쪽에서 먼저 래쉬랑 몰리고 오우야 씨 그냥 녹았어. 슈어는 나름 블링크아웃 빠르긴 빨라요. 저거는 설긴 했지만 이렇게 되면은 배럭 2세트 이상 날릴 수 있겠죠? 발백 써야 될 것 같은데요. 근데 어디까지 쫓아 들어가나요 지금? 그렇게 한번 나이트볼 오 듀얼 이거 잡나요 또? 어우 근데 데미지는 들어가기는 했어. RTG를 또 잡기는 했는데 데미지 지금 38일걸요? 좀 커요. 발백 2개째 그래도 3대4 상황. 이거 뭐 플라이는 잡을 것 같은데 더 갈 수 있나요? 플래시도 빠졌고 이게 RTG가 잘 풀린 게임이라 그런지 오히려 너무 잘려. 잘 풀려서 잘리는 것 같아.
That'll be a game ender if you lose a fight off double Ag's Eye of the Storm here. It's gonna be nasty. However, if you get a Roshan, this is not an objective Shopify we're willing or thinking they were gonna give up in this game. 30 seconds no TA.
어쨌든 머리수 차이로 맵봄이 세 번째 루션입니다. 아가님 펌. 아가님 저거넛을 주려나요? 레슈락한테 알기스는 줄 것 같은데 다 저거넛이 듀얼 박아 넣었거든요. 공포 한번 네, 아가님 저거넛 그냥 먹네. 접근기가 하나 더 필요하기는 했어.
And he's suddenly top net worth in the game. Yeah. One little bad team fight. Buybacks pay off a bit here for BetBoom, evens it back out. They get Aegis, a cheese on the Leshrac, which is pretty nice, and GPK has just been melted every fight. And that Swift Slash, I mean, you gotta give it to the Jug. Damn, do you wish you could have given it to, like, the Bane or something? Or an Ag's Grip, but there is no option here. It has to go on Nightfall. He is everything in terms of your potential to come back and win this game.
여전히 SR이 이길 것 같기는 한데 조금 전에 이제 쫓아다닐 때도 그렇고 그냥 푸시를 했으면은 지금쯤 배럭 2세트 밀었을 것 같거든요. 못해도 애매하게 쫓아만 당기다가 점점 땡겨오는 것 같아요. 저거넛이 1등입니다. 점점 불안해져요. SR 거의 30K 앞서고 있는데 자신 없어지거든요. 이럴 때마다. 그래서 일단 먼저 물긴 했어요. 로터스에다가 스위프트 슬래시니까 별로 문제는 없었고 아벤한테 옴니 박나요? 근데 오 녹았어요. 너무 빨라. 많다 남아있나요? 많다 남아있는데 일단 헥스 한번 많다. 옴니 박아넣기는 옴니 아니었네요 이번에도. 옴니가 한번 끊겼었나? 근데 이렇게 되면 어쨌든 간에 끝이네. 레슈락 다이백 끝. 게임 충분히 끝낼 시간입니다. 그래서 게임 2에는 로비가 안 터졌으면 해요. 이걸 도방을 한번 하긴 했는데 네 GG. SR이 게임 원책입니다. 게임 2에서는 안 터졌으면 좋겠어요.
With the double minus armor going into this Leshrac, GPK had no game at all, right? Every single fight, the Leshrac disappears, and there's not much he can do about it. There's no spells on BetBoom's side to help him, not a lot of items either.
아무튼 이제 게임 2를 기다리면서 저는 잠깐 심부름 시키신 게 있어가지고 그것 좀 처리하고 오겠습니다. 금방 하고 올게요.
Of course,
근데 어차피
MVP
안 터진다는 전자에
he puts up
중간 시간이랑 로비 대기 시간 합치면은 한 20 몇 분 정도 되니까 시간은 많이 남았어.
15 for the Razor here with almost 700 GPM. It's just ridiculous what he got out of this game. In every single fight, there is absolutely no answer for him. This last pick, Razor, I mean, it got you.
Shopify, one game up in this series. Very curious what's going to be happening in the draft going into game 2, because if the laning phase is so important, and in game 1 you pick Train Protector, Bane, Enchantress, Centaur, Razor, like both teams were focused on the laning phase, and game 1 proved it is very important. What are the teams going to do in this second draft? We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully our panel has some ideas about that.
I don't know, seemed like a pretty average performance out of Shopify Rebellion to me in this game number 1, but definitely some above average moments overall. Shopify not content with, you know, it's like a Sun Tzu Art of War type situation. Fly is like, oh yeah, you know, Betboom's one of the best early game teams, and then bam, slaps them around. Finally see a productive 24th pick as well, because this Razor being flexed with the Templar assassin, I think, was the ace in the hole that ultimately made this Betboom draft fall to pieces and made Shopify look so clean.
Yeah, that was a pretty, I would say that was an average performance from Orbit in the mid lane.
Yeah, average performance.
Above average for Arteezy.
Everyone's just average, it's fine.
A little bit above average.
But overall, yeah, Shopify Rebellion, like, I think the safe lane was something that you really need to look at for Shopify Rebellion a lot when it goes into this series specifically. Yeah. And if they advance, just these two opponents, right? Is Arteezy gonna have a good laning stage? He had a really good laning stage this game. And I want to credit it a lot to Crit on that one, where he made the rotation early. He knocked out the Legion, made him go back and heal. Then they went yet again on the Bane. He had to go heal. That secured a free lane for Arteezy at that point. And at the same time, if you checked where Saberlight's lane was in front of his tower. Yeah. So he was just chilling and farming against two heroes there. And of course, what more can you say about Orbit? He just like styled on GPK throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, Abed popped off in this game. And people like to shit, I think, on Bulba's drafting and Shopify's drafting overall. I think they had Betboom's number in this game. They started with the Treant, just solid laning there. I think their double pick as well with the Centaur TA later. I think Betboom did not have a good response to that at all. I think going back in the game, they will probably pick a different hero compared to the Jugger on 18. I think they'd also pick a different hero at the very end instead of the Ledge. So I think already starting there and then Shopify having good lanes and Abed performing as well as he did, they just made it look easy.
Yeah, and Fear, you were talking about Arteezy and Hero Pool, and you know that they've mainly been playing 4 carries. Yeah. Obviously here he diversifies with his first TA of the tournament, but what's the... Is there also maybe a little bit of limitations on the side of Betboom here, that now that they have to go for the Lesh on GPK and the Jug on Nightfall in a game where neither hero really looked particularly good, were they running out of ideas, or do you think they had an idea that just failed in the lanes?
I think the TA on second pick really got him by surprise, right? I think that's going to be the big thing, because they picked this TA, and GPK didn't want to play a lot of the heroes that you normally see in the mid lane, because TA is good against them. But then, all of a sudden, he picks the Lesh, what he thinks he has to cover his bases against the TA. Then Orbit gets that Razor, and now all of a sudden Arteezy, he's playing the TA, which is his first TA of the tournament. Kind of just caught him by surprise here. I was a little underwhelmed by the carry pick, though. There are a lot of carry bans, right? So both these players are going to have to reach a little further back into their pocket, see what's good. And the Juggernaut, it just was a hard Jug game. You're playing versus TA already. You're not countering the Centaur in the laning stage, and Razor kind of shits on the hero too. So it wasn't the right pick. And they're going to have to go back and look like, what else can we pick? And I'm not sure. Maybe they have more ideas, or maybe they got surprised.
I feel like in this past week, I've learned that most of my preconceived notions about how certain carry matchups and certain offlane matchups go, I've just been completely thrown out the window. Like, we asked Collapse about the Bloodseeker versus Beastmaster, and that matchup is apparently different than what we remember. We saw Pure play the Legion Commander versus... Who did he play?
Ursa.
Legion Commander Ursa is different. And now Jug Centaur is not what it used to be.
I mean, Centaur just enjoys that.
보라는 왔는데 매치는 아직이죠. 이럴 때 하는 건 뭐다? 리듬 게임. 미쿠 콜라보 팩 발표를 했던데 게임에 적용되어 있는지는 모르겠네요.
think Fear was also about some Medusa where eventually you just stand your ground. Because this stabilized center, he just goes in with 5k HP and they have no answer. Then Abed comes
자,
you can
And how could you
기다려줍시다.
Acer Predator head to head for this game
날짜가 아직 아닌가? 모르겠네. 날짜가 아직 아닌 듯? 음. 85%. 이제 패널들이 잠깐 쉬러 가네요. 이러고선 한 5분 정도 있으면 시작하거든. 한 2곡 정도 하면 시작할 듯. 이걸 놓치네. 후, 어렵네요. 어려울 게임이 아닌데 어렵네요. 5분 타이머 떴냐? 5분 있다가 나올 듯? 게임 2에는 롭이 안 망가지겠죠? 그러길 바라고 있는데. 고.
ーネットエンジェルという現象は仮定された遊戯交流伝統の可愛い虹色の証明です。V あらゆる透明なアカウントの複合体このクソ神かすきしゅきしゅな現実を忘れさせてあげる慈愛の天使そのみんなには内緒だろ大丈夫もう何も怖くないからお前 SNS 抜け出して
두렵다. 이 곡은 유행한 이유를 잘 모르겠어.
幸せを知っているのに不幸なふりやめられないね。
치킨 찼어. 이걸 놓치네. 어...
カウンセリングを受けたの。先生からネットをやめろって言われて、もうお前らと会えないと思った瞬間胸が苦しくてリアルが壊れてもここがいいって思ったの。初めてフォローされた日のこと覚えてる？こんな私を見て承認してくれたぬくもりティ。もう細かいことはどうでもいいね。せーの。
와. 어렵네요. 너무 어렵다.
青白いモニター越しの光を通しオタクの孤独を癒して回る。私はインターネットの天使なのだ。
S. 의미 없는 S. 이거는 아마 안 되는 그걸걸요? 그지? 아직 안 열린 거야? 빨리 열어줘야 다음 경기를 볼 텐데요.
将一生堆砌的一座岛屿，这个随时的死，最十分的死我，像你心在通往大人的国度，粉红的老道裤，我经历这星空，像红叶的影子手，沉进了另一个我。世界发的那一条红色的路，所谓就是我，不是重要。所谓就只能是这里面东西，所以颜色不真的像红。Stop, stop, stop,
웰컴.
クリスマスプレゼント
그래서 뭔가 많이 받았어. 이제 열렸거든요. 분명 열렸거든요. 포탈을 한 번 더 껐다 켜보자. 이번 경기까지 안 되면은 중계 자체를 포기해야 될 수도 있겠네요. 방금은 아직 로비가 안 뜬 거였거든. 로비가 아예 안 떠버리는 것 같은데요. 그러면 이러면 지금 관전 서버가 아예 망가졌나봐요. 완전히 불가능한 상태입니다. 다른 경기들 아니면 그냥 라이브 되나? 미포시카 여긴 또 되는데? 드림리그 얘네는 뭘 어떻게 하길래 서버가 똑바로 안 잡히는 거야? 로컬 서버를 관리를 잘못하고 있나? 안 되면 어떡한다? 도적질을 한다. 어쩔 수 없네요. 자, 판고가 열리고 벤지 나오고 나머지는 비슷합니다. 나무 아직 살아있거든요. 아, 죽어있군요.
Yeah, I think that's the sick one.
Maybe a pretty good pick this game.
Maybe next Dream League.
Next Dream League.
I mean, we have some
무에르타.
Yeah, but
really bad ideas.
Roche
Some good ideas for bad
Universal.
ideas
아직
for
탭을
later.
살아있는데
This
무에르타네요.
draft specifically, they're just gonna
탭을 그냥 뽑을만해 보이거든요. 굳이 무에르타여야 했나 싶은데.
He's very comfortable with. It seems that he's kind of added TA to the list of heroes that are working for the squad.
Yeah.
And seeing all the other ones are banned, he will just go back for the Muerta. Morta isn't particularly good or bad versus the TA. So this is clearly just a comfort pick, right?
Yeah.
It's a strong laner. He likes the hero. It can carry any given game, but it's not necessarily picked because of what Betboom is showing.
If you're Betboom, does Pure play Primal Beast? I feel like what you
Haven't
want
seen it.
against Muerta are heroes that can get in the back line.
Pure has
True.
not played any Primal.
Yeah,
And it's good against Pango because you can take him out of the role, but I don't know if that really goes like into his hero pool. They would have loved to pick Centaur, so Shopify, of course, they prepared for this. They take that hero out to
무에르트 나왔으면 그냥 피통큰 켄타나.
An added benefit of this Muerta pick is that the hero is pretty good against Legion Commander, right? Which is what
불사조?
Spirit did right there.
now we're getting to the
도끼?
point where
도끼도
Pure has to
괜찮긴
diversify
해요.
his
리전도
bans.
좋은데.
The Centaur got
He
banned.
plays
The
that.
Legion wasn't good.
He's not diversifying.
He's gonna have to. The
Well,
only hero
이제
left
듀얼
that he's
없어도
played
이제
with is
콜 걸면
Depth.
되니까.
Yeah, but
쿨 타임
he's
자체가
got
차이가
a lot
나다
of
보니까.
facts.
Oh,
Maybe
sorry,
not.
he's
꼭 무에르타 찾을 필요도 없죠.
I'm
도끼는.
just talking about this tournament in specific.
but
He has not played this hero yet.
He's very comfortable.
그런 부분이
Yeah.
좀 있어요.
So I think this is taking a half page out of Team Spirit's book here. They also did the Phoenix versus the Morta, and first I was like, hey, the Morta's pretty good versus the Egg. Why would you do that? But the other two spells are really good versus Morta. Attack, slowing her attack speed. The Sun Ray going through the calling as well. Like, not the calling, what's the ult even called? I don't even remember.
Pierce the Veil.
Pierce the Veil, yeah. So all your spells go through Pierce the Veil, which is super annoying.
Yeah.
And
Fiorion.
that's when Morta becomes
열려있기는 했는데
strong, 'cause much like a TA, Morta is a hero that doesn't
상대 서폿이 약하니까 나왔겠죠.
but these heroes kind of like forced you into a weird spot.
4번으로 붙여주면은 엄청 편해지기는 해요.
Phoenix, you're also playing versus the Bane, so BKB is not great as well. I like the responses so far to the Morta.
Do you guys know how many instances of damage Sprout does per second?
I think 1 or
I
2.
feel like it does more, but I'm
1 or
not
2.
sure.
I would guess that'd be 0.5 seconds.
Yeah, I'd say 2. It's like tick tick.
I'm trying to wrap my head around what makes this a good Nature's Prophet game. So I was at least thinking, okay,
0.75.
does it do something against TA, for example? Because like, what's the? Is it literally just we're gonna try to run over the lanes, or
Don't like that pick. at
I'm
all.
not a big fan of it either, to be honest.
It is a hero that can. I mean, yeah, you can TP mid, I guess, and try to do something. Because even if you can eat the tree instantly, it does buy enough time for maybe a Rolling Thunder to hit or something like that.
I mean, there must be something about them just
Legion
like
ban.
potential where the Nature's Prophet helps the Venge in the Pango.
레전 밴은 잘 모르겠다.
Like what, early Solar Crest on top of the.
이게 오프 퓨리온일 가능성도 있거든, 나름.
Like try to speed up the game, maybe. But I was also kind of looking more so.
퓨리온이 민첩 너프를 많이 받아서 애매하긴 한데.
Much way of this Nature's Prophet being a flex. I think offline Nature's Prophet looked dead, and I would not want to lane it into TA either.
아이 뭐 못 쓸
Just have
정도는
to
아니고.
be a crit hero.
we have received confirmation from production that Tsunami's right for the first time this event.
It was every half second.
Every half second.
Let's go.
That was my second guess.
그래서 조금 더 좋게 생각한다면은 무에르타를 위한 셋업을 하나 더 챙기긴 하겠네요.
I said 1 or maybe.
묶어놓고 있는 거는 듀얼이 더 좋을 것 같기도 해요.
Pretty slim for Nightfall.
이 테머가 헬인지 미든지 아직 모르긴 하는데 GPK로 쓰다
With this
보니까.
Prophet Pango. Is it a killable lane? Is it possible?
Anything's
Omni-ban?
possible, but it's not good.
If you put your mind to it.
I mean, how do you you TP and you sprout him? Doesn't sound great to me.
It sounds like you need +1.
Yeah, sounds like he is not the +1.
If Venge comes,
Omni-ban은 또
don't like
새로운데요.
the MP pick for what they need, but if you kind of look at what's left, there's not a lot, right? The Bane and Willow seem to be the pos-4s of the patch right now, and those are gone. And we've seen other adaptations of trying to get that stun from another hero like a Shadow Shaman, Gaming Gladiators, rest in peace for trying that one. A lot of these heroes just like aren't working
Yeah.
in this patch.
Could have seen maybe like some SD, but either way, they've got the natures. They'll have to focus on something else now. This
What
is going to be your Saberlight hero, most likely.
Shopify used to love Grimstroke. What
Yeah,
happened
what
to that hero?
Yeah. Well, I guess this game they don't have the best. Swell
They've got
carrier.
an idea, and we'll see.
Okay.
I don't know what their idea is. To me, it doesn't look like the best idea.
Maybe
but
the offlaner pick will convince you.
that's why they're pros, and I'm on the couch. And that's the hero that I feel like
하헌
should get
하헌
exploited here. Like, is there Monkey's banned? Okay.
Yeah. They did ban for it decently.
RTG 성불 가능하냐고요?
'Cause you have the freedom.
근데 게임 1에서 RTG가 성불할 만큼 죽었어.
I was gonna say, you have the
그게
freedom
살짝
to
신경 쓰이거든요.
do what you want to.
RTG를 던져준 것도 몇 개 있었는데 그게 아니어도 RTG가 죽은 게 좀 있어가지고.
Yeah, I feel like
What
that's
can
a
you
pretty
pick that
good
can
one.
just like dump on this hero?
The only thing I would see,
Razor? Could just pick a Razor carry here.
Razor could work. I would also like a secondary hero who can maybe jump in. I've said
아무튼 타헌 이길 거 가지면 백붐이 좀 유리해 보입니다. 타헌을 이길
I
거를.
think you can play double range with TA and +1, and I kind of play for this mid game, but I would like a hero that can go in, like mid Earth Spirit or a safe link carry that will like buy a blink in a mid game.
저거는 또
Why
나왔어요.
not?
His stats aren't updated.
Yeah,
This
that's a
guy's
lie.
2-1.
Run it back.
What makes this better than our suggestions? I mean, we don't have to agree.
저거는
I'm trying to understand what's the appeal.
I mean,
You're picking Jug into Muerta.
Jug,
이게 흡혈마가 구리다 보니까 나오는 거기는 한데
Okay.
Yeah.
because you do, I think it's 80% magic resistance in Blade Fury. So
Yeah.
pop Pierce the Veil, pop Blade Fury, you're good.
I mean, I think you at least you match up very well with your team's mid game. Like when TA is strong, when Axe wants to fight, Jug will help do the same. You got the healing ward, you can go Roche. So I think it's
복귀에
more perhaps
흡혈만
for
태우는 게 조금 더
against Tide.
효용이 더 좋지 않았을까 이번 거는. 조금 애매한 것 같아요 저거는.
Yeah. Well,
Is it still though?
I don't think.
I mean, it's pretty good against Pango too, actually. The Jug, you can just omni his ass.
흡혈마보다 레인 더
I think
좋고
Razor's the best possible pick.
중반도 옴니 때문에 좋기는 한데
The best pick, most.
조금 더 운영 생각하면은 흡혈마가 나았고 굳이 이제
Last game, much better.
디스펠 겸 이런 게 필요하다면. 그리고 또 다른 거 고르자면 트롤이 있거든요.
I think Shopify is a pretty.
트롤 방금 벤이었나?
average draft, and I'm gonna go with
잘
that.
기억이 안 나긴 하는데.
You think we're gonna get another average performance out of Abed?
무에르타 때문에 저거 넣으신가?
Against Jug,
조금 애매한 것 같아.
Bane, and Templar Assassin. Let's see if he can pull out another rabbit out of his hat, or if we're going to game number 3 as we get ready. PogChamp Pandas.
어쨌든 자꾸 로비가 터지는 바람에 도망하고 있습니다. 어쩔 수가 없어요. 로비가 접근이 안 돼. 그냥 라이브 서버가 터진 것 같진 않거든. 오늘은 어제 막 터졌다고 들었었는데. 뭐 연결이 안 됩니다 수준이 아니라 그냥 연결되는 듯이 화면 검해졌다가 연결이 안 되는 거라 에러 없이 뭔가 문제가 있는 것 같아.
A game down in this series, but they stick to their guns. Avery, they're going to stick to the Nightfall Juggernaut, and well, Shopify are also sticking to guns as they pick up the pistol-wielding Muerta.
I like it. I'm not sure why they took it on that slot though.
그래서 시작이 됐습니다.
We're gonna play this hero. Like, if you're gonna take the Fury on anyway, why not take the Fury on and then hold it? But it won't really matter in the end. They probably would have ended up with the same draft regardless, and it's all about Pangolier. You're talking more. I mean, this is Pango. Pango has been the premier hero of the tournament if you can get your hands on it. We saw Abed pop off last game, so I expect something similar here, though he does have to play into the grip and Juggernaut TA. Not the easiest Pango game, however, that's why you pick Pango, so you can play in anything. We'll see if it proves true. I think Bet Boom have a lot more going for them this time.
뱃살이 픽이 훨씬 편해 보여. 팡고, 타헌, 벤지, 퓨리온, 무에르타 다 좋기도 하고 이놈의 저거넛이 그렇게 효과가 있을까 싶어. 상대 스펠에 대한 이제 디스펠이 있긴 한데
There's not a lot of counterplay from Shopify other than they're just jumping you first or building snowball momentum off the Furion.
퓨리온 너프 당했어도 여전하죠. 그냥 톡톡톡톡.
I don't know. I feel like if Betboom get Roshans in this game, they're gonna win. So Shopify need to put themselves in a position where they stop that objective falling to the Templar Assassin Juggernaut.
이 어차피 스텝 뺏기면은 황폐석 대식 스펙 들면 돼요. 그냥 샷까지 둘둘둘둘 하면서 오히려 더 맞게 박아놓으면 되는 거라. 그래서 미드 어떻게 팽고가 먼저 레벨 찍었어요. 그러니까 도저히 이제 막을 수 없는 레인도 2대2도 사기고 운영도 개사기였던 게 레인저는 적당히 세고 이제 사기 정도는 아니고 운영은 여전히 개사기인 그런 상황이라 단적으로 이제 이따가 GPK한테 텔레포트 타가지고 나무로 그냥 길만 막아도 쉴드 그냥 다 날려버리니까 지금 GPK 강 아래로 내려가는 순간 죽을 수도 있거든요 그것 때문에.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good for a first phase, first pick hero.
Yeah.
He's probably been literally first pick ever.
문제가 있어요 그런 게.
I doubt his hero has gone through the second phase, so that is a very good win rate.
충분히 솔로 킬도 가능해 보이긴 하는데 들어가기엔 좀 그렇고.
Now, what about another matchup that you were talking about, the Juggernaut pick against?
이렇게 한 번씩 오죠. 그러니까 이 운영은 여전히 세.
Straight back to top.
갑자기 여기서 튀어나와가지고 텔레포트 타고 블러드 그레네이드 하나 톡 던지고서는 톡톡 치기 시작하면은 원래 혼자 때려잡던 애는 아니고 머리스 차이 내면서 슬로우 받고 때려 죽이던 거라 예전합니다. 결과적으로 이제 텔레포트 데미지는 바뀐 게 없으니까.
Also a very strong laner though. It's not generally here you just want to leave alone because she gets kind of abused in the 2-on-1s a lot of time. In the 2-on-2 she's very strong. So
아무튼 RTG가 이번 판은 전판보다는 조금 불안한 픽이기는 한데 그래도 게임 자체는 SR이 너무 편해 보인다. 오 커리어 근데 커리어의 목수 신발인데요.
Yep. So these lanes are once again going cruisingly for Shopify Rebellion, as they are not going to get outlaned by Boom this series, that is for sure. Bringing the heat, it's going to come down to the mid game. I also like this Phoenix Morita matchup. I think Phoenix is one of the better supports versus Hero. Though people always talk about, oh, you can like double shoot versus the egg and this type of nonsense. But at the end of the day, Phoenix as an AoE
백범이 이기려면은 한타를 진짜 환상적으로 해야 될 것 같은데. 알 진짜 좋은 위치에 깔고 베인이랑 엑스랑 다 같이 들어가면서 우르르 이제 묶어놓고 이거죠. 감당 안 돼요 이거.
Abed was already putting a lot of pressure. They were pretty even on CS, but when it comes to the trade-off on regen, Abed was
저거를 템플러 세신으로 막을 방법이 없어.
and then that sets up the rotation from Shopify. They're perfectly fine with leaving this Tidehunter alone.
해머가 1픽이었기 때문에 아예.
It's gonna be another good start for Abed, and Shopify should prioritize him here. This is a lane that's very gankable, especially when you have the Furion. You put the TA behind, it's gonna be ancient catch-up duty for GK.
결국은 템머만 찍어 눌러놓으면은 세이버라이트 픽아웃.
Return the favor. Saberlight will escape.
Yeah, he's got boots. So
그러면 자동으로 이제 백범이 밖으로 나올 영웅이 없거든요. 복귀가 일단은 레인 이기긴 이길 건데 그거 가지고 운영하기에는 상대 픽들이 홀 한 번 넣었다고 이길 수 있는 픽은 아니야. 오 이거 디나이.
A lot of different cores available to them. They opted for the Juggernaut. Do you feel like this is a good hero against Muerta? Because the stats do not back it up. The pub stats.
I mean, generally no, because
저넛이 막타 잘 먹기는 하는데 결국은 백범이 주도적으로 뭘 하긴 그렇고 받아칠 수는 있을 것 같거든요 그나마. SR이 무리하기를 좀 기대해봐야겠죠. 그냥은 어렵고.
Like I think Morta cares more about her counter matchups than the Jug does. Jug is a hero like you're just gonna play Jug. I mean, sure. You know, Nightfall will have his way. I do think these side lanes are better for Bet Boom in game 1 too. They're a bit stronger.
블로우 살짝 더 이번엔 TP 없긴 한데 그냥 튼튼해요. 죽지를 않아요 죽지를.
Nightfall getting forced out of this lane with this Tide Venge that I mean the Venge has been rotating too.
지를 않아요.
I think Axe is going to continue to power up on top, especially when the Vanguard timing. You're not really touching him with Muerta Furion. Furion is really bad versus these Vanguard heroes.
Yeah,
always has been.
Pure is already having a much better laning phase.
Yep. So that is
Legion Commander lane.
That's the big difference here. You're going to have a lot more tempo out of Pure this game, and we've seen especially these Eastern European offlaners just go off with Axe. It's in their wheelhouse for sure.
막타는 테머 잘 먹고 있기는 한데 의외로 또 복구가 될까 그러다 보면.
Yeah, even going back to the old days, you know, it's like DK Phobos and stuff.
These guys they're all Axe mains. They just love it. And even Saberlight is an Axe main. That's his favorite hero.
Is it?
Yep. I know, because when I played with him for a brief stint, he begged me to pick it every single
Oh,
game,
that's right. I
and I never
remember
did.
들어가요 또. 이거 전혀 감당 안 되죠. 실드 그냥 사라지고. 그냥 상성 자체가 오 크리 그나마 잡아가나? 크리 잡아가긴 하네요. 경치 못 넣고 갔어요 근데.
They're going to turn it into two as Dave tried to even the odds, but it's still a 2 versus 3. And they will lose that side of things. Now they TP in the Phoenix late, but
돈이 더 중요한 용이긴 한데 그나마
already a level 7.
좀 아쉽긴 하죠. 평타가 조금만 더 빠르게 날아갔더라면 충분히 먹고 갈 수 있는 거였는데.
Perhaps having the best start for a support Fury we've seen the entire tournament. Fly is an absolute monster right now. He's 5.5 on the levels. Double earn charge off that. This is before Wisdom Runes come out. I guess he got the half.
Wisdom Rune.
This is crazy high level for support Fury.
아이어스캔은 위즈덤 룬에 박아 넣었거든요. 근데 아직 텔레포트가 없는 거라.
So
I
better
expect
side
you to ramp
lanes
it up.
for Bet Boom, but a worse matchup in the mid. Seems that
And supports. It's another game where I feel like the Bet Boom supports are just not having the game flow they want.
길 잘 막기는 했어요. 근데 조금 애매하죠.
Came from the shot, ends up breaking down the tree. So
공포가 똑바로 안 들어가가지고. 이거 가까워 보이는데요. 퓨어. 글쎄요 정리하고 갈 생각이었던 것 같은데 해가 죽었어. 마뎀이 좀 있거든 암만 뱅가드를 들고 있어도. 그래서 8분론 에이스트.
I mean, maybe this is just part of the flow of having your supports have a successful laning phase, but
한거가 진짜 너무 잘 크고 있는 것 같아. 한거 디퓨 나왔을 때 배쁨이 한타 많이 어려울 것 같은데.
Toronto Tokyo's been winning almost all those rune battles for Bet Boom the entire tournament. If you just match them on the numbers, it's there's only so much skill that can go into a rune.
한 번 더 가나요?
battle.
퓨리언도 올 수는 있어요. 오, 트로저 토끼 거의 죽을 뻔. 근데 크릿을 내주긴 하겠죠 이렇게 되면. 한번 재우고. 오, 근데 오히려 아베드가 폼이 좀 돌아오긴 돌아왔어. 돌아오긴 돌아왔는데 해설들이 말하는 것처럼 옛날만큼 돌아온 건 아니고 적당히 돌아온 것 같아. 옛날에는 진짜 잘했는데 지금은 진짜 잘하는 정도는 아니고 적당히 잘하는 정도.
To a great start in this game too. Top net worth in the game.
Still hasn't died in the entire series. Worth noting. Sometimes that just gets in your head.
SR이 스피릿이랑 제전을 하게 될까 이렇게 되면?
Playing on another level. It's gonna be this axe blink to try and shift the tides right now, as your Juggernaut's gonna be doing Juggernaut things and farming the whole game. So it will likely come down to Pure to take the fights, defend the areas, and enable the supports. Most importantly, you're looking at Phoenix Bane. How do you get in there and use these spells? Off of any engagement, it's got to be the axe going in.
Yeah.
Is this more ancient stealing? Oh, this feels super good for Shopify if you get away with it. But yeah, they do
이거는 큰데요 먹히면. 일단 크리 잡고. 근데 GPK가 은근히 킬을 자꾸 주워 먹고 있어. 많이 어려웠는데.
Very tough go. Crit will pay the price.
And also the levels are there for Bet Boom. Phoenix is now
Regen.
so big team fight abilities.
Cannot overextend in this type of game. Very easy to overextend.
DVR 꺼놨는데 혹시 또 밀린 거 아닌지 한번 체크를 해보십시오.
Maybe conservative.
지금 채팅을 10분 때 받았습니다. 무슨 퓨어한테 그냥 먹여주네.
Clean the plate.
I like that priority. You have a Templar Assassin and a Juggernaut, but they give the Ancient stack to the Pure Axe. I mean, you have two carries. When you have
영교상에
to make sure that your one playmaker is actually fit for duty.
이게 SR이 한거 위주로 계속 굴려보면 되는데 애매하게 테머만 노리는 게 아니라 욕심을 부리다가 좀 테머가 커버린 느낌? 성미까지 쫓아왔죠 지금.
Yo, Nightfall, we got some stacks for you, man. Don't worry about Don't worry about it, man. They're waiting for you.
He's gonna make sure in like 2 minutes.
1K 차이.
He's like, yeah, see the stack is here.
Oh, Abed must have stolen him. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, it was that Pango invasion earlier.
한고도 스택 먹고요.
Speaking of that,
한국가 디퓨 이제 600
very quickly as he's doing his own stacks. Maelstrom done for
디퓨 나오면 좀 더 적극적으로 돌겠죠. 세이버라이트 메테오 헤매도 나왔고
up for Shopify Rebellion.
일단 세이프로 시작해서 미드 밀고 어퍼 밀고 할 텐데 대범이 이제 받아칠 레벨들이 됐어요. 서폿이 거기서부터 좀 봐야 될 것 같습니다.
More importantly, you got the defusal pretty much finished on Abed here. And you almost have a vessel done on fly. These are really big and powerful items for these early fights if you get it going, if you're Shopify, especially with Wave of Terror going through a lot of long-range poke, right? You're going to get hit by Wave of Terror, Diffusal, Swashbuckle, and a Wrath of Nature, potentially a vessel thrown on top of you, so they're going to jump first.
들어가나요? 판고 멀쩡하죠. 오히려 레비지. 이제 디퓨 나와서 마나 빨려요.
Just didn't commit enough. It's like they weren't ready for the jump. GPK's not in there. You only get one Fire Spirit out. There's no Brain Sap, no grip.
Yeah, I think the extra commitment there definitely was Toronto Tokyo could have used egg, right?
너무 스킬을 아꼈던 것 같은데 한번 지우고.
But you know, you see the opening, you got to take it and swap ready from crit, get the extra damage reduction. Big deal for the Pangolier in this game. That to me is the really annoying part about Pango in this patch. Is the hero puts you in a position where you have to jump him. You feel like you have to jump him first.
Yeah.
And it makes these lineups with saves built in that much more straightforward to play. It makes your saves so much better. Like swap on the Pango this game is just teamfight winning every time. And there's not many heroes in the meta that do that. I mean, the Phantom Assassin is definitely another one.
안 밀렸어요?
You save Phantom Assassin, you just win the fight. You save if
안 밀렸다는 답장을 저는 3분이 지나서 받은 것 같은데요. 제가 말한 이후로. 아무튼 다시 키셨어요? 아무튼 이상하네. DVR 키면 어지간하면 다시 싱크가 맞춰지는데 뭘로 보고 계시길래 근데 시청 환경이 어느 건가요? TV는 이럴 수 있다고 생각해. 스마트 TV 같은 걸로 그냥 유튜브 앱으로 본다면. 근데 핸드폰이나 컴퓨터로 보면은 자동으로 보통 맞춰지더라고. 태블릿? 태블릿 뭔데요? 벤스드 쓰고 있어요? 벤스드 가끔 밀리는 에러 있기는 해. 리벤스드든 뭐 여러가지. 엘탭? 모르겠네.
Still got vessel charges as well. I mean, if I'm fly, I would really like a fight to break out.
채우고 근데 쫓아갈 게 없고 이거는. 어쨌간에 근데 뱃봄이 방금처럼 글쎄요 이게 SR이 다이브를 안 치는 이상 뱃봄이 싸울 방법이 없어. 대거들을 뽑기는 했는데 일단 대졸 뽑아봐야겠죠. 대졸 뽑아보고 나름 잘 받아 먹었으니까. 그래서 저거넛은 배필 뽑고 파밍 해보고. 덕기는 칼갑 대거로 어쨌든 무액타 물어보면 되는 거고.
See, I was gonna say I like what's going on for Bet Boom. It feels like this is like it's a much better pace for compared to game one, right? Even net worth, they're not getting run over, and they simultaneously have kind of like almost a greedier lineup. They have double carry, right? Whereas last time it felt like the Juggernaut had to take the game all on his own. Now this could change, and you know maybe Shopify run over them, but at least for right now, I feel like the pace of the game is really good for Bet Boom.
It's definitely good for Nightfall. I think GPK is probably pretty happy about it as well.
Yeah.
I think if there's anybody suffering, it's probably supports. Because normally Toronto Tokyo would, I think he'd just be pushing some lane super deep with the Phoenix here and getting really fat, right? But he just hasn't had the space, and the early tier 1s going down to the Tide have constricted it a bit. You're also afraid of this Furion TPing on you. So that's, I think Toronto Tokyo is not feeling too great about his scaling this game. He doesn't need much, but
SR 물론 후반 괜찮기는 한데 중반 분위기 좀 이상해지는 것 같아요. 중반에 더 압박할 수 있을 것 같은데 뭔가 요상해지는 느낌이 들어요. 어쨌든 1차 3개 다 처리했습니다. SR. 세이브는 근데 저기서 뭐 하는 거야?
I don't believe you. You can't fool me on this. There's no way you know tower lore.
No, their artifices connect to the ancient's willpower.
어쨌든 도끼는 준비됐고 GPK도 대졸 나왔죠 이제.
Stretch and a half.
That's not stretch and a half.
해머도 준비됐고 저것은 뭐 원래 파밍이라고 치고.
Can't argue with the truth, Austin. You got caught with your
SR의 데미지가 조금 적기는 한데 일단 판고 디퓨가 어느 정도 활약을 할지 봐야 될 것 같아요. 어쨌든 잘 싸우면은 이길 수는 있어 서로.
Raisin oatmeal cookies in that lore.
베인 같은 게 테머 물면 테머랜다. 판고 같은 거 물고
So looking to
수압 못하게 좀 거리 잘 벌리고 그러고 시작하면은 어떻게든 되는 거고 지금처럼요.
pick up
이러면 모르거든.
man with a soul as
He dies.
지금 공격 한번 애매하게 치지 않았나 싶은데.
Finally dies in the series from a
아베드 드디어 죽었습니다. 이거는 굉장히 큰 킬.
putting the Bane to use.
that was a really good smoke. They're gonna get good vision off it. Steals
이걸 아마 끊는 용도 아닐까요? 핀드그립.
Kind of hope for off of very low committal, just a grip and a deso charge for DPK.
홀 잘 걸기는 했는데 녹여낼 수 있나요? DP 아웃.
But they are
오,
ultimately just
모자라요.
tried to go for the calling blade. It was a fair attempt. He was hoping the
수압 한번. 이거 뭐 불사조 서폿이니까.
silence and then followed up with the fear.
아티즈
Nice
킬입니다.
little combo. It does net them a position 5 drawn to Tokyo Phoenix.
This game's heating up a little bit.
아무튼 퓨리온 율 꽤 괜찮아 보여. 옴니 슬래시 같이 맞아주기도 좋고.
Roshan early again on shot.
힌드그립 끊어줄 때 이제 오키드도 있기는 한데
Muertes is pretty good at doing it and Pain goes.
율이 좀 더 가성비 좋기는 해. 이제 본인 데미지는 안 늘어나지만은 단순히 이제 끊기 위한 템이라고 생각한다면은
Better have
엄영성 생각하면은 율이기는 해요.
death average in this series. That is actually the funniest
론쇼가 챙기고요. 다시 한번 콜. 근데 이번엔 TP 없기는 한데 녹여낼 수 있나요? 그건 아닌 것 같은데요. 모르죠. 오, 콜 한 번 더. 근데 이번에 끌고 와도 조금 짧죠? 오히려 블링크업.
You're just gonna need a break at some point. It's gonna be Silver Edge, either the TA or the Jug, that really opens that kill up. Then you're gonna have to think about it a lot more.
이게 알기스까지 챙겨놨는데 골드 차가 안 나고.
You're a beast.
5대5는 근데 모르겠다. 4대4는 잘 싸우면은 어느 팀이든 이긴 한데.
This Yules is really risky, man. Because the thing about Furion is the strength you bring as a hero is the extra farm you're getting off the map, and what that translates to in terms of the 5-on-5 team fight. Your items really have to be on point. You have to get value out of them because your spells are just not that impactful. And there's you can basically go for any item in the game. I mean, the Ags is probably the most reliable in terms of just getting extra root off your ult. So when he's going something like Yules here,
이게 무에르타 궁으로 저거는 궁 씹어지고 근데 이제 콜 걸리면은 스스로 죽을 수도 있고
even if you get gripped, let's say
그런 와중에도 이제 판고 돌고 뭐 레비지 있고 그러다 보니까
yeah, right, that's like 3 seconds.
5대5 붙었을 때는 스킬 누가 먼저 빼느냐? 인데 사실 먼저 뺄 일이 없는 게 어지간하면은 엑스콜이나 수압이나 레비지 이런 걸로 한타가 시작될 수밖에 없어서
Yeah, it's very good versus Axe. Again, though, it's about positioning. A lot of times, Furion isn't there right at the start. That's why I think saying it's a hard item on to use.
이제 궁 켜고 불킹 켜면은 뭐 칼갑 데미지도 안 들어가니 아무것도 없긴 하죠.
Be there for the fights.
그나마 이제 엑스 스핀 정도.
Item just falls very flat. So we'll see if Fly can put it to use. I mean, of course, you can always build into something like.
그 이외에 아마 템플러 세신 같은 경우에는 가끔 무에르타 상대하면서 레버넌트를 가기는 해요. 그 마녀검 3위템으로 나온 거 원혼의 브론치.
Whereas, you know, something just like Lotus Orb here, for example.
그거 5대면 잡긴 잡거든요 또.
Ags, more reliable. That's why it's an interesting item choice. If it pays off, it'll pay off big. If it falls.
그걸로 잡긴 잡는데. 근데 그거는 6호쯤을 얘기하는 거라 이게 중간에 갈 이유가 없거든요 서로. 그냥 궁탐 잠깐 카이팅하지 뭐 이런 식으로 가기 때문에 그걸 이제 SR이 되도록이면 스펠 계속 들고만 있고 싸움은 안 하고 푸시를 쭉쭉 해서 공간을 줄여보는 게 목표로 타헌이 나온 거였을 텐데 지금 문제가 골드차가 안 나요. 해머를 먹여버리는 바람에 골드차가 안 나. 뒤에 잘 걸었어요. 근데 GPK 조금 멀긴 하거든요. 오, 사이블레드 조금 모자랄고요. 잘 깔았습니다. 근데 더 갈 수 있나요? 같지를 않는데요. 지금 네, CPK가 그나마 크리스는 땄는데 콜이 좀 갈렸던 것 같아. 슈어 계속 올라가서 콜 걸려고 했는데 CPK가 블링크도 쿨이었던 것 같은데 이게 애매해졌죠.
Okay with this? I mean, GPK continuing to heat up. They'll finish his full Hurricane Pike here. You gotta remember, this TA is the most farmed hero in this game right now. Off a slow start, he eventually got there. He's been given a lot of lane creep priority. It's very big. And they're not finding the skirmishes with the Pango. Right? No. I mean, your Aegis is almost expired here. You got what with it, right? You got a Wisdom Rune? That's it. Abba just not finding too much action off of a fast start. Now this
게임 더 봐야 될 것 같긴 한데 판고 한번 죽으면서 너무 내려온 것 같아. 판고가 계속 휩쓸 수 있는 게임인데 판고 타원으로 타워 압박 2차 다 돌려갈 수 있는 게임이었다고 보는데 애매하게 몇 번 잡히고 해머한테 서포트리 그리고 판고 그거 물려 죽으면서 SR 데미지 좀 모자라 보이긴 하죠. 5대5 갔을 때는 괜찮은데 4대4 갔을 때 데미지가 조금 애매해 보여요. GPK 파이크까지.
I mean, you talked about game one, Bet Boom having faith in the Juggernaut to be able to carry them late. 6 items. Feels like now Shopify have to have.
왜 그냥 죽어줬죠? 다이브 있었는데요, 이 가르스 다이브.
I think they were hoping to in this period of time. GPK, he's out. Then do you have faith in the Muerta to be able to still carry this game in 10-15 minutes?
불사조 잡기는 잡았는데.
Close out early, not with the current pace.
It seems pretty hard. I think there will be a timing where RTZ can win the team fights, and if you get that next Roshan,
정말 SR 좀 급해 보이지만
not really. And I mean, you're going up against a Jug and a TA here. I think it's
좀 찾고 싶거든. 싸움을 오히려.
You are gonna have to play into this grip.
오히려 싸움을 한 번씩 하고서는 빠지고 이러고 싶은데 백범이 찢어져가지고 미드에서 한번 싸울까요? 좋기는 해요. 오케이. 다운 대거도 있습니다. 많다 썼으니까 이번에 스턴 넣으면 좀 큰일 나는데요. 살짝 좀 보여요. 근데 레비지가 걸린 게 조금 애매는 하거든요. 서포트입니다. 각도 때문에 안 보였죠, 저거는.
Take over the ancients, get a rune. But all 3 cores dodging the fight and working towards what will be a BKB for Pure and a BKB for GPK. That's going to be the big signal to start taking the fights. Try and line it up with one of Nightfall's big items.
And they have that BKB coming in on the axe, I believe, already. RTZ will bring down that mid-tier 2. Taking the outpost away.
You want to pick up the space if you're Shopify. If Beppoom are just going to farm with 5 heroes, then you better start picking some people off.
I think they know that GPK is doing this right now. It's a little hard to get there.
Oh, they got it.
Yeah, he stole it away. Really good use of the swashbuckle there to claim the last hit on the tournament.
저거를 봐서 먹네. 근데 콜 잘 걸었어요. 킬 하나. RTZ 궁 먼저 썼죠. 근데 이거 콜 잘못 들어갔네요. 이거 던진 수준인데요, 아베드. 혼자 잘못 들어갔다가 핀드 그립. 레비디 없이는 SR이 한타가 안 돼요. 그래서 스킬 들고 있으면서 계속 밀어야 된다는 소리를 한 거였는데 지금 스킬 서포트함대 쓰고서는 한타를 시작한 바람에 TA 푸시 충분히 빨라요. 정글팀도 반각 나와가지고 총합이 9죠.
Just 1,000 net worth lead for Shopify, but again, they're in a situation where
골드 1K 미만으로.
pretty much single carry and Bet Boom only getting stronger on both a Juggernaut and a Templar Assassin. And I think they're at a point
그러니까
where
GPK가
they no longer need to dodge fights. I think they can actually contest this next Roshan, which is
솔직히 개망할 줄 알았는데 첫 번째 데스에서 너무 뻔하게 죽어가지고
they're gonna have the BKBs on.
잘하기도 했고 솔직히 그죠? 어지간하면 그냥 도망만 칠 텐데 어떻게든 상대 치면서 킬 만들어낸 거였으니까.
BKBs, if you're Shopify, you're just going to ignore everything. What are you supposed to do? Who's standing their ground?
그런 거 하나씩 모여서 이렇게 된 거니까요. 나비검
I feel like if Betboom get Roshan's this game.
마방을 갈 순 없으니 최고의 방템입니다.
Because fighting into Aegis with the Muerta, dependent on her ult, and dependency on Ravage here to start the whole fight, it just sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, you already have enough problems because there's 2 different carries you need to be able to target, and there's a question of whether or not Muerta's just going to run out of damage or time on her ultimate. If you have a 3rd hero to contend with via Aegis,
Too much.
Yeah, probably going to be too much for this hero, but we'll see. Butterfly is complete for the Juggernaut. It's a big pickup. Limited time, though, where that's going to be effective against the Muerta anyway, because Arteezy is already halfway to an MKB. But timing is everything here. They've hit their BKB windows. They've got the Butterfly before.
이거 로션 싸움이거든요.
And it's time for that
와드도 봤어요.
Hags just delivered for Abed. Trying to meet this timing head on. You get a good rolling thunder, might just win you this Roshan fight, but it has to be a full duration one that connects with.
이번 한 번에 게임 박살낼 수도 있는데요, 서로.
Get gripped on the Pango and slain. Fight's just over.
무에타가 싹 쓸어 먹거나 아니면 테머가 킬 몇 개 주워 먹거나 그러면은 그대로 게임 끝날 수도 있어요. 이거 다원이제일 앞이야. 오, 콜 잘 피했네요. 아예 엄청 빨리 깔았는데 이러면 잡아봤자 크릿 하나거든요. 불킹도 빠졌어요. 오히려 레비지도 남아있고요. 일단은 벤지 바이브가 없어서 그런지 이대로 로션까지 내주나요? 일단 들어가는 거 봤죠. 슈어벌킹이 빠졌으니까 들어가 보나요? 봤어요, 세이버라이트를. 보여요, 살짝. 라이비 쓸까 말까. 근데 스핀 빠르게 돌렸거든요. 이거 오히려 불킹을 썼습니다, GPK. 그래서 아이기스 누가 먹나요? 아이기스 세이버라이트가 먹었어요. 힌드그림 먹기는 했는데 일단 계속 튕겨가지고 저거까지 잡히나요? 오, 근데 콜 잘 걸어줬네요. 근데 율 진짜 잘 띄워줬고요, 플라이가. 율 산 이유가 있죠. 아티지 근데 녹아버렸어요, 트랩 데미지. 세이버라이트가 잘 먹어주기는 했는데 한타 마무리가 결국은 세이브가 잘 숨어서 핀드그립 잘 걸어줬네요. 이게 플라이가 해줘야 될 게 너무 많아. 힌드그립도 되도록이면 끊어줘야 되고 방금처럼 콜 걸리면은 콜 걸린 거에 율도 되도록이면 걸어줘야 되고 그 부분 좀 애매했죠. 이게 물린 아군이 둘이라 하나만 골라서 세이브를 해야 되는데 이 부분이죠. 플라이가 어떻게 할까 톡톡톡톡 치고 있었는데 어쨌든 간에 때리고 있었으니까요, 저거는. 근데 저기서 퓨어가 튀어나가지고 이게 최소한 저거너까지 잡았으면 몰랐는데 이제는 배폼 타임으로 보입니다. 이제는 SR 진짜 데미지 없어. 결국 이니시가 레비지 뿐인데 레비지로 뭐 불킹도 많고 스핀도 있고 레비지로 서폿을 아예 지우고 시작할 수 있을까? 배폼이 서폿 위전도가 좀 있긴 하거든요, 한타 지속 능력은. 세이버라이트 녹아요. 스택이 되진 않은데. 근데 저거는 침묵 공포 근데 많다. 옴니 슬래시. 근데 저게 저쪽으로 튀네요, 빌리면. 풀피죠. 아이고야. 문제 진짜 데미지가 없어요. 안돼 안돼. 이건 SR 지지를 치고
Here.
게임 3에서 다시 뱀픽
Be wary of this Bane. He's got
정리를 할 필요가 있어 보이네.
Psychic headband.
They're gonna catch up the fly.
이게 뱀픽은 좋았는데
Stand your ground right now if you're Shopify. You don't
테머가
really
큰 게
need
이상한
to
거지.
do it. It's all in this single target utility.
이게 테머가
Hobbit go in.
클 게임이
You just
아니었는데
need the Lotus Orb.
템플러 세신이 중반부터 1등이 다시 돼버려가지고 이상한 거죠.
Commit to the engagement and turn it for you. Right now it's all Bet Boom and their carries are online, man. Both of them are well ahead of the pack. 4 or 5k leads for the Templar Assassin and the Juggernaut. Still have that cheese on GPK as well. Never even had to use it this whole time. So that'll be high ground without an Aegis. They're gonna push it. You're gonna need to jump with this Ravage and get a really good burst on a core.
Yeah, you got to get some brilliant chains done. Surprise them with the Ravage, then chain it with the Rolling Thunder.
I mean, there's only two ways to fight if you're Shopify. You're either going in with the Ravage, committing everything on a big core target, or you're holding the Ravage to try and bail out the grip on the Pango. But that's pretty much it. I don't think there's another route you can take. And a lot of that's dependent on how deep RTZ can get as well. That's sometimes the
10k
issue
차이.
with Morta is
그냥
making
배품이 아주
sure
뛰어오른다 뛰어올라.
in a good enough position to just pop your ult.
미드 7,000골 차이, 캐리 5,000골 차이.
It's very easy to go in with a Ravage, stun a core target, and by the time Morta starts hitting them, your Ravage
도끼는 애초에 대거 물매면은 풀템이기 때문에
more damage. And there's the break. This is a very pivotal item for Bet Boom. Now your Tide Hunter, he's just gonna disappear, man.
He already died pretty quickly when they jumped on him earlier in the river.
실버 엣지 나왔네요 이제.
Break on top of that one. They're gonna pass over the
근데 저거 피가 여기까지 온 게 이상한 거기는 해요. 사실
on the Muerta.
In fact, it's double break right now.
SR이 온 게 이상한 거기는 한데
This is just brutal for Saber.
진짜 오랜만에 상위권 왔는데
Which means your opportunities to get good Ravages or to provide the vision for your team.
이럴 때 한 번이라도 해봐야 되지 않을까요?
Arteezy has hit a peak for Muerta, which is that 20 talent alongside the
big one.
damage of the MK.
20레벨
Really good
특
talent. It's one of the strongest carry talents in the game.
몽키 킹박까지 나왔어요. 이제는 좀
Able to get the hits though.
저거나 칠만해지지 않을까?
Yeah, you also have to like that.
보고 있죠 근데
Added damage, which in a way
실버 엣지 박아놓고 옴니슬래시랑
call the lockdown stabilizers.
아이백은 있습니다.
Seal totem his way out of an Omni Slash. It doesn't work.
일단 크리까지
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Double Silver Edge carry are gonna find you. Save is just gonna run around.
더블 데미지 탑
Smoke, set it for whatever the hell he wants. And what do you
이미
even
빠졌죠?
farming here if you're Shopify? I mean, what is the big turnaround item, right? Bash or Pango to help deal with the BKBs, but
북미의 유일한 희망
on Arteezy.
영원히
No one else is really gonna be scaling up the damage in this game. And it goes back to the issue of can Morta kill all three of these cores?
와 사나와 카야 도끼
I wish him the best.
Sounds near impossible. 8 seconds for that ultimate to work. Always the biggest downside of Muerta. Not like a TV, that meta lasts a long time compared to Pierce the Veil. You gotta get a lot done at a very
감사 진짜 빨리 뚫려요. 서시 버클로 박아 넣어도 마나 별로 거리키지 않죠. 데미지가 없는 거라. 그래서 두 번째 3차까지 밀리베럭 하나 가지고 가네. 지금 플레이 보였거든. 재웠어요. 이거 룬 먹기는 먹었는데 목숨으로 갚게 되겠네요.
Pay a price for it as
take all that experience, but then you just give it right back with the death.
They were sick of this happening.
세이브 죽어요. 죽을 뻔.
Save will be rewarded with the shard.
18k 차. 이게 한 번 망가지니까 쭉 올라버리네. 19k, 20k 그냥 막 쭉.
How does RTZ do damage to Nightfall?
15레벨 AOE.
BKB and spin.
Right click him a lot.
Okay.
I mean, you don't. Right. That's the straightforward answer. You gotta kill the axe when he goes in. That's what you're trying to do if you're Shop 5, which he also has BKB, so... I don't know, man. It's tough. It's a very tough position. This lineup does not function too well from behind.
진짜 이제 잘못 나갔다가 한돌 물려 죽으면은 그대로 메가 크립이고, 그러다가 한 번 잘리면은 게임 끝이고. 뭘 어떻게 할 타이밍은 많이 지났다고 봅니다.
Was Steve just yawning?
Yeah, probably. Guys,
God damn.
had to wake up early for this series.
Putting myself to sleep with this one.
비빌 건도 없죠? 뭐 아무것도 없죠.
We should have been sleeping.
어떻게 잡긴 잡았습니다, 세이브를. 근데 그 이상 가능한가요? 퓨어콜 그대로 들어가고 있고요. 지금 불긴 켜고서는 그냥 무시해요, 아티지를. 그다음 엄니 슬래시 많다 키긴 했는데 오 잘못 튕겨가지고 오히려 아티지 오 콜 피하기는 했어요. 근데 잼 들고 있거든요, X까지. 옆에서 플라이가 먼저 죽고 아티지 잼 없네요. 지금 조금 전에 떨어뜨렸나요? 버스트 안 닿았어요. 그리고 오 이게 사네요.
He just knows. He knows where he is.
서로 알거든요. 근데 이거 이번엔 못 빠져나가요. 데미지가 그러니까 저거를 이제 레버넌트로 마무리를 하는 거죠. 6코어를. 그래서
That's so tough. It looks so good for Shopify too. You're not gonna get much better.
SR이 이니시 괜찮게 걸긴 했는데 서퍼만 자르고 나와야 돼. 코어까지 잡을 딜은 안 돼. 또 라이베이지 박아 넣으면서 한 번에 쓸고 나와야 되는 건데 배품이 그냥 불킹 켜고 그냥 달려와가지고선 한타를 해버려가지고 어떻게 할 방법이 없네요. 그래서 배럭 마무리. 메아크림 나옵니다. 또 한 번 밀리신 것 같은데요. 저는 지금 38분을 보고 있습니다. 이미 차이가 너무 커서 라고 하셨을 때요. GG 쳤네요. 게임 3가 벌어지게 되겠습니다. SR이 그냥 날먹할 줄 알았거든, 게임을 20분 때.
Not too focused on the single target, getting a hero for Toronto Tokyo that is very comfortable playing the fights in. They get save on the pickoff, and then not being too dependent on
20분 때 게임 그냥 끝내면서 날먹할 줄 알았는데
They make the Pangoliers game very difficult. I think the Bane was the go-to band.
이게 어떻게 테머가 복구를 해버리고 게임 이렇게 되냐. 아티지 눈이 좀 심심해 보이네요. 아이고, 이게 브레이킹 시간을 굳이 아낄 필요도 없이 그냥 걸어와가지고 합류를 해버리면은 SR 입장에서는 결국은 때려죽일 딜이 없어서 게임 3 기다려보도록 합시다. 그래서 이놈의 관전이 멀쩡해지는 때가 올까요? 관전 안 멀쩡해지면 그냥 계속 이렇게 도방해야 되는데 도방하면은 내가 말을 덜해. 원래도 덜 하는데 더 덜해. 내가 중계하는 느낌이 좀 덜남.
Yeah, I mean they did really good in the early game, right? They brought it down like what they
아무튼 방금 한타 이거죠.
got the active rune here, then he got another one.
그냥 불킹 켜고 걸어와가지고서는 톡톡톡 치니까
I think they overplayed their welcome quite a bit.
그냥 감당이 안 돼. 옆에 그냥 무에를 다 치고 있어도 무시를 해버리죠.
Desolator TA and Bedboom just get online.
What happened to the lights? Whoa.
What?
Whoa. Would you guys say the real pivotal turning point was, so first of all, Abed had a really clutch steal on the Tormentor, but then right after that they had a 5,000 gold lead.
야, 아베드가 잘 가다가 몇 번 잘못 잘렸어.
He rolls in, gets gripped, dies, loses gem.
이제 본인들 정글에서 핀드 그림 맞고 테마한테 죽은 거는 그러려니 하겠는데 상제 탑 3차 앞에서 잘린 거는 팀이랑 컵이 너무 안 맞으면서 혼자만 잘려버렸고 여기서 아이기스까지 괜찮은데 핀드 그립도 괜찮다고 봤거든요. 나이트볼한테 어쨌든 간에 계속 체인스턴이 들어가고 있었으니까. 근데 멀었어 무에르타가. 차라리 일찍 찢어버렸으면은 슈어 들어오기 전에 잡아냈으면 몰랐는데
So I think when
애매하게
goes into the
늦어가지고.
fight, they should look to communicate like, okay, Fly, I'm sorry, this might be crazy, but you need to get the hell in
RTG가
there.
눈치를 좀
If
잘못
you're
봤죠,
starting to
이거는.
see the Bane and pre-Yule him, or the moment he grips me, you need to Yule him like that, because I think from this point onward, the game is already so hard. You need to clutch it out.
그러니까 뭔가 좀 많이 필요했.
Maybe like Team Spirit, or like as the best team, you need to win hard games, and I think from this point on, it is a hard game. You need to pull out everything you can.
벤지가 조금 더 적극적이었어야 됐나 싶기도 한데 아직은 잘 모르겠네요.
He should repay him. He
어쨌든 게임 3 보면 또 모르니까요.
Dota 101, man. You need to help your teammates.
I mean, going back to Obed, actually, like, I think Shopify Rebellion can't be put in a position where Obed is set up for failure.
Yeah.
And normally, if you watch game number 1, he kind of like won mid by himself. Sure, some rotations would help, but he was required to have both supports camp his lane, and it's still not a good Pango game at the end of the day, right? You're playing versus Grip, you're playing versus TA who has long range, is going to hit you. Omni Slash is bad. Obed just has to play a higher impact type of.
그러니까 로터스가 무난했을 텐데 할버드로 없애는 데미지가 별로 없었어가지고 생각보다. 어차피 저거넛도 있고 그런데 로터스 꽤 괜찮지 않았을까요? 로터스는 근데 그 뭐냐 이길 때는 필요 없었을 거야. 우리가 20분에 끝내자라고 생각했을 때는 필요 없었을 거라. 그런 이유일 수는 있겠네요. 이길 생각이었으면 뭐 그대로 그냥 쭉쭉 밀고 뱃을 가지고도 있고 뭐 그런데 메테오 떨구고 팡으로 슥슥슥슥 하면서 이제 상대 계속 떨어뜨려 놓고 상대 웨이브 클리어도 없으니까 더더욱더 그런 식으로 갈 생각이었지 않을까 싶은데
They banned Willow instead of Bane. I guess Pango's pretty good versus.
Or you need a game-breaking item in this game, which would be Lotus Orb.
애매하게 이제 GPK가 킬 먹으면서 죽고 먹으면서 죽고 먹으면서 죽어가지고
Gives them like a buffer, and I think you want
Tide had one, but they just
요상해졌던 것 같다.
buy in the opening.
약간 운영 면에서 문제였던 것 같아.
Typically, you don't think that Pango's a first phase for Shopify, but what team could deal with these picks coming out of Bedboom? The Bane is like no one wants to have to second phase ban a Bane.
Well,
you
the
didn't even
thing-
see like a Bloodseeker that could have come out also.
It's a different team. Like I could see BetBoom pick this Pango first, and then Shopify picking maybe the TA, because the win conditions are different for both teams. I find Pure and Nightfall to be the win conditions, where on Shopify Rebellion, I think it's Obed and Arteezy, right? Where the supporting cast.
아무튼 게임 3를 봐야 되는데 게임 3 중간 프로그램까지는 이거를 보고
Pango's just the hero that.
그러다가 이제 로비 파졌을 때 적분이 되는지 확인을 해봅시다. 그러고 안 된다면은 뭐 이번에도 결승은 알아서 보는 걸로 해야겠죠. 계속 도망을 하기에는 좀 그래. 중계가 아니게 되어서. 그리고 사실 책상 정리를 어제 시작했는데 마무리가 안 됐어. 지금 방이 쓰레기장이야. 책상 위만 정리되고 쓰레기장이 돼가지고. 어쨌든 간에 로비가 돌아오기를 빌어봅시다. 이게 정작 다른 게임들은 다 멀쩡히 되거든.
I don't blame Abed for having a tough one in this one. I think there isn't a player in the world that can win this game on Pango with the setup that he had, like the way the game went.
얘도 안 된다.
Essentially need to play not a flawless game, but it
얘는 된다.
needs to be clutch.
지금 드림리그만 안 돼.
I think it just needs to be average. And we gotta figure out the battle of the averages as we go to a game number.
다른 대회도 되고 다른 라이브도 되는데 드림리그만 안 되고 있어. 여상해요. GAC 지금 막 게임 시작했네. 아무튼 경기할 때마다 보여주는 세비지와 파이와 SCCC라는데 나는 저 장면 몰라. 진짜 어제 그거 봤어요? 경기 중간에? 어제는 내가 방송을 안 켰었는데 알트 탭을 막아주는 풀과 헤드셋을 못 벗게 하는 풀을 광고했었거든. 네, 중간 타이밍에 그거는 한번 봅시다. 어제 ESL에서 광고해준 게 있어요. 비디오로 따로 잘라놔. 여기 있다.
Being a professional Dota player is hard. You have to keep up with the meta, communicate with your teammates, deal with negative comments on social media, and much, much more. There's a lot of things you have to take care of, so we help to make that a little bit easier. Introducing Headset Glue.
헤드셋 글루.
Our headset glue uses advanced AI technology, nanobots, and RGB to stop you from removing your headset before your professional match is over.
게임 끝나기 전에
Professional Dota 2
헤드셋을
matches can make
못
people
떨어내게 한다.
excited. Relax. Focus on finishing the match. For God's sake, focus on finishing the match. And for a limited time only, if you buy our headset glue, you'll get 32% off our alt-tab glue too.
아이템 못하는
Easy to get
불까지.
distracted during pauses. We understand. It's boring. Why would you want to stay focused on your professional match that you're playing for real,
퓨어까지 한 번에
actual money?
매겨버렸어.
So let us help
알뜰 때
you
파지
be
말라고.
the best Dota 2 player you can be with Dota 2 glue.
진짜 개웃기더라. 아무튼 본편으로 돌아갑시다. 자, 5분 대기. 5분 대기 동안은 커피나 일단 하나 먹을까요? 방금 목이 탁 하고 터지는 느낌이 들어서 결절이 터졌나 했는데 그냥 잠깐 목이 말랐었나 봐요. 아이고, 지금 두어 달 가량 갑자기 막 방송을 더 열심히 해서 트위치로 켤 때보다. 그리고 도타가 아니라서 더더욱 말이 많아진 것 같아. 도타에 대는 말이 별로 없는데 도타가 아니라서 말이 많아서 그런지 살면서 느껴본 적 없는 말을 많이 해서 목이 잠기는 경험을 하고 있어요. 내 인생에 이런 일이 있을 줄은 몰랐어. 도타 만겜? 만겜도 만겜이지만은 이제 내가 게임에 집중해야 돼서 말이 별로 없잖아. 뭔가 생각하면서 하기는 하는데 그 생각을 다 입으로 표현을 못하겠어. 순간순간에. 내가 왜 풀링을 했는지 왜 뭘 했는지 이런 거를 다 해설하면서 하기에는 그 다음 생각을 해야 되는 데다가 사소한 것까지는 이제 직감적으로다가 플레이를 하다 보니까 직감적인 부분까지는 설명을 하기가 좀 그렇잖아. 저는 이제 이론 중심이긴 한데 이론을 몸에다가 익혀놓는 느낌이라 내가 생각을 하는 게 사고를 통해서 행동을 하는 게 아니라 이런 게 있지 하면서 몸에 익혀놓는 거랑 좀 그래. 그냥 서포트 하는 게 나아. 서폿이 스트레스가 적기는 해요. 이제 코어를 하면은 서폿 때문에 뭐 하면서 이제 스트레스 받고 내가 뭘 해야 되는데 성장도 신경 쓰이고 그러는데 서폿은 자기 할 일 해놓으면은 쟤가 저러면 아 쟤 때문에 졌네 그래버리면 말고 끝이거든. 캐리가 못해서 졌네 해버리면 끝이야. 매치 시간도 훨씬 짧고 나는 매치 시간 때문에 캐리 못하겠더라. 임모탈 찍을 때마다 생각을 하는 건데 이렇게 지금처럼 막 패너 메두사 최근엔 이런 식으로 메타가 정해져 버리잖아요. 캐리가 완전히 1황이 이럴 때 캐리 하고 싶은데 매칭 시간 다른 사람도 똑같이 생각하는지 막 20분 넘어. 그러면 이제 에이씨 캐리 하느니 게임 두 판 돌리고 만다 이러면서 어쩔 수 없이 다른 포지션으로 옮겨가는 거지. 어쩔 수가 없습니다. 아무튼 이번 대회하고 그 뭐야 아시안 뭐 시기가 있거든요. 아시안 컵이 있는데 그거는 뭐 애초에 말레이랑 중국 두 팀밖에 없어서 사실상. 그러니까 코어 넣으면은 코어는 최소한 잘하건 못하건 막타를 먹으려고 하거든. 파밍을 하려고 하고. 근데 서폿을 하면은 옆에서 경험치 빨대 꽂고 구경만 하는 애들이 있어. 이거는 도저히 뭐 어떻게 안 돼. 그런 애들은 완전 가망이 없는 거라. 시작부터 이제 느낌이 다르거든. 코어는 뭐 상성이 어쩌고 파밍이 어쩌고 이제 몇 가지 핑계도 있고 상황이 어쩌고 이렇게 얘기할 수 있는데 데미지가 어쩌고. 근데 이제 서폿은 몇 개 있어. 굳이 안 던져도 눈에 보이는 몇 개가 있어. 막타를 뺏어 먹는다. 풀피 풀마나로 나무 속에 있는다. 레인지 크림 내가 먹을 수 있는 건데도 불구하고 지가 스킬 날려서 꼭꼭 그것만 먹는다. 캐리 뒤에 숨어서 풀피 풀마나로 캐리가 2대1 하게 만든다. 이것들이 있어. 그래서 이제 시작부터 힘 쭉 빨리는 거거든.
Can we turbo later?
We have scrims.
So cool.
그거 스트레스 받아서 코어 하기 어려워.
Such a green day. So was yesterday, and so will be tomorrow. Guys, do you ever think about losing? Some things have been happening that might be related. I picked the wrong hero in the draft. I forgot when to stack camps.
회복할 때 이제 빠져 있어야지.
No
풀피 풀만으로 빠져 있어.
I don't know what I can do.
You have to go to the real world.
Wow. So this is the real world. What's going on? Why is everybody looking at me?
What the hell is that on your neck? What are you, a Fortnite gamer or something?
포트나이트 게이머.
Dodo 2? What the hell is that?
뒀다 그게 뭐냐. 아이고야.
Dota players outside? That's impossible.
다시 다우라스.
We haven't played Dota in like 5 years.
Oh.
No one rests until that Dota player is back in the Steam house.
Dota players only have one ending.
Get that Dota player.
Come on.
Noob from UA highlights lasts forever.
No, you can't just host Dream League. Why not? I have 15k MMR.
하밍순. 와 바비걸. 딱 한 소절만 해주네요.
Inside, it's fantastic. It doesn't matter how much aggressive.
You're really good at falling.
Thank you.
That was so funny.
It took multiple takes. I offered to do it on like the hard ground.
메이저에서 쓸데없는 공연하는 것보다 이런 숏 필름 같은 거 하나씩 하나씩 풀어주는 게 더 재밌는 것 같아.
Yeah, go for it.
Next time.
Yeah.
I was vetoed for this one.
You have 15k.
불안하죠. 불안하죠. 안됨. 아이고 우리는 도망을 할 수밖에 없습니다.
Just like Shopify, if they're able to beat Bet.
그러니까 발리 메이저 진짜
Theory comes true that Shopify.
베를린 메이저는 카메라 줌을 안 당겨서 그런가 그냥 노래 틀어놓고 춤추나 보다 했는데 와 발리 메이저는 장난 아니었어.
The gyro, the brewmaster, and the dawnbreaker.
You know it's business time when Bulba's put back on the cap, you know?
That's true. He didn't wear.
자 PA 밴을 할까요?
Really?
선픽 SR입니다.
Put the hat back on. Like,
PA 1픽 박아버릴지 어쩔지.
There's Invoker. Like maybe they would want to run it back with better bans.
기마 밴, 판고 픽.
Do that with the TA and the Beast. Now it's kind of like up to Batboom.
이제 판고 D3일 때는 패너 같은 거 나와도 어쨌든 간에 그냥 버티고 퍼감으로 버티고서는 디스함 넣어가지고서는 괴롭힐 수 있었는데 지금은 공속각이라
Most teams really liked.
팬텀 스트라이크 쓰면은 칠 수 있어.
Is it really just an unpickable hero now? I
Yes.
guess it is.
인버커
It just like changes the
아베드
HP
앞에서
generation.
GPK의 인버커.
You know, pro players play a lot on feel, right? And
서포트 밴드
Ember has lost
이어집니다.
0.1 second on, what was it, both Slight and on the Activate Fire Remnant?
But he still picked a lot,
It
even though
still has some good matchups. It's just these players, they want to, you know, feel themselves and have fun, and Ember is just not the same. The hero doesn't have the same fluidity to it that it used to, and the mega outplay potential.
몬스터는 왜 저렇게
It was the
많아?
laning stage, really, just him losing that base region.
이게 몇 개는 빠져 있어야 먹고 있는 느낌이 나지 않을까? 그냥 가득
I mean, the hero just
채워놓네요.
feels bad, and eventually, even if you do slightly good against Pango, he just diffuses.
Slightly.
You know what? Who cares? Ember's dead. Don't want to talk about
If
it.
Quinn doesn't play it, it's garbage. You're right. Let's
Okay.
move on.
Invoker versus
Whoa.
Pango is a much better matchup
For who?
than Pango versus TA.
That is very true.
So he should have a better game on this.
그러고 보니 올해는 TI 펌 열리나? 국내? TI도 아마 중계하느라 저는 안 갈 것
Is
같기는
Invoker
한데
exclusively a mid hero?
No.
Depends on who you ask.
He's best in mid, but he can easily be played as 4. As a matter
Would
of fact,
Save play that though?
인첸벤?
probably not.
나무 벤지는 다 나무는 주었구나. 벤지는 열려있네요. 벤지 퓨리언 등등은.
No one cares about your party games.
네, 팡고 나와 있으니까 굳이 퓨리언이 나올 것 같지는 않고.
Pango is
How did
position
Fog place in
4.
this tournament?
컵 솔직히 하도 소규모라 대규모에는 차라리 괜찮은데 소규모라 아는 사람 없으면 가기 좀 그럼.
Coddle mid, I guess?
No,
No,
save.
no.
Gonna play that.
Don't do that.
I was really getting
I
my
love
hopes up.
Coddle versus Pango mid.
친한 사람 있어야 가는 거지 그런 것도.
All right, hold up here. What
아무튼
is the reason for this? I didn't say hold me. I said hold
You
up.
said hold up. I'm
Now you
holding
can
up.
hold
with
me
it.
too.
There you go.
호틀 근데 좀 분위기 이상하다.
Holy sheesh.
Yeah, I do have a heavy.
Yeah, you gotta relax.
I am pretty relaxed actually. I'm in my element right now. Pango.
지금 저 소파
is
바이럴일까요?
Coddle. Coddle isn't really.
왜 컴퓨터 있는 방에
Means am I missing
소파가 저렇게 옆에 TV랑 같이 콘솔도 달아놨나?
It's not like Bane against Pango. You don't have that way to like just stop him through the rolling thunder. Grimstroke could have been an option in that regard. Bane band, Tree band,
벤지
big
나오고.
ones, and then Shopify. They're gonna go back for the Venge.
그러니까 벤지를 배품에서 뽑을 줄 알았어.
Is cooking here because
이제 인버커 콤보도 그렇고 위치 바꿔놓는 게 좀 껄끄러우니까.
works well with Swashbuckle, having the
그리고
Mighty
하프도
Armor as well.
괜찮고요.
Bailey's ping out of trouble. So this is pretty good, but this opening from Betboom team, any ideas?
Well, I don't mean to alarm you, but Phantom Assassin has not been banned yet in this game. Not necessarily.
벤지 PA 나오려나?
That's a decent point, Tsunami.
Down the alarms.
벤지 흑마?
Like the Coddle, one thing I can
TA가
see,
은근 1픽으로는 또 안 나와.
when I see Coddle Invoker, it just looks
TA
bad.
가임
So
나온다
it's
뭐
gonna be a bad
어쩐다
finish.
얘기는
So
계속 하는데
I guess you still need to combo. Maybe the one thing against Pango, you can, well, if he diffuses someone, you just chakra back the mana for them. But yeah, we gotta be looking at a combo schmombo here.
The reason why I noticed the PA was missing is because I was like, oh, Coddle plus Terrorblade, because Terrorblade may be the next best carry. And then I was like, oh
Right.
wait, Phantom Assassin's still in the pool.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
BB team, they can't pick PA because if they do,
Then what?
Bulba will just take Morta for Arteezy.
That sounds like a good thing.
Sounds like if I get to pick PA, I feel like that's good.
Yeah. There are no qualifications.
You didn't get the joke. It's fine. They won't
그냥
know.
패너 뽑고 상황 따라 리전 같은 거
Joke now?
각 보면 될 것 같은데요. PA 나왔죠?
Oh shit, here we go.
No, it was not, but I was just saying.
리전이나 둠 같은 거 볼 것 같아요. 오픈은. 그러면서 4픽은 일단은 서포트.
If you take the PA now,
Then he has no heroes.
then he's going to be
5픽이
stuck with
막픽이거든요.
Morta, which isn't particularly good for his PA. It's not bad. It's not
X 그냥 일찍 나오네요.
So you would
So
say
here's the PA. They just got him. You got here.
You got caught.
God.
This
Can
is
we get,
scary
can we get
because
Bulba on camera here?
There he is.
This is the face of a carry player who needs to pick against PA now.
Yep.
he's gonna pick Troll, and we've all seen this match.
Don't pick Troll.
그리고 철규 아니면은 트롤
Okay, he'll pick Ursa.
조금
or
더
he'll pick
버텨보겠다
Morta,
그러면은
Thank God.
or we'll pick
That's
패블이고
Okay, I genuinely
크로노 안에 한 방에 보겠다 그러면은
PA
패본데
game Betboom have played this tournament.
Void versus Axe again?
I don't
글쎄요, 약간 스피릿 게임 생각나지 않나요? PA랑 도끼가 한 팀에 있고
Tidefall, it was against Evil Geniuses in the group stage.
It's time
해보가
to
반대
ban.
팀에 있고
They actually lost with it.
because it looked like in the drafts we've
그것도
seen
스피릿
in the
SR이었던 것
series, they
같아요.
were always the team to ban.
이제 콜랩스가
Banning this hero a lot.
RTG가 콜 걸면은 거기에다가 아니 RTG가 크로노 뚜껑 덮으면 거기에다가 콜 진짜 끄트머리에 걸쳐가지고 패널 살렸던 것 같은데
I can play PA.
Well, if that's not the case, then why the hell didn't they ban it?
I mean,
이게
they just
크로노
picked
안에
Void and
크로노 안에
Axe.
박아놓을
We
게
saw
많긴
that the
하거든요
other day,
이번엔.
right, where Tundra played against Spirit,
It ain't good.
it didn't. It leaves Axe with a lot of money in the bank because he has a free lane,
It's
and it
Viper
leaves
time.
the Void leaves the Void on recovery.
Yeah, Shopify, they need something nuclear here. Like you need a nuclear hero. You better blow open this.
SR 가져갈 만한 게
Trailer that we're airing, Kazu. Barbie was already aired.
일단은 푸비랑 코틀 미드요?
Saberlight Viper time.
코틀 미드 아닐
What
것
time it is, but
같은데요?
it's gotta be something really strong and toxic.
So the thing about this Void versus PA matchup, we've seen it a couple of times now.
이거 상대 밀어내기도 좋고 그래서
Disregarding the
굳이
Axe, which makes this game even harder
미드로
for
쓸 것
Void.
같진 않아요. 인버커도 있는데 뭐
PA matchup come late game, let's say 30
굳이
minutes plus, is that
인버커도 서포스로 쓰기는 쓰는데 둘 중에 누가 어울리냐고 물어보면은 아무래도 코틀 서폿이겠죠.
That's the problem there is in every game, and it becomes this game of chicken
아무튼
where Void can't
켄타벤.
go in because he doesn't see PA, because if he goes in and doesn't chrono her, she kills his whole team, and PA can't go in because if she gets chrono, that's the only way she can die. But guess who's favored in that? The hero
하헌은
with a
냅둘
4-second
것 같아.
cooldown
데미지가
rate
아예
that's
없으니까.
1500 damage. So it's
Which hero does that?
Slark.
라이칸 벤?
Okay, so the PA does that.
압박은 좀
The only
껄끄러운데
thing that
타워는
really
데미지가
does
없으니까
that right
라이칸으로.
now is that
세이버라이트
those
주력픽이기도
just roll up in
하고요.
there. They don't have a lot of damage from right now. So maybe he can find the PA, take her out of the blur. And as you mentioned, it really does come down to can you chrono this PA? It is just a patience battle. And giving
밤추?
vision, speaking of
오우,
vision,
세이버라이트
the
밤추.
arrow also can give more vision to help
이거는
you
진짜
make
오랜만에
things
보네요
happen.
또.
Now you need a really strong hero.
기다리고 있었는데 오 여기서 스톰.
PK Storm Spirit.
Yeah,
Okay,
to
well,
support
where's
him.
보커랑 같이 서폿이에요.
Toronto, Tokyo, he's back on Team Spirit, baby.
5 Invoker.
와.
Okay.
버런더 토쿄가
Well,
인보커.
he's gonna give alacrity later in the game.
I
with
actually think this Invoker PA lane sounds really interesting at level 2 or 3. Cold Snap
꽤
plus
괜찮기는
PA
해요.
with an Orb of Corrosion is actually pretty strong offensively.
사일스턴이랑 같이 생각하면은 밤추가 레인전 진짜 어렵기는 할
Just
거고
feel
일단은.
comfortable in.
It doesn't matter.
don't need
Analysis
analysis.
be damned, my friend. If you recall from previous Dream Leagues, we figured out that there was a much better way to predict how teams would be able to win. It's the Dota Blade.
Dota Blade time.
Kazu, Fear,
Yes.
could I bring you to the middle of the stage as you choose which team you will be going for? Fear, which one you would
Shopify Rebellion, let's go
Shopify
RTZ.
Rebellion.
그러니까 그때도 자주 뽑았었는데
I'm
꽤 괜찮아 보여요.
You got the boombox.
활력 발라주는 것도 팬한테 꽤 좋고.
Now what we haven't told you is that you're actually not going to be spinning them against each other. You're going to be using them as swords.
Oh. I got to kill you, Fear.
All right.
All right.
Are you ready?
No, this one's not even working.
Well, that's Shopify
I'm just gonna
Rebellion
show it
for you.
to the camera. I'm ready. These are my hands.
아 무슨 팽이 돌리기를. 씨.
Are you ready, old man?
All right, let's go.
All right.
3,
2, 1.
Bet boom!
Oh,
Shopify!
Rebellion!
There you go, my friends.
NA Dota never fails you.
It
That's
looks
a great game.
NA Dota may be coming out on top, but we gotta get to one more performance from the
자.
Champ Pandas.
팽이점을 봐서 쇼피파이가 이길 거라는 전개가 결과가 나왔어요. 아이고. I'm the plastic in wonder. 뭐더라? 아무튼 바비걸입니다. 라크 버전. 도타는 이 맛에 보는 거긴 하죠. 지금 유일하게 탑티어 대회면서 이것저것 하는 거는 드림리그인 것 같아요. 리아드의 후원을 받아서 그런지 옆에 밴드 와 있는 것도 좋고 자잘한 프로그램도 꽤 괜찮고 다른 작은 대회는 전부 그냥 광고 틀었던 거 또 틀고 또 틀고 또 틀고 하는데 얘네는 뭔가 좀 다른 거를 틀어주니까 좀 덜 질려.
Night Stalkers here?
He is here. Very astute.
아무튼간에 밤추 이번 게임 괜찮을지 모르겠네요. 레인전 단계가 너무 힘들 것 같아. 넘어가면은 대거 넣으면은 스톰한테 그냥 들러붙으면은 한타는 이길 것 같거든요. 도끼가 살릴 수도 없어. 들러붙으면.
It's gotta be a TI winning mid. TI winning mid, who is known for his invoker. I'm kind of rooting for that. I think it'd be cool.
포커로 TI를 이겼던.
On one of the highest skill heroes to ever grace the field of Dota from 5.
아무튼 레인전 단계를 밤추가 적당히 넘겨낸다면 밤추 자체는 괜찮아 보입니다.
Of course, you get that surprise mid pick on the Storm that Shopify did not ban. Though, is it a free Storm game? You're in a Night Stalker. The Avenge can kind of save the initial jump. Pango is, you know, you can burn his mana. You're not that bad in the fight outside of like the Orchid jump. I think Storm does a decent amount for the lineup, and of course they get the Coddle combination, whereas the Invoker mid with the Coddle isn't as good. So that part makes sense to me for Betboom. But I still think the support duo could fall flat in terms of outputting damage on top of the Storm jump if Shopify get tanky enough. And of course,
거리는 옆으로 살짝.
faceless void here to scale into the late game. If there's one hero that has a chance of beating the Phantom Assassin, we've seen it's been the faceless void. However, we've also seen some games where you just can't see her. You can't chrono her. What does it do for you?
And there isn't like a ton of damage they're going to be throwing inside of the Chronosphere. Looks like that's going to be our first blood. They run him down pretty easily.
오 이거 버블.
On a poor support that is very far forward in lane.
Not a good first blood to give up here. I don't think you ever want to give up first blood with a Warlock.
버틀 이번 판은 아마
Shoving the lane in. So when you die,
되도록 안 건들겠죠.
you feel even worse.
어차피 패버라서
And they have really good equilibrium.
굳이 눈부신 빛으로 눈부신 빛이 뭐더라? 아무튼 큐 박을 필요는 없어 보이고. 근데 이거 좀 위험해요. 침묵 넣었네요.
In fact, they turn around, do some decent damage to Toronto, Tokyo too. You and I have talked about. I don't
침묵
know
좀 갑작스러웠죠 한 번에.
Night Stalker right now, because I know you know I love him right now. I think he's super strong.
I think the hero's solid.
Okay.
The refresh is definitely very powerful.
미드는 GPK가 상성상 이기기는 하는데 이거 좀 요상하네요. 이거 당연히 밤추가 엄청 질 거라고 생각했는데 막파디나의 차이도 꽤 나고요. 그러니까 이런 식으로 하나씩 잡아갈 거라고 생각을 했는데 힐 일부러 넘겨주네요. 조금 모자라네요. 토네이도 마무리해주고요. 그런 속도 원한다면은 고스트워크 있어요. 막타 싸움은 할만한데 2레벨 찍히면서부터 질 거라고 생각했는데 오히려 그냥 마덴발로 잡아버려가지고 잡힐 줄은 몰랐어. 최소한 반반은 갈 수 있을 수도 있는 건데 잡혀버려서. 그래서 미드 막타 10개 차이 나면 또 잡았어요. 이거 아직 TP 타임 남아있죠. 부활하면 차기는 하는데 요상해져요 이러면. 인버커가 유니버설 되면서 세진 건 세진 건데 랩이 좀 올라야 세지거든요. 그냥은 50밖에 안 돼요 데미지. 4레벨 때 왕관 하나 들고 80이 넘기는 하는데 그 전까지는 또 약하는 편이라 일방적으로 얻어맞고 있긴 하죠.
It's even a hero that can cause Axum problems just with the AoE silence trying to blink into the fight. So
사블론 볼텍스. 근데 아베드가 먹었어요.
back Abed up in that mid game, and of course the Pangolier making a resurgence here, and he doesn't have to play in any sort of rolling thunder cancels. That is going to feel a lot better for Abed now.
Yeah, worst laning phase, but better game.
You take that.
Yeah.
이거는 킬로 이어질 만한 어피블은 아니긴 한데 그냥 뭐 따끔따끔은 하죠.
The team fight is crazy good for Shopify. They line it all up, right? Yeah. Fatal Bonds, Upheaval, Dilation, getting disarmed by Pango, and then there's Avenge throwing the aura through. It's pretty nasty if you get there. a little clunky with the cooldown dependency. So we might just see some position in this game where Betboom try and force objectives, particularly Roshan, to get
해보면 너무 어려워지는 것 같기도 해.
where the Chrono or the Golem are on cooldown and the NS ult, Shopify can't contest. That's the downside.
최소한 미드랑 오픈은 확실하게 이겨야
Take those 5-on-5s.
SR 스킬들 많을 때 이길 수 있거든요.
Wasn't a Phantom Assassin in the game.
어쨌든 간에 뱅가드 나왔고
I don't know if you can ever
미드는 그냥 전향이에요. 나름 복구를 했어 또 한국아 그새.
win line as nighttime is here.
이거 또 죽나요 설마? 랩차 2 나겠는데요 잘못하면? 네 죽진 않았고요. 이제는 밤이에요. 낮 동안 패너가 이기고 있어야 됐는데 두 번 따여서 밤 동안 엄청 얻어맞게 생겼습니다.
I mean, you want to gate rotate right now because you have Flag Bearer, Catapult, Nighttime, Phase Boots, Lotus, Night Stalker, and they're gonna bring Fly up here. This is a lane you just shove in and you dive Nightfall right here, right now. All the supports can't bail him out.
Yeah, now Betboom do know about this, but
들어가요 그냥.
Look at the right clicks, man.
로 조금 더 추가 GPK 오기는 왔는데 플라이 잡더라도 수지가 안 맞죠? 미드까지 온
You're
거거든요.
okay with that though. Like this is an expensive teleport from GPK. It really is.
그래서 미드 웨이브 한 웨이브 박혀 넣으면은 손해가 좀 커요. 뭐 오히려 올라갑니다 SR 둘이서. 좀 못 올라오게. 아닌가요? 미드 쪽으로 세이브한테 들어가네요 그냥. 먼저 그냥 녹여버리나요? 조금 모자란데. 롤링 썬더. 애매해요. 포털 빠르거든요. 오히려 이게 이러면 또 비슷한 거 복구가 된 셈인데 SR이 전판도 그렇고 이번판도 그렇고 뭔가 운영에서 실수가 좀 나는 느낌이 있어요. 레인저는 꽤 괜찮게 가거든. 이번 판도 전판도 선이 없네요. 그래서 7번론
That might be the best thing going for Betboom this entire game. Double Wisdom Rune with a support Invoker.
Yeah.
That has got to be really juicy, right? And you're denying it from this Warlock Venge. Warlock is not a hero that likes to operate from an XP deficit. And Fly had a rough laning phase. He did not get many pulls off. He died on the lane. This is level 3. Not a hero that operates without his ult very well. Now Toronto Tokyo is just going to be ghost walking around with some extra points. This is where this hero shines. He can set up on you. He can offer some utility. And he has regen on the map.
Heavy rotation coming through, but they did have a scan on it. Do they respect that scan?
들어가나요? GPK 근데 침묵 한번 깔리긴 깔렸거든요. 스턴 한번. 마나는 없어요. 근데 크로노까지 쫓아오죠 페보가. 이쪽에 시야 다 잡고 있고요. 아나 뽑기는 했는데 밤추가 밤이라 그냥 걸어갔다 오면 돼요. 진짜 빠르거든요 페브랑. 8번론 덥댐. 복귀가 지금 완전 1등입니다. 복귀가 뭘 해주기는 해야 될 것 같은데요. 이런 식으로 갈 거라면. 한 번 더 EMP. 이 둘의 상성은 꽤 괜찮은 편이라.
More levels for Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, Pure has been cutting these waves so aggressively, you would expect him to get caught eventually at some point. But no, Shopify put zero attention on him, and as a result, Vanguard, Link Dagger done and in his inventory at 9 minutes.
와, 대거 나왔다고 지금?
They've definitely focused the PA.
이거 좀 문제 될 것 같은데요, SR 입장에서. SR이 무난하게 한타 주도를 해야 되는데 대거가 벌써 나와버리면은.
Normally I'd say this trade-off's not worth it. It's just, I mean, it is Phantom Assassin, right? So you can't really blame a team for trying to focus down the Phantom Assassin and ruin your.
물론 이제 불맨은 없으니까 솔로 킬까지는 못 노리겠지만은.
Hell of a start here in the Storm and the Axe, and they have Chakra behind them.
무섭거든요.
Another really good Chakra hero. Oh, he's a hero that desperately needs mana in the fights. especially versus Pangolier, who's gonna burn some out. And the extra
지금 막 타임워크 썼어요. 타임워크 4레벨 그냥 좋네요. 탑 쪽으로 가네요. GPK도 탑 쪽 근처로.
Going through the portal and has a blink dagger. It's gonna double back though.
Just faking it out. I mean, I wouldn't mind him just continuing to farm. I don't think he has to run and instantly make some play with this blink. Getting this much
미드
base.
쪽 침묵. 밤치 공 쓰기는 했어요. 토네이도 한번. 근데 이거 근데 아직 침묵이 유지가 되고 있죠. 너무 긴데요.
Now, Abed is gonna try and help out here. Keep GPK from diving in too much.
He's hasted DD'd with chakra. They still can't find anything.
밤추가 침묵이 너무 기네.
Put the darkness on cooldown, so this is gonna be a solid 2 minutes time where
저거 플라이 죽겠죠. 콜 걸고 첫 번째 스택이 되겠네요.
time fly is going to get run down though. So what's the smoke rotation? But it nets them a culling blade. Chop there.
밤추 침묵 끊어지긴 할 건데 더 들어가기엔 좀 애매해요. 다 들어가네요. 볼텍스 한번. 근데 데미지가 페나가 좀 커밋을 해야 되는 상황이라 세이버라이트 저게 계속 삽니다.
About these exchanges for their cores because of how slow their lineup is right now. But damn if their supports aren't suffering. And I
지금 7분 룬 넘어간 게 너무 크죠. SR이 무난하게 이제 룬 하나만 먹었어도 밤 같은 경우에 그냥 골렘 하나 떨구고 막 그러면서 한타 개박살이 날 상황이었는데 몇 번 왔다 갔다 하는 거에 비해서 SR이 지금 준비된 게 아무것도 없습니다. 뭔가 필요하기는 해요.
That's the sad part. Yeah. Like you're not that amazing versus any of these heroes. It's a triple range lineup, kind of 4 range lineup with the Phantom Assassin could choose to go in. Warlock generally suffers versus mobility heroes, especially the mid spirit heroes.
들어가나요? 볼텍스 한번. 조금 모자른데요. 오 이게 사네요.
There you go. That's what he can do. He can use his HP in exchange for GPK's mana and then salve it up.
저게 사네.
Space for our tour.
GPK also has a salve of sorts.
12분 쉴드로 좀 애매해요. 토네이도 일단 디스플레이 바로 박아 넣었고요. 슬로우 땡기면서 EMP 마나탄 알려주긴 했어요. 평타인데. 오우 네스틱. 이게 또 살아요. 이게 또 살아. 이거 JPK 좀 신경 쓸 것 같은데요. 자기 만화가 계속 빨리고 서로 서포시 와가지고 저는 미드에서 경험치를 뽑아가지고 영 스케일링이 안 돼요 이러면. 이런 동안 물론 패너 다 프리파밍을 하기는 하는데 도끼 불매까지는 들어야 이제 또 로테이션 돌겠죠. 아직은 아니는데. 그래서 버틀 리필. 그래 디스함이 아니라 공속 감수로 바뀌어서 좋은 점이라면은 그게 있네요. 더 이상 정글 캠프 스택 할 때 평타 한 대 쳤다고 디스함 걸려서 스택 불가능하지 않다는 거. 다 나왔습니다. 그래서 K랑 둘이서라면은 누구든 딸 수 있을 것 같은데요. 홀, 볼텍스 이 두 가지면은
This is Stalker pick is going to have to prove its worth. Yeah, this is the battle we're going to see is the vision battle. You have this Night Stalker for Shopify that has to go and give the vision during the nighttime intervals and the ult to set the fight up for the Bond's Chrono to come through and ideally find the Phantom Assassin without dying first. On the flip side, you have Toronto Tokyo is just going to be running around invis the whole game. Your detection game is pretty weak on Shopify because you have pretty static who don't want to run on the map solo. And every time this Invoker finds anybody, there's going to be a storm jump, there's going to be an axe jump. You're going to instantly die.
아,
the
king.
Invoker earns you up.
디퓨 나왔네요.
And then goes straight back to the invis.
이제 서로 한 방 있는 상황이거든요. 다크 어센던트도 있고 파워틱 어퍼링도 있고. EMP 중요해요 이거. 근데 뒤쪽에 먼저 오 렌지 먼저 삭제. 근데 이거 나이트폴이 물리긴 했죠. 그럼 애매한데 어쨌든 크로노 잘 박아 넣었고요.
to finally finish up this Phantom Assassin. Heavy commitment there. Still though, the Night Stalker has plenty of staying power in the fight.
배쁨이 셋 잃었어요. GPK TP 총문한가요? 오.
The Void was just coming off cooldown for Saberlight.
I mean, you say they had to use the Chrono. I don't think they had to. I think Arteezy wanted that kill.
롤링슨도 빠져나가면서 좀 불안해졌는데 배쁨
For Shopify, ready to meet Betboom's move off this
이게 또
smoker.
마무리가 되네요.
Kind of baiting that out during the nighttime. They still had the ult for Saberlight.
SR이 이제 공들 많으니까 좀 봐야 되거든요.
Especially if Pure gets the jump, you catch Avenge. Okay, that's a great kill, but you committed the PA on top of it, and then you're just kind of stuck.
이거를 굴려봐야 돼요 아직은.
After that. Again, these heroes are very tanky for Shopify right now.
Yeah, their strongest hero
어쨌든
right now.
간에 PA 엔딩이 안 나려면은
I didn't see him in that
상황을 좀 더 봐야 되긴 합니다.
He used to go on the Venge, killed the Venge, and then kited it out.
Yeah, it's
Got stuck with bonds. and
그래도
gold.
일단은 밤 시간 동안은 안 나가겠죠 배쁨이.
That's where you want that to be a core kill, basically.
right. So your choice of initiation when you have a 9,000 net worth at 15 minutes.
Yeah, you
Pretty
use,
crucial.
used your 9,000 hero to kill their 2,000. All right, that's a big difference in that fight.
The supports on Shopify continuing to be warm bodies to bait in Betboom.
And
That's
sometimes
that's their most useful resource.
that's what you got to do. I mean, they don't need much farm this game. Right, their spells are the impact here. Especially Swap.
들어가나요? 아베드 일단 물긴 물었어요. 뒤쪽에 쫓아오는 거 인버커. 볼텍스 한번. 도끼 오고는 있는데 콜 거리가 조금 애매한데 박아놓네요. 다음 스택 두 번째.
For Pure.
Another Culling Blade charge.
He's gonna have a fast BKB. It's gonna help him versus the dilation, versus the bonds. Ideally, he wants to keep honeying Arteezy here. Man, they just abuse this gate off cooldown. It's ridiculous how much they go through it. So far, the reads been pretty good. 0 deaths for Artor. And he's cruising in this game very far on the face of Void. And look at this thing.
근데 패너가 발표 나오고 이렇게 죽으면 안 될 텐데.
Nice little smoke move from Shopify.
배쁨으로 또 골드 슬쩍슬쩍 넘어가거든요.
And as you said, another death for Nightfall. That's number 4 on the Phantom Assassin here.
근데 패너는 복구할 시간이 많고 오히려 SR은 제일 판 많이 할 페보가 1등이라 나머지는 복구가 좀 느리기는 해요. 이런 식으로 계속 컨팅 당하다 보면은 그나마 스톰이 불킹이 없긴 하거든요.
Both of them working towards double four staff is going to be the item of choice here for
감추가 아마 불킹까지만 나오면 불킹 대거까지만 나오면 스톰을 잡을 수 있을 걸로 보이고
maybe perhaps the upheaval if it really comes
지금까지는 그래도 세이브가 밀어줄 수 있으니까 한 번씩.
GPK is not forced to go super early BKB here because you need more damage coming out. Storm's got to provide you something.
3인
You
스모크
would also wouldn't mind a vessel.
조금 늦었죠? 스톰은 이미 빠졌습니다.
But I think by the time Toronto Tokyo would have gotten it, you probably already have BKB.
스톰 다시 물리나요? 일단은 라이트닝 세이브만. 오 세이브도 사나 이거? 밀어내고요? 와 이게 안 죽네. SR 입장에서는 게임 요상하게 굴러가요. 이제 본인들 궁 다 생겨서 들어가고 싶거든요. 암초 그냥 궁 쓰면서 시야 체크 한 번 더 합니다. 그러니까 코틀이 암만 빠르기는 해도 시전 범위가 애매해서죠 뭐. 시전 범위가 애매해서 쓰려다가 안 닿았으니까. 근데 이게 어쨌든 밤 시간 밤추궁이라 다음 낮 시간 초반에 백붐이 움직여볼 만해요. 그 시간이면 PA도 방금 불킹 먼저 가는 거 같거든요. 대졸 전에. 그걸로 백붐이 한타 시작해볼 수도 있을 것 같아. SR도 이제 받아칠 스펠들이 있기는 있는데 GPK가 왔다 갔다 하는 거 받아치기에는 조금 그렇거든. 네, 이번에 생겨났어요. 공 쓰면은 스킬 초기화. 그래서 침묵이 진짜 깁니다. 밤 시간에 그렇게 하면. W 깔아놓고 밤 시간에 대고로 들어가서 침묵 넣고 Q 넣고 그 다음에 궁 쓰고 침묵 끝날 때쯤 침묵 새로 넣고 그러면 이제 10초 침묵인가? 총 몇 초지? 12초인가? 그 정도 될 겁니다. 그게 이제 스톰이 껄끄러워야 할 부분이거든요. 밤추가 불킹이 나왔을 때. 지금은 그나마 한번 밀어줄 수도 있어요. 보틀이. 뭐 나중에 포셉을 가긴 가겠지. 스톰도 불킹을 가긴 갈 테고. 지금 벌써 움직이기 시작하네요. 홀 잘 들어갔어요. 이러면 플라이까지 세 번째 스택. 한 1분 정도 구를 거거든요, 백범이. 아티지 크로노. 네, 퓨어 콜 안 들어가지긴 해요. 콜, 오, 조금 늦었어요. 어쩔 수 없어, 근데. 아티지 TP? 진짜 딱 한 틱 남기는 했는데 근데 그거 진짜 완벽하게 칼 타이밍에 들어갔어도 평타가 먼저 나갔을 것 같긴 해. 콜이 시전 시간이 꽤 길어서 은근히. 뭐 클 것까지는 없는 것 같아요. 어차피 패너 그렇게까지 보유하지도 않고 한창 파밍할 시간이니까. 파밍이 좀 느려지기는 하지만은 오히려 크로노 빠진 게 클 수도 있거든요. 한타 박살 스펠이 골렘만 있으니까. 그래도 SR이 오히려 들어갑니다. 어쨌든 하나 물려서 죽는 거 아니라면 SR이 유리하기는 해요. BPK가 볼라이트닝으로 판고나 골렘 같은 거 이렇게 잡아내면은 큰데 SR이 그냥 뭉쳐있다가 싸우면은 뭐 걱정할 건 없는 것 같아. 연꽃 봤으면은 봤을 거예요. 시야 체크 살짝 보였습니다. GPK 이제 쫓아가고 있죠. 좀 느리기는 한데 애매하죠. 시야 이거 봤어요. 오히려 와드 막히는 거. 아 근데 이게 죽는 게 하필이면 나이트폴인가요? 포셉 한번 그냥 밀어주기까지 어떻게 살긴 살았습니다. 근데 퓨어 불킹이 좀 애매하게 빠진 것 같아요.
So darkness doesn't actually net them a kill here. They're gonna go back to do Roshan while this lingers.
네, 나쁘지 않거든요. SR이 크게 박아넣은 스펠이 없어서 그냥 가볍게 로션 하나. 로션 벌써 나가요. 토네이도 한번. 근데 문제는 먼저 스턴. 글쎄, 들어가네요. 근데 여기서 불킹 아티지 이렇게 되면 근데 스톰 잡았어요. 알겠어, 먹고요. 뒤쪽에서 밤수 잡기는 했는데 이거 어차피 한타 안 되거든요. 이쪽에 패너 기다리고는 있습니다. 패너 아직 충분히 못 컸어요. 근데 오, 포셉 한번 밀어받아서 오, TP 아웃 되나요? 아 근데 스왑 안 되죠. 이게 최종적으로는 패너 엔딩이 나더라도 패너가 이렇게 쫓아와가지고 파밍이 느려지면 별로 소용이 없죠. 그것도 아티지가 노련하게 크로노 잘 깔은 것 같습니다. 저피 진짜 얼마만인가요? 결승 오는 거. 아티지가 결승에? 설마 이번에 우승하나요?
this game is flowing pretty damn well for them. And an Aegis on Faces Void, this game is really strong because now you dissuade this action.
게임 살짝씩 넘어가기 시작하는 것 같습니다.
are not strong enough yet to combat what Artor's pumping out.
그러니까 선불킹을 갔는데 선불킹을 가도 한타가 안 돼. 차라리 그냥 대졸 가고 파밍을 하는 게 나았을 것 같네요.
If you can get to the next item. Every chrono is a guaranteed death on Nightfall. There is no save for it. Just have to be able to see him and land it.
And now you've hit another nighttime. Third one.
세이브에게 샤드 리콜.
Shopify are very strong.
뭐 별 쓸모는 없을 것 같아요. 운영을 할 수 있는 상황이 되어야 리콜이 소용이 있는데 지금은 뭐 특별히 가능한 게 아무것도 없죠.
Maybe things will start swinging back Bet Boom's way a bit.
You did end up completing the vessel in Toronto, Tokyo. So that's also going to be really nice when the BKBs are out on the side of Shopify. It's very good versus the Faces Void. If the fight goes long, you're really happy if you're Bet Boom.
그리고 패너 엔딩 나려면 40분은 넘어야 돼요. 여기서 들어갑니다. 토론토 도쿄 그대로 죽을 수밖에 없겠고요. 나이트 스토커 불킹 나오면은 그때는 진짜로 호세 하나로는 못 구해주거든요.
Yeah, I love the willingness to use darkness there to ensure the kill on the invoker to make sure they find him, because it's not like Bet Boom are going to contest you. You still have 2 minutes left on the Aegis. Bottom lane, Pure's trying to do a little bit of ratting, but he is going to be spotted by Saberlight. A blink away.
블링크 TV. 오, 조금 멀었어요. 애니메이션이 찔끔 나왔는데. 근데 뭐 다음 한타 때 이득 보면 되죠. 지금 불킹 벌써 6초 됐을 것 같은데요. 내가 본 게 3번인 것 같은데.
You have one good ward left around their jungle right here. Are they going to try and snipe away RTZ's Aegis? That would be a mistake because Shopify are smoked behind him. They're baiting out RTZ right now.
They don't want to jump the void. Unless he's completely isolated. It seems ballsy. That means you're just putting 5 heroes in your base outside of Nightfall who's going to blur walk the bottom?
Yeah, that doesn't feel great. That's going to be that net worth scale really going to start swinging Shopify's way.
한타 진짜 아무나 시작하면 되는데.
Catapulted up in the farm. Ags and Octarine and the extra CDR from this quick.
무난한 거는 불킹 없을 때는 크로노 아니 불킹 없을 때는 나스가 들어가가지고선 침묵이고. 이번엔 나이트 스토커가 들어가는 게 맞는 것 같아요. 나이트 스토커가 들어가고 퓨어가 뭐 불킹 쓰고 걸어오면서 콜 걸고 상대도 들어온다? 그럼 뭐 골렘을 깔든 크로노를 깔든. 그리고 사기죠 블러를 너프할 필요가 있어요. 대졸 이제부터 아가님입니다. 아가님 나오면 진짜 패너타임 시작할 수도 있어. 아직은 모른다. 아직 엔딩은 모르는 상황입니다.
Pretty strong here. You gotta remember, the Venge is just buffing up all your damage as well. So you get more points into the aura for crit.
I love that he's just... I mean, I'm not sure if crit loves this kind of game.
봄이 오히려 나와 있는데요.
He's just stacking up on auras.
물어볼 수 있는 게 있네요. 스캔 날려봤지만 아무도 없었습니다. 미드에는 이미. 제일 앞에 있는 거 RTG. 옆으로 잠깐 지나갔고요. 토론토 도쿄. 오, 네.
I mean, I like it. All this small armor itemization, it makes PA's life harder. This hero really relies on melting you with Deso, reducing your armor, and bursting you. I mean, Buckler, reducing a third every little bit adds up. Gossamer capes, Solar Crest, Wraith bands, everything coming out here for Shopify. Like, who do you jump on if you're Nightfall? It doesn't look too straightforward.
살짝 보여요, RTG.
And Artur, he's even taking stats over maxing time dilation here. Every little bit to tank up and avoid the single burst jump from the Axe and the PA. If that happens, you get to turn the fight, and you're going to win that fight when you turn it with big ultis.
Will say, as strong as Shopify are, it does feel like BetBoom is slipping through their grasp constantly. One thing is that the vision that they have on the map has been crucial. Help GPK get away from this smoke move.
네 살
Feeling how they want to.
뭔가 스모크 무빙이
Yeah, they're falling behind on levels. They're falling behind on the big core items. Level 20 for Arteezy done. Attack.
이득을 조금 더 봐놔야 될 것 같은데 묘하게 백붐에 시간 많이 주거든요. 미는 것도 아니고 싸우는 것도 아니고.
Time will strike, so that'll be time to smoke for BetBoom. Try and find some sort of pick off on the map. I don't think this is going to yield.
지금 저거 막고 있다가 흑마 죽을지도 모르겠네요. 백붐이 역으로 스모크 쓰고 내려가 봅니다. 상대 위에 있으니까. 머리 차이 내는 거 당연한 거거든요. 이거는. 타워 하나 내주면서 좋은 킬 얻어가면은 그게 다 이득으로 이어지니까. 그걸로 끌어보려는 것 같은데 오션 시간이 좀 많이 남아있는 편이라 뒤쪽으로 가요. 스모크 조금 남았습니다. 근데 상대 시야가 있어요. 오히려 아베드가 봤어요. 표 왠지 스왑 쓸까 말까. 들어갑니다. 침묵 쓰고 찾았어요. 세이브 무시를 하는데 네 그냥 더 이상 못 가겠다. 여기까지만. 오 그냥 불킹 써버리네요. 불킹 적어도 좀 아까울 것 같다. 어차피 나스가 시야 잡아주면은 어려운 게 맞기는 한데 보고 있습니다. 퓨어를 슬쩍. 네, 더 들어가기엔 조금 애매하죠. 머릿수 차이가. 아직 도착 안 했습니다. 하고는.
The best tool they have. It'll force an early BKB from Saberlight, which is what you want if you're BetBoom. Force the early BKBs and then let your supports kite out the cores. Because they have a crap ton of kiting between the Coddle and the Invoker, but not much else. So during the BKB period for Shopify, it's a free-for-all. These supports don't mean anything to you. They're just food.
Tank. Abed swapped in the Healing Lotus for the Orb of Corrosion. Just for that little bit of extra sustain in the middle of some sort of fight. They're going to smoke up. This is a fight for Roshan. Whoever wins this is going to be leading the game pretty clearly.
Get the angles here.
They're on the low ground. They're trying to make this smoke move while Dark Ascension is on cooldown.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. They're just missing a hero. So far, it hasn't mattered. It's all about the Chronosphere.
이번 싸움이 분기가 될 것 같습니다. 아직 안 나왔는데 이제 보였어요. 로샨. 텀이 제일 앞입니다. 들어가나요 오히려? 아티지 위치 안 좋았어요. 근데 로랭서도 잘 쓰고는 있는데 골렘 잘 깔아줬고요. 근데 아티지가 위치가 너무 안 좋아요. 어디를 들어가기도 좀 애매해서 퓨어가 오히려 콜. 아티지 불키만 오히려 빠졌습니다. 크로노를 쓸까 말까 계속 고민을 해요. 에버라이트 피 많이 빠진 상황. 오 먼저 녹여냈어요 아티지. 근데 크로노 못 쓰고 있거든요 여전히. 상대 오히려 빠져나갔고요. 세이브 일단은 죽을 둥 살 둥. GPK가 오히려 다시 바이백 와요. 양쪽 오프레이너들 다 바이백했고 GPK 만화가 더 없습니다. 세이브 기다리고 있다가 아마 차크람 넣어주긴 할 거예요. 크로노 드디어 썼는데 아무도 안 닿았습니다. 불킹도 없거든요. 헐, 오. 바이백이기는 한데 최종적으로는 아베드가 쓸어 먹나요? 오. 이러면 5킬, 2킬, 아니 3킬 교환이에요. 바이백 하나씩. 와, 제로맨 크로노 넣고도 이겼습니다. 결국은 불킹 없으니까 서로 불킹이 너무 일찍 빠져가지고서는 불킹 없이 싸워보자 하면은 이게 또 페이탈 본드가 이게 나이트폴이 피가 낮은 상태가 아니었거든요. 왔다 갔다 하면서 지금 나이트폴이 피가 반뜩 차 있었는데 이거 들어가서 지웠고 근데 여기서 죽어버렸어. 얻어맞아서. 흑마 캐리입니다. 흑마 캐리. TG 웃음이 나오긴 하죠. 제로멜 크로노를 썼는데 또 이기긴 이겨가지고 허탈함에 웃음이 나옵니다. 이거. 와, 흑마가 캐리였네요.
Is it coming back to haunt him in a very crucial game 3 here?
Unfortunately, Abed, who has been rock solid.
TG가 어떤 의미로는 서로 불킹을 베이팅해 나가지고 제대로 싸울 때는 또 불킹이 없어서 이제는 또 몰라요. 흑마공은 없는데 나이트볼 불킹은 있지만은 이거 조금 위험하죠. GPK 불킹 쓰고 볼텍스 한번. 네, 그렇다고 세이버라이트 잡으러 들어갈 수 있네요. 스왑 한번 골렘. 오, 타이밍 정말 좋았어요. 이렇게 되면 나이트볼만 불킹 애매하게 빠진 거죠. 여기서 뒤에서 얻어맞고 있습니다. 이렇게 되면은 인보커 일단은 바이백. 하지만 퓨어 이번에 죽으면 바이백 없어요. 조금 전에 바이백 썼습니다. 75초. 결국 퓨어는 콜랩스가 아니었다. 오. 방금 제롬에 썼던 거에 대한 보복이라도 하듯이 진짜 끄트머리에. 네, 이거 바이백 깊어요. 이거 일단 크릿은 잡힐 걸로 보이고요. TG는 뭐 문제 없을 것 같아요. 아베드 들어가면서 롤링 썬더. 만화 더 이상 없거든요. 오, 보셉 한번. 이게 사네요. 퓨어가 콜랩스였다면은 1인 크로노를 써도 한타를 뒤집어줬을 텐데. 아베드 TP 아웃. 오. 와, 이게 꿀이 모자라네요. 이거 스톰이 먹었으면은 조금 더 버텨볼 만한 힘이 됐을 텐데. 바이백 쓰고 얻어먹은 게 아무것도 없습니다. 스톰. 그래도 로션 타임이긴 하거든요. SR은 다시 나와야 되는 상황이기는 한데 그 전에 근데 잡을 수 있나요? 지금 다 옵니다. 크로노 없고 다크어센트 조금 남았고 골렘도 한 10여 초 남았을 거예요. 몇번 어지거나 하면은 뭐 잡아보고 가야겠죠. 들어갑니다. 이제 아간이 있거든요. 패너 타임 올까요? 근데 이거 아베드가 롤링서도 정말 잘 넣어줬어요. 한번 끊어내면서 크릿 살아나갑니다. 근데 뒤쪽에서 먼저 높기. 오! 와, 패너 진짜 데미지 이게 말이 됩니까? 나머지가 성장 차이가 나서 죽기는 죽는데 TG를 그냥 녹여버리네요. 물로 한번 더 써주고요. 안 보여요 지금. 근데 이거 완벽하게 붙어주는데 아베드가. 아이고, 나이트볼 이게 좋네요. 패너 게임이 시작될 뻔했습니다. 패너 엔딩이 시작될 뻔하다가 모자랐어. 조금 모자랐어. 아베드가 좋았다 안 좋았다 하지만은 어쨌든 간에 결승 가는 힘은 아베드한테서 나오고 있네요. 시즈까지. 알겠어. 시즈 세이버라이트한테. 세이버라이트가 조금 전에 바이백을 써서 없죠. 퓨어 커리어는 잼을. 네. 아무튼 요상한 상황이기는 해요.
Maybe Ags on GPK is the answer. Just pull them all.
아가님
Done.
After that fight,
진짜 한타 잘해야 돼요. 페폼 입장에서는.
in a high ground hold at some point in this game.
이거 세이브 네 위험했어요 조금. 샤드는 퓨어에게 템각. 5인 콜 5인 볼텍스 막 이러면서 패너가 팬 오브 나이브스 던지면서 막
He's not even gonna
쓸어 먹어야 한타 이길 수 있는 상황이라.
Bengals kidded. Absolutely kidded.
PK가 볼텍스 진짜 잘 쓰기는 해. 아가님 볼텍스 정말 잘 쓰긴 하는데 이번 판 같은 경우에는 SR이 골렘도 있고 그래가지고 조금 더 봐야 될 것 같긴 합니다. 잘 걸어도 이제 마무리가 어려울 수 있어서. 예, 서포트를 멀리서 골렘 떨구든 스왑을 하든 그냥 대충 해주면 되거든.
And Chris just building Helmet Overlord. He's just going straight for the Vlads or a build up here.
그것만 해주면 되는 거라.
They're tanky, man. They're gonna provide a lot of
볼텍스랑 콜 잘 넣어도 마무리 될지는 모르겠습니다.
has to jump these supports. The freer the fight is for Ovid and Arteezy right now.
패너요? 저거 패너로 죽일 수 있어요.
Ball is rolling. It's getting out of control. You need to put a stop.
볼텍스만 달아주면 충분합니다.
More chances.
볼텍스 콜이면.
Backtrack.
패너가 칠 수 있으면 잡아.
Talent right here.
엑스로는 안 되는데 패너라면.
We were talking about how
팬 오브 나이브즈 나왔죠? 양에서 킬 몇 개 먹으면은 진짜 휙휙휙 가요. 지금 그나마 리콜이 있는 거로 조금 굴려보네요. 토론토 도쿄 왔고요. 이게 아가님은 아니 아가님이랬는데 아이기스는 정작 나스가 가지고 있어가지고 조금 밀기 어렵기는 해요. 아티지 바이백은 있습니다만은 조금 불안불안하죠. 아이기스 없으니까. 콜 질질 끌고 가고요. EMP 닫긴 닿았습니다. 만화 좀 많이 깠어요. 다음 콜 글쎄요. 누군가 들어와 보라고 좀 하는 것 같은데 아무도 안 들어왔죠. SR 믿고 결국은 패너가 안 들어가면은 죽지 않는다는 걸 알고 있는 거예요. 상대가 들어와야 골렘을 쓰든 궁을 쓰든 하겠다고 그냥 기다리고 있네요. 26K 차이. 밀린 건 레인지 배럭 하나라 아직 문제는 안 되죠. 푸시 자체는. 어설트.
AC for Saberlight. I mean, they have every armor in the game, right? I don't think there's anything left to buy.
지금 방어력들이 꽤 높기는 해.
As it gets in terms of dealing with the Phantom Assassin.
에보도 방어력 몇인가요? 34. 나스도 31. 그러니까 뒷라인 물어야 되는데 뒷라인 물면은 크로노 덮이고 앞라인 물면은 골렘 깔리고 결국은 미는 거 볼텍스로 하고 콜 걸고 이건데 저런 식으로 그냥 페버만 와서 톡톡톡톡 치면은 어쨌든 페버 한 방에 못 내기는 이상 그냥 이니시를 시도를 할 수가 없어요. 그래서 레인지 밀린 건데 답은 양날검이죠. 하고 있네요. 양날검으로 상대가 반응도 하기 전에 페버를 녹일 수 있을 딜이 나온다면 그때는 또 달라지긴 합니다만은 그게 많이 멀어요. 27K 차이. 오. 개인적으로는 골렘들이 평타를 좀 치다가 폭발할 때가 더 좋은 것 같아. 슈에 골렘 없던 때, 인프 없던 때. 23레벨. 조금만 더 모으면은 나옵니다. 2000 골드만 더. 이거 괜히 SR 양날검 시간 주는 것 같기는 하네요.
wear through the timing here of Shopify. Whereas if you're Shopify, you need this next Aegis and you gotta go end the game. I don't know how fast your chances eventually start to
점점 양날검에 가까워지는데
you're kind of max slotted on these cores.
Yeah, you have already hit some of your 25 talents, whereas Bet Boom haven't. Like
이제 SR은 더 이상 스케일링 안 될 정도로 돈이 많거든요.
Now double damage will definitely make up for
지금 해설들도 말하지만 템창도 더 이상 남은 게 없고 먹을 수 있는 게 뭐 아가님이나 문샤드라 그렇게까지 차이 만들어내기는 어렵고요.
real hard with this. You have to think about buybacks in Bet Boom's base. They have
들어가네. 오, 네. GPK 빠르게 반응했어요. 떡대만 없애주긴 하네요, 바로. 또 밀리베랭 나갈 것 같죠? 오, 크로노 그냥 깔았어요. 퓨어 녹여낼 수 있나요? 브리킹 쓰고 퓨어 잡아낸다면 바이백 아직 없을 건데 은신 한번 퓨어 잡혔습니다. 바이백 있네요. 볼텍스 써줬지만 많이 늦었고요. 양날검 아직 안 나왔습니다. 바이백. 이거 먹고 나면 양날검 나오나요? 조금 더. 나이트폴 불킹은 없습니다. 크로노도 없고. DG 상대 뭐 하기 전에 대략 두 번째 거 나가고 있어요. 지금 좀 나이트볼이 위험하게라도 파밍하고 있거든요, 일부러. 볼텍스 마나 EMP. 지금 나왔어요, 양날검. 지금이에요. 메가 전에 한번 이겨야 됩니다. 바이백 퓨어. 바이백 조금 아깝기는 할 건데 어쩔 수 없죠. 메가 당하지 않으려면. 지금 SR 느끼고 있어요. 얘는 양날검 사고 다 온다. 그거 아니면 바이백 할 이유가 애초에 없거든요. 근데 지금 시야범위가 스킬 차이는 나는데 시야범위 차이가 좀 있습니다. 봤거든요. 일방적으로 봤거든요. 들어갑니다. 침묵. GPK 그나마 나가고 나이트볼 아이포 오우야 세긴 셌는데 근데 아티 지금 애매한 위치에 좀 밀리긴 했습니다. 게다가 오 근데 다시 잡나요? 오 근데 버텨냈어요. 네 쥐즈 치면서 아이고 RTG 타임워크가 조금 애매했는데 어쨌든 간에 페너한테서 멀어지니까 충분했네요. 와 SR이 결승에 갑니다. RTG 지금 너무 피곤해 보여요. 결승할 수 있을까? 그러니까 이게 시야 차이가 라스 때문에. 아베드 진짜 오랜만에 또 결승 가네요. And to run it back with the Pangolier when it felt like they had answers. This is a draft that just couldn't control him nearly as well. Got away from Bet Boom for sure. 그러니까 조합이 뱃붐이 레인전을 이기고 중반 버티다가 후반을 봤어야 되는데 레인저를 SR이 이긴 다음에 중반도 SR이 한타 다 이기고 후반도 이겨버려서 이거는 그냥 뱃붐이 전체적인 기량 문제가 있었던 것 같아 이번 판에서. 역시 나스하면 나이트폴인 건지 시그니처 히로다운 그런 게임이었던 것 같습니다. 그러니까 지금 침묵이 너무 길어. 과학의 개인 정도라. 그래서 과연 결승 때는 멀쩡해질까요 관전이? 이게 여기에는 또 뜨거든. 여기에는 또 떠. 내가 관전이 안 되는 거지. 결승 1경기까지는 일단 기다려 봅시다. 지금 관전으로 안 떠요. 로비 관전으로 봐. 컴을 한번 껐다 켜볼까?
PSG LGD that they ended up falling.
이상하게 다른 것까지 안 되면 한번 껐다 켜보겠는데 드림리그만 보이고 있어서 이상해. 지금 다른 라이브 다 되는데 드림리그만 안 떠. 여상해요. 일단 한번 껐다 켜봅시다. 그러면 게임컴을 한번 껐다 켜보고 어쨌든 간에 뭐 제 컴퓨터가 문제든 뭐가 문제든 간에 결승 1경기까지 해보고 거기서까지 안 된다면 포기를 하겠습니다. 왜일까? 다른 사람들은 다 잘 된다고? 진짜 왜일까? 아무튼 원래는 11시 시작이 예정인데 조금 미루겠죠. 중간 타임이 너무 짧아서. 일단 리키피디아에는 별 얘기 없네요.
That we've seen out of Saberlight all tournament, and maybe also at the same time Nightfall's work. They have the Storm pull and they have the Axe call, and they never really combined those to give PA a okay, go in, you get all these Phantom Strike attacks in. Most of his initiations was pop BKB, blink on someone.
나는 코디가 뜨네.
They weren't really
갑자기.
using their stuns together, and maybe it's because they're scared of the
왜일까?
chrono. But even when the chrono was in cooldown, they weren't really, pouncing on a target and killing them. That's what we've seen PA do in these games where she takes over. Is you just need any sort of stun to connect, then she assassinates someone, jumps out, resets, does it again. But this time PA had
지금 RTG 너무 피곤해 보였거든요. 방금 판.
Some of these missed timings in the fights along
사람이 게임 시작할 때랑 후랑 너무 팍 늙어버리더라고. RTG 정신적으로 좀 몰린 것 같아. 오랜만에 이제 성적 나오려고 그러니까.
Yeah, I think strategically this Night Stalker and Venge was really hard for them to deal with. Because,
너무
like,
늙어버렸어.
the heroes
늙었는데 더
actually
늙어버렸어.
play versus the Silence of BKB, same with Storm and PA. And so you want to burst one hero within your BKB duration, but there's a Venge there, right? The swap's going to come out right after. So they couldn't really find that target to like just all in them right away. So those two heroes are too big of a problem. Sure, Abed popped off, but they had so many things to worry about. RTZ was in the front line too. They did well in the laning stage for the most part. Of course, Axe did free farm, but I don't know. I just really felt like they couldn't take any fights. Nightfall never felt confident to go in because he couldn't commit against this Venge. And this is why Venge is so popular right now. And I really think Saberlight on that Night Stalker, that was a genius pick. It worked so well.
That was the pick of the game for me as well.
Because the biggest reason why we're saying Phantom Assassin is such a nuisance is just because you can never find her. It's a hero that theoretically for at least half the game you should be able to automatically find her because you feel confident floating around, dispelling her blur and then running away and being like, guys, I found her, she's over here.
No, and would you believe it, Nightfall ends this tournament 0-2 on PA.
That's
out of all
true, actually.
It's kind of interesting because it's been so much the talk of the town of this, especially the playoffs, right? That PA just seems ridiculous in certain games, but I think Shopify might have just made the call, like we talked about. He's barely played this hero. They're banning it a lot of the time. Let's dare them. This felt like they were expecting the PA, and they had a solution and were ready for it, and maybe just thought that this isn't Nightfall's best. And I would agree with that. I think this was his weakest game of the tournament. He's played really, really well on his trademark heroes. This just didn't hit the spot for me.
But does that go back a little bit to potentially the Invoker going to POS 5?
Yeah, maybe it was
picking Storm into Night Stalker. Some of these things kind of made the game very awkward for them because it just put them in a situation where they had to just all in one hero, but you're playing versus Venge. I think that was their biggest downfall. But I do really like to see that RTZ, he busted out even a new hero. They're passing all the tests they need to pass to be able to get to the grand finals, and now he's got a huch hero pool. He's got the TA, he's at Faces Void, which looks
이럴 때 하는 게 리겜이라는 게 있었는데 업데이트가 안 된 것 같아. 분명 새로운 콜라보를 한다고 들었는데.
Yes, we're unfortunately not going to be able to get an interview because Shopify have to prepare for their grand final. But
시작을 안 했나 봐.
they did, Cassie, let's say we had Saberlight for an interview. What do you imagine that would be like?
Yeah, actually, Saberlight, you know, he gave me a message because we all know. First of all, he doesn't really like Nightfall. This guy throughout pubs, he would keep tipping him. So he asked me if I could give a tribute for Mr. Saberlight. So this is obviously, you know, he's giving an interview. He's gonna talk about Nightfall. Yeah, you know, this guy here.
리듬 닥터도 업데이트를 안 하고.
He's gonna be like, I'm swagging out. I'm going to the gym. Yo, Nightfall, you suck. Suck it.
There we go.
And he's gonna go in the grand finals. He's gonna feel good. It's just too easy.
He should feel good. And this is for as much as EG had gone to many a grand final. This is Shopify Rebellion's first grand final as a brand since entering Dota 2. So this is a high watermark for them.
Wait a second.
자, 이럴 때 할 만한 게 하나 있네요.
That was the Animage, right?
Yes.
Saberlight just got
공식 채널에서 뭔가 틀어준다면은 옮겨서 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 뱀파이어 서바이버는 이제 좀 질렸어. 너무 많이 해서. 십덕 서바이벌을 해야겠습니다. 엠상 말고 그거 뭐야? 그 디아블로 같이 생긴 거? 홀로큐어 이거요? 홀로라이브로 나온 이건 아직 얼마 안 해놔가지고 애들이 안 쎄 아직. 홀로라이브 2등 기업. 주총 1위는 다른 기업이고. 얘네 항상 아쉬운 점이 방송을 꼭 몰려서 해. 이제 99명이라고 들었거든. 총 인구수가 얘네 회사에. 근데 꼭 이제 대낮에 방송 없고 이제 대낮은 뭐 백수만 보는 거긴 한데 꼭 방송들을 몰려서 해가지고 좀 그래. 영어권 애들은 새벽녘에 하고 일본 애들은 꼭 자기들 저녁 때만 하고. 그러니까 다들 자기들 저녁 때 하는데 다른 일을 하거나 그러니까. 근데 서로 다들 자기 저녁 때 해가지고 우리 시간으로 점심 때 볼 게 없어. 얘 태평양이 비어 있어서 그래. 태평양이랑 유럽권이 대낮에 라디오로 쓸 방송이 있어야 되는 건데. 한 명이요? 보통은 구라 알던데. 그치? 구라지. 얘는 구독자가 이제 400 몇십만이야. 얘네는 보통 유튜브 관련이든 라이브 관련이든 그쪽에 뭐 보는 게 있다면은 알게 되지. 인구수 때문에. 친구가 짤로 알려줘. 저도 아는 애들이 자꾸 구라 막 노래 보내주고 그래가지고서는 보기 시작했는데 실제로 방송 보는 거는 보통 파우나랑 지금 이거 쓰고 있는 캐릭터. 그리고 이제 하루 종일 방송 켜고 있는 인도네시아 버튜버 있는데 걔는 거의 영어로 방송을 하니까 좀 편하게 보는 거지. 인도네시아 애들이 방송 시간대는 딱 적절하거든. 아침에 켜건 밤에 켜건 우리랑 1시간인가 2시간 차이 나가지고 새벽녘에 보기 좋거나 아침부터 키는 애들은 점심에 보기 좋거나 이래가지고 괜찮은데 근데 이제 좀 케바케야. 인도네시아어를 주력으로 하는 애들은 못 알아들으니까 보기가 어렵고 영어를 좀 주력으로 해주는 애들은 괜찮기는 한데 근데 또 그거는 있어. 자기네들끼리 합동방송을 하면은 절대로 영어 안 써. 자기네들끼리는 인도네시아어가 편하니까. 그러면 또 보기가 어려워. 나 같은 사람은 인도네시아어까지는 조금 무리지. 욕은 알아들어. 안징 그러면은 알지. 도타를 하니까 도타를 하니까 안징 그러면서 막 욕하고 그러면은 알아듣는데 그 이외의 내용은 모르는 거지. 안징. 바보야 바보. 멍. 아닌가? 안징이 개새끼였나? 걔네들 말로도. 아무튼 이제 필리핀이면은 보보 그러고 인도네시아인이면은 안징 그러니까 그건 알아듣지 이제. 영어 잘 안 쓰는 애가 있는데 걔는 이제 발로란트 같은 거 주력 방송으로 한단 말이야. 그럼 이제 발로란트 하면서 뭐 죽을 때마다 뭐 안징이니 뭐니 욕 박으니까 아 알아듣는 말 나왔다 그러지. 도타를 하니까 알아들을 수 있는 말이라서. 그러니까 욕은 아는데 그냥 대화를 하면 모르는 그런 느낌이라 조금 곤란해. 인도네시아 영어 발음이야 뭐 어차피 유튜브 보다 보면은 인도네시아뿐 아니라 인도 억양이나 막 이런저런 걸 다 많이 봐서 억양이나 발음 다른 거는 크게 신경 안 쓰는데 특히 과학 관련이나 수학 관련 보면은 인도네시아인, 인도인 뭐 가릴 거 없이 막 나와가지고선 설명을 하니까 그거 알아들으려고 열심히 듣다 보면은 귀가 트여 그 발음이. 그래서 그거는 문제 없는데 아예 그냥 인도네시아어로 해버리면 좀 문제라. 그리고 뭔가 중간 프로그램을 하고 있는데 저 퀴즈쇼 비슷하게 하는 거는 너무 재미가 없더라고요. 자기네들끼리 그냥 노는 느낌이라. 몰라 나도 올해가 가기 전에 버튜버나 시작할까 진짜로. 지금 3D 모델 만드던 거 조금만 더 다듬어서 얼리얼까지만 어떻게든 끌고 가면은 할 수 있게 되는데 할 수 있는 거랑 컨텐츠가 있냐랑은 별개기는 한데 지금 한다만 2년째 한 거 같기는 해요. 솔직히 말로만 한다 하면서 2년째 찍은 거 같은데 그런 것까지는 좀 내가 그런 거에 써먹을 컨텐츠가 없어. 입담이 좋은 편이 아니라서 그런지 이 컨셉을 뭘 하든 자유기는 한데 VR 챗에서 하듯이. 근데 이제 내가 그쪽에 소질이 없으면은 좀 그래. 내가 소질이 있는 거를 해야지. 내가 소질이 있는 거라고 하면은 잡탕 하는 거에 소질이 있는데 잡탕 잘하는 컨셉이 뭐가 있을까? 약간 컨셉을 어이구 편하게 잡는 데에는 그게 있거든. 동화 같은 데서 끌어오는 거. 안 잡아지네. 무적해야겠다. 응? 그 가오르를 아신다고 했으니까 걔네 같은 경우엔 뭐 아틀란티스니 그림 리퍼니 하면서 이제 동화 같은 데서 많이 가져온단 말이야. 동화나 신화 이런 거에서. 영어권이 특히 많이 그렇게 하더라. 동화랑 신화에서. 동화랑 신화든 그런 거에서 잡탕을 잘하는 애가 뭐가 있을까? 몇만살? 갑자기 아이콘이 바뀌셨어. 서브 계정으로 오셨나? 태블릿에서 핸드폰으로? 이제 초반에 할 거 없으면 설정 따위라도 해야 되기는 해. 그래야 이제 솔직히 설정 따라 없으면은 새로운 시청자들이 무슨 채팅을 칠 수 있겠어. 새로운 사람들이 채팅을 치려면은 뭐가 있어야 얘기를 하는 거지. 그래서 산 거야 유튜브. 아 프리미엄? 그것 때문에 세 계정. 항상 생각하는 거지만은 그런 거 그냥 기존 계정에도 쿠폰 계속 연동할 수 있게 해줬으면 좋겠어. 굳이 새 계정이어야만 가능한 그런 거 귀찮아. 영의 터키. 요즘은 그지? 뭐지? 남미 나라 이름이 뭐였지? 갑자기 기억이 안 나는데. 그래, 베네수엘라인이 많았었는데 요즘은 티르키예인이 좀 많아진 것 같아요. 뱀서랑 이거 다른 점이 한박이 너무 많아. 그리고 뭐지 레벨에 따른 스케일링도 크지 않고 탄막 피하는 게 은근 어지러워. 안 보이거든. 내 탄막이 너무 많아서 안 보여. 뱀서 보스 비슷한 거는 있는데 크게 다르진 않죠. 그쪽 보스는. 뱀서 보스는 다른 게 없어. 그냥 피통이 커. 피통과 데미지가 큰 거고, 여기는 보스가 탄막을 쓰거나 유니크한 유닛이거나 조금 다르지. 아무튼 요즘은 튀르키예인이 많더라고. 나는 유튜브 프리미엄 귀찮아서 안 써. 돈도 돈인데. 굳이 외국산까지 해야 할까 그런 게 있지. 요즘 그 뭐지? 애드블럭 막는다는 얘기 있던데. 애드블럭 켜고 있으면은 쓰지 말라고. 공식에서 뭔가 하고 있는데 잠깐 봐볼까요? 뭐 하는 건지. 아, 별거 아니네요. 그냥 방금 하던 그거네요. 아무튼 내 탄막이 이렇게 날아다니는 상황에서 적 탄막을 보고 피하는 게 쉽지가 않아. 이렇게 단순히 몇 개 날아오는 건 피하겠는데 보스 따라서 우르르 쏴대는 경우가 있어서 솔직히 늙어서 안 보임 이제. 젊었으면 보였을까? 젊었어도 안 보였을 것 같긴 한데. 슬슬 시작하나요? 근데 원래 예정 시간보다도 아직 10분 남아서 패널들 다시 나와 있긴 한데 시작은 아닌 것 같아. 홀로 큐어 나왔을 때 퀄리티가 하도 좋아가지고 물론 이제 뱀서도 계속 업데이트 꾸준히 잘해줬지만은 무료캠이 더 좋네 어쩌네 했었는데 뱀서가 물론 이제 팍프리 많이 해온 거지만 그래픽 수준을 그 정도에서 유지하는 거를 이해할 것 같아. 이건 너무 안 보여. 너무 화려한 것 같아. 약간 그런 느낌이 있어. 너무 과하게 화려한 느낌이 있어. 내 탄막 안에 적이 안 보일 정도라. 적 탄막뿐 아니라. 사 분 남았네요. 보스전까지. 오. 이제 엠서 같은 경우에는 단축 모드가 있지만은 여긴 없기는 한데 여기는 기본 게임 시간이 20분이라 엠서 풀타임보다는 조금 짧음. 물론 아이템 선택하고 그러면 가볍게 30분이긴 한데 그러니까 이게 안 보여. 내가 동방 프로젝트를 해도 이렇게까지 안 보이진 않았는데 과하게 안 보여. 맥스. 참 저렇게 보면은 해설들도 극한 직업이기는 해. 중간에 프로그램을 짜놓으면 비용이 너무 세니까 패널들이 이제 시간을 떼어줘야 되는데, 패널이랑 해설들이 솔직히 자기들도 알고 있지 않을까? 보는 사람들 노잼이라고 생각한다는 거 저거. 괜히 쓸데없는 퀴즈쇼 같은 거 하는 거. 옛날처럼 이제 도타 잡학상식 하는 것도 이제 한도가 있지. 이제는 온갖 요상한 것들도 알만한 사람들은 다 알잖아. 대회까지 챙겨볼 만한 사람이면. 약간 그럴 것 같아. 그러니까 돈은 받으니까. 나는 안 받는데. 나는 안 받으니까 게임 같은 건 하고 있는 거지. 아무튼 30만 버티면 보스네요. (10초) 필드 잘 유지했어. 이거 탄막이 너무 많어. 무적 타임으로 잠깐 버티긴 했는데 이거를 못 뚫겠어. 뚫는 패턴을 모르겠어. 어떻게 뚫어야 할지. 와, 씨, 이거 어떻게 피함? 이석이, 아이고, 안 되는데. 일단 체력 좀 채워놓고요. 상자. 별로 쓸모있진 않다. 이거 체력 바가 안 나오니까 모르겠네. 얘 가까워야 피해지는데 가까우면은 탄막이 안 버텨져. 아우 씨 죽었다. 아이고. 가까우면 탄막이 안 버텨지고 멀면은 레이저를 맞고. 아 어렵네요. 근데 강화가 좀 덜 된 것도 있어. 강화를 마무리하면은 에고 깰 것 같기는 한데 어쨌든 간에 우리 노래 듣고 있을까요? 저기 밴드 하고 있는 사람들도 다 도타 할까? 안 할까? 한 명 정도는 하지 않을까? 막 서로 막 얘기도 하고 인터뷰도 막 하고 막 이야기도 받아주긴 하는데 도타 얘기는 안 하더라고. 거의 고정으로 드림리그마다 이렇게 나와가지고 하고 있는데 그냥 직원인 걸까? 직원 겸 초청 밴드인 걸까? 아, 저작권 크리티컬한 노래가 나온다. 얘네는 후원사에서 돈을 받지만 나는 유튜브가 망가지면 안 돼. 아마 저작권 경고 아니고 이제 알람은 뜰 것 같아. 짧게 써가지고. 이게 원곡 그대로 쓴 게 아니라 쟤네들 거를 뭐지? 연주 같은 경우에 2차 창작으로 들어가거든. 그래서 저작권이 복잡하게 들어가가지고 아마 경고는 안 뜰 건데 쟤네들이 직접 클레임하지 않는 이상. 근데 어쨌든 알람은 뜰 거라 조금 신경 써줍시다. 이럴 때마다 제가 듣는 노래들이 있죠. 그래서 맨날 듣던 똑같은 그 노래들. 노 카피라이트 송, 통칭 NCS. 저작권이 복잡해. 얘 경고 없이 그냥 돈 뜯어간다고 그러면은 작은 채널들은 그냥 니들 그냥 써라 그러겠는데 니들이 뭐 몇백 원이든 그냥 가져가라 그러겠는데 그건 또 아니니까. 자, 맨날 틀던 그 노래들이 있습니다. 이거 틀어놓고 저는 화장실도 한번 갔다 오고 다음 경기 기다려보죠. 이번에는 들어가지겠죠. 기대를 해봅시다. 11시 됐거든 이제. 시작할런지 모르겠네요. 아이고. 와, 커피 그만 먹고 주스 먹어야겠다. 사실 이 중계 자체도 드림리그에서 클레임 걸고 싶으면 걸 수 있어. 내가 허락을 받은 코어 스트리머가 아니기 때문에 문제가 될 수 있긴 합니다. 보통은 도타 커뮤니티 자체가 냅두기는 해. 몇몇 특정 리그 빼면은 냅두기는 해. 이제 돈 만들 거면은 신청을 해라 이런 식으로 나오는 거지.
For people that don't know the game Packet Loss, you're in for a surprise. It's a version of telephone charades, and I've already read the prompt. There might be time for only one prompt, so I'm the one reading the prompt and doing the first thing. That means you guys got to turn around, and I got to read the prompt again because it's a very long one.
Should we explain to the viewers?
It's
what it
more
is?
fun. if
Oh,
we
we're
don't
not playing
explain.
with the.
On the viewers
Okay.
meant to guess as well.
Yeah, the viewers will guess
Okay.
as well. All right, I'll explain.
Let the viewers guess as well.
So the way it is that we're all going to turn around so we can't see what's happening. Shiver's going to poke one of us on the shoulder, and then that person watches her do a charade, which we're also going to do with the band, providing some music. And then that person pokes somebody else, and then they watch, and so on and so forth. And then the last person has to guess what it is after all the packets have been lost the entire time.
And if they can't guess correctly, then the original person does it again.
Yes.
Yeah, we're on a team though, so we wanna
And all of
try to
it
do good.
will be under musical accompaniment of the PogChamp Pandas, who may or may not have a small influence in the tempo of which we do the challenges.
They have a
of the
huge
game.
influence. All right,
Yes.
let's turn around, guys.
Let's turn around,
Who's
everybody.
going first?
Shiver's going first.
Yeah,
She
I'm
already read
going
the
first, but
prompt.
I'll tap someone on the shoulder. I have been allowed to use a prop, by the way. That will be a prop.
Okay. Is it the trophy?
Yeah, I'm using the trophy.
Okay.
Okay, wait a second. I gotta put the card away. And I will use another prop. Oh, I know exactly which one.
조금 연기를 했나?
Not
게임이 늘어나가지고
Don't do this.
게임 3까지 간 데다가 하나가 좀 길고 그랬어가지고.
I wonder where. Oh, I know another prop.
Oh my god. Come on, Shiva.
Thirsty?
No thanks. Thank you though, Barbie.
You're welcome, Barb.
Alright, fucked. Come on.
Have we started yet?
Yes.
Oh.
대체 뭐 하는 걸까요, 저들은?
Someone's gonna get hurt. Oh, I know the answer to that question.
The viewers didn't hear the question even.
He said, who's gonna fuck it up the worst? And I assume he grabbed Owen, if I had to guess.
You gotta do it, Owen, don't you?
미국에 뭔가 요상한 놀이가 있는 걸까? 대체 뭐 하는 건지 전혀 이해가 가지 않습니다, 지금.
It's always hard to know if the first one is even good. So we'll see.
You got me.
I got you.
응?
Did you break it?
뭐가 던져진 것 같았는데.
That's not something you want to hear.
Yeah, it's at the, at
You
the,
turned
at the
around?
bottom of it.
Sounds wild.
He's gonna fix it first. It's all good. Don't worry, Effie, your trophy is fine.
Thank you, Shiver.
서양에는 이런 놀이가 있군요. 뭐 하는 건지 전혀 이해는 안 되는데.
Are you sure?
Looks fine.
뭘까?
Bad sign.
Don't ask me what this is, by the way. I have no idea. Come here.
You're not allowed to talk to me.
I like this. I have no idea. He broke the stage. He broke the stage. Dude, thank God this is the last day. Thank God this is the last day.
LED 떨어졌다.
You're gonna get in trouble.
A bit of duct tape, still good.
Duct tape.
Good as new.
Alright,
확산판이 깨졌네요. 발로 차가지고.
You're guessing.
You're gonna have to do that part as well.
No, I don't. I'm guessing. I'm the guesser. Isn't that what happens?
Correct.
See, Purge, you don't know the rules of games you play.
I got a little thrown off at the end there. My memory. This thing. Okay. Okay, here we go.
Right. Walking, you know.
That's it. Good luck.
He snatched a baby.
A baby?
That was baby snatching. He was walking in the park.
Was it baby snatching?
It was not baby snatching. I'll do it once more.
Cause he did the thing. Like, why would you do this to a small? Like, he had to.
It's a good question. Why would he do that?
Ah, sneaky. Oh, she's a robber. You're a robber. Bank robbery? Museum robbery.
Oh, I know. Yep.
See, of course.
Trying to steal ages.
Of course. You're a robber. You robbed from like a museum or a bank.
I did rob.
You were treading over the red laser things.
Yeah.
대체 뭘까?
Accidentally
I had
stumbled
a
on
red.
one.
Yes.
And then you had to grab it and run before
Yes.
the
And
security
it was
showed
a
up.
diamond, but I didn't.
It
A
was
diamond, yeah, a diamond.
Pink
So
Panther.
it wasn't a baby.
It was not a baby,
Not a baby.
And Lacoste did the whole. And then
Okay, listen. Why would you crouch and do this?
Where would that?
For a
I
child.
don't know. Lacoste just did it.
I don't know. I was copying Owen.
왜 동작을 그 뭐야? 그거 비슷한 건가 보다.
Okay, right.
Thank you.
그 가족 오락관에 헤드셋 쓰고 나와가지고 전 하는.
Time for another one.
근데 행동으로 이제 한 명한테 천천히 넘어가는. 근데 제시어가 뭔지도 안 알려주고.
Dream like there'll be more 2-0s. Who knows? But we're gonna have a fantastic show anyway. And just like any show, you know what happens when you sit down in the theater and you know you're right before you are watching the movie that you're supposed to watch.
There's trailers.
There's some commercials, there's some trailers.
People don't stop fucking chewing in your ear. Stop eating that popcorn.
Okay,
Movie
that
hasn't
part
started
we
yet.
were not able to replicate, thank goodness. But commercials, trailers, sounds about right.
We imagine a future. And our imaginings horrify us.
아무튼 결승 전에 뭔가 하나 봅니다.
They won't fear it until they understand it. And they won't understand it.
와, 택키 옛날 지래. 롤백 언제 해주냐 대체.
Until they've used it.
택키 제발 개 살려줘.
Know if we can be trusted with such a weapon.
와, 비타민 C.
But we have no
choice.
그러니까 바뀐 테키는 테키가 아니야. 점점 이제 컨셉들을 잃어가 애들이.
I can't wait to see that movie another time, but for now it is grand finals time here for Dream Leagues. Season 21 needs a champion, and two teams are going to fight in a best of 5 to decide which one of these two teams will take home the lion's share of $1 million. I think first place, I know first place is $300,000, which is a lot of money to some. To Team Spirit, potentially peanuts, considering they win millions of dollars in the past. But first place, they do seem to like that. They come back to it time and time again. I'm joined for this grand finals, of course, by my lovely co-host Jenkins. But we're also having a couch filled with analysts. We got ourselves Lacoste, Purge, and Effie. And I just want to gauge the state of these teams before we go into it.
25렙 지뢰 무빙이요. 개인적으로는 별로 쓸모 없다고 생각하긴 하는데 재미는 있지. 쓸모는 없더라도. 나는 스태틱마인이 제일 그리워. 딴 것보다도. 그리고 이제 테키에 침묵 없으니까 좀 내가 원하는 그런 라인전이 안 되고. 선 글리머 샤드 가던 테키가 좀 좋았었거든요. 저는 개인적으로. 마지막 사라지기 전에. 네, 지금은 그냥 짤스턴. 인스턴도 아니야 짤스턴이지 뭐.
Even if they don't manage to win this one, I still think it's a huge confidence boost overall for Shopify because, as Effie mentioned,
샤드로 스턴 생겼을 때 적당히 길었는데.
struggling at Riyadh Masters, one of the biggest tournaments of the year.
테키 개혁지 이니시.
They've been very innovative when it comes down to picks, and the whole squad, like just by watching them on camera, you can feel the vibes are much more different. You can see them smiling, you can see them cheering. It also comes down to them, winning, but the squad definitely feels fun to watch, and it feels like a whole team.
Yeah, they really needed this as far as I'm concerned because there's such high expectations around them. They're individually very skilled players. They keep making slight roster swaps to try to get to that greatness point, and they keep missing it. And I counted them out multiple times already this tournament, and they keep surpassing expectations. I thought that they got carried through winter bracket on the back of PA kind of before other teams kind of did that, and then they won their next series and their next series. So I'm impressed that they got here, and I think it's great for them, and it's still going to be a hard finals though.
Purge, I want to know how you feel. As a North American, we have two teams that just made it to the grand finals of the two previous tournaments. What are you feeling right now? I know what I'm feeling, but I want to know what you're feeling. Are you huffing on the copium as well? Are we back?
I think that NA is a little bit of a husk of a region at this point.
It's a bit of a husk of a man, that's right.
It's hard to feel a major esteem for it, I guess.
그냥 진짜 자살일 때는 커리어도 하나라 갔다 왔어야 됐는데.
They're here and there. Quinn's been owning.
But we haven't had a team.
I just take those gems. Yeah,
we
it's been a while,
but we haven't had a team in so long. And now we got two grand.
그러고 보니 그때는 서폿으로 물건 어떻게 받았지? 걸어갔다 왔었나? 죽어서 갔었나? 어지간하면. 근데 죽으면 죽는 대로 TP 값이 비싸가지고.
And they did not win, but they did great throughout that entire tournament.
There were a lot of people missing in that tournament as well, so I don't know if I want to call it 2 tournaments in a row.
It was versus Gaiman though, and
it's true.
And they had a really good performance. Like you would think that a team like TSM would crumble under the pressure of playing Gaiman in the LAN, but they were very competitive. So it is hopium for the NA region.
A little bit of hopium, they need it. I think it's also really cool that when we talk about the road that Shopify Rebellion has had over this week, every single one of their players has had standout performances. There's not one person that's carrying them on their backs.
That's true.
If we focus our attention on Team Spirit, the same can be said, although I will say that especially Collapse, Jenkins, has been making waves.
Collapse, there's a reason that this guy is in everybody's top 3 for the offlane. Yatoro is arguably the best carry in the world right now. This guy's just not fucking around, straight up. Like, he's TI form. It's very scary. He's not just getting carried by the PA. But with Yatoro, it does depend on the tournament. And I feel like with Collapse, he is just consistently like the
그러니까.
best offlaners in the world. I found what Quinn said in the interview to be.
나는 그냥 하다가 필요한 거 같으면 커리어 2개 사긴 했어. 어차피 리스톡 되니까.
No matter what the patch is, and it's something.
나 아직도 애니그마 가이드 커리어 달려있는 거 쓰고 있는데.
Consistency and the archetype.
애니그마.
Yatoro, for example, is last pick.
옛날 가이드 그대로 쓰고 있어서 일부러 안 지웠어. 그냥 남겨놨어.
Absolute limit, especially when he's in the form that he is in right now.
동물 짐꾼.
Instead of collapse, I'm into thinking about what his superpower is. For me, his superpower is none other than Mira.
업그레이드는 안 남아있는데 아무튼 하이라이트들입니다. 미라 이거 굉장했죠. 아기스 스틸. 아 근데 그새 SFM 만들어왔네 이거. 초반이긴 했거든. 배 초반이긴 했는데 이거 만들어놨네요.
Described my feelings like pretty accurate. He typed holy fuck like after I did it, and I was thinking like in similar way, because when I was going in I didn't like expect much. I was just told by Larl, just go and die bro, your life doesn't matter, and I was ready to die like in 1 second from like one Fisher and Sky ulti. But they hesitated a bit, they just wasn't like ready that some Dark will be forced out, will go in, and it was one of my best plays like in my whole career, so I'm glad that this happened. That was like really nice. It's very good meta for position 4 like players, and there are like a lot of heroes that I like. You can scale like on them, you can farm a lot, you can be super impactful in the late game. So it's a bit annoying that PA and Sven are in meta because they one-shot supports. But like generally it's fine. It's like I think it's very balanced. Maybe like except of PA.
야토로 머리털이 생기면서.
We're like in our not the best shape, but we're like in good shape. So like 6 out of 10.
한번 밀었다가 다시 머리털이 생기면서 사람이 뭔가 글쎄 아팠을까? 오 이것도 참 대단했어요.
He's good. Very smooth stuff. They might even get the Aegis. They might. ACM, he lives through that. Another TP out. Another TP out. Comes just a bit too late.
But I still
글쎄 민 것도 아파서 밀었던 걸까?
have some problems that I should
한번
fix, before TI. So
젊어서 이제 게임만 하고 있으니까 당뇨 같은 게 잠깐 왔었나?
Oof, if this is team spirit as a 6 out of 10, I don't know. This is the teams at TI are probably shaking in their boots right about now. Yeah, we have seen fantastic performances coming out from Mira and his squad. Really good to hear that Lara was a shot caller there as well. The cost, just go in, your life doesn't matter.
Yeah, I have the same mentality. Just go in and die. Your life doesn't matter, pretty much. That's how I play Dota. But Mira on his signature, I would even say Miraska, he really nailed it there. I talked about him as a player being, not on the spotlight because he just gets the job done. He's that casual worker. He clocks in, gets everything done. But some of the plays that he did, like we've seen this one, that's pretty amazing. But he also had a lot of good plays throughout the Dream League. And also
그러니까 리아드로 이제 상금봉 한번 보더니 갑자기 의욕이 돌아왔는지 아무튼 이제 시작이 되니까 과연 뭐가 문제일까요? 왜 나만 안 되는 것 같지? 왜 나만 안 될까?
Call even after winning TI, he didn't.
무결성 검사 한번 해봐야겠다. 왜 이러지 갑자기?
He can't believe that he won. He doesn't feel good enough. He doesn't feel on the caliber of previous TI winners, and like he feels imposter syndrome quite often. But I think results.
그래서 인보컬 픽 나왔습니다. SR. SR은 인보컬 어디로 쓸까요? 아베드가 일단은 쓰는데.
The imposter syndrome will go away when you just keep winning. And I think also what helps is this team has
지금 모를 일이죠.
ups and downs as well. I remember I think it was like pre-Arlington, or they won Arlington, right? Yep. And I think like pre-Arlington they were talking about how like they bombed out of the previous tournament. Maybe it was the major, and they said like, oh yeah, we just
크릿도 쓰나? 크릿은 제가 못 본 것 같아요.
and then they win Arlington. Like this team has had
AA.
periods where they suck and they just say they're playing bad, and then they say they're going to get better, and then they do. So I
글쎄요.
feel like that's a huge confidence booster too. to know you
진짜
have the
큰
correct read on
것들은
your
일단
team.
벤이 됐거든요. 판고, 스벤, 판다, 자이로, 패너 이렇게는 이미 죽었는데 AA 픽이 지금 나왔어요. 트롤 때문인 걸까요?
Turned into like mid-tournament, and they're gonna do it again. It seems here in a best of 5.
It's surprising to see it picked up without the direct obvious counter though. So
Yes.
to see it as like a straight up opener, knowing that it's a bit weak on lane and it doesn't directly counter the one hero pick so far, it's interesting.
I thought he was the like really weak in the lane, but then I saw like some of the plays that you can do with the Ancient Apparition, where you like push the wave as a position 5, and then you go through the gates, use your second ability, use Blood Grenade, and it's enough to get the kill. Saw some even like early TPs from the Ancient Apparition to get the kill. So my opinion about him like not being good at the early stages of the game, especially since the addition of the Blood Grenade, has really changed.
No, but may I mention that I don't think AA is a strong laner, to be honest. Like, he does look good when he's paired up with certain combinations, such as PA or Sven. But Team Spirit have been running Ancient Apparition before it was cool, before it was considered a counter. Like, I remember the last Dream League, they were building around this AA first pick in their draft anyway. This is a Miposhka hero, and they've been playing around it for so long that this is the one team that can open AA without a direct counter that I will believe in their opener.
Because you think that they're going to pick stuff in the draft to basically combo with it essentially.
And they've
그래서 퍽배는 근데 모르겠다.
You guys remember last Dream League, right? When Spirit were
그러니까 흡혈이나 체젠 좋은 게 딱히 생각나는 게 없어.
They were overall first picking their anti-mage, and they were building their draft
패블 패보는 상관도 없는 애고.
hero in every single team's hands except theirs.
트롤은 굳이 AA로 컨트롤하려고 하진 않잖아요.
And the same can be extended to Shopify with their Invoker. I mean, this is an Avid classic, even if he hasn't played it yet. And it just combos so nicely with these hyper carries that you can put Alacrity on, you can pick a Vengeful Spirit on top of the Invoker, and you can just all-in buff your Arteezy.
무에르타는 말할 것도 없고.
What hero did they pair with Ancient Apparition during Rio?
아니면 AA가 충분히 버프 받았다고 생각하는 건가요?
Ancient Apparition plus Bristleback, that was the combo, and everybody on the panel was like, what are these guys doing? And they still managed to win that game. I'm not sure who they played against, but it was like something different. They did not like try to go for anything meta pretty much, and this is how Team Spirit are. Like, they are picking some of the meta stuff, but they also have gigantic hero pool that they can choose from, and they're gonna surprise you with some of the picks.
How much do you think that is because it is a best of 5, and if you're gonna go full-on experimentation or trying something different that you wanted to try in game 1, you know, there's no harm, no foul?
Absolutely, in a best of 5, it's a different beast. Like, if you manage to win this first game in a best of 5, where you experimented a lot, it gives you huge advantage, because coming into the second game, you have like huge lead where you can pick pretty much whatever.
그리고 무결승 검사 끝나서 한번 다시 켜볼게요.
And if they lose it, then it's like, okay, well that was a weird thing.
대체 뭐가 문제인 걸까?
We'll go back to meta.
We've seen Spirit do this before too. Like this
네,
is the first
대지령.
team to let the
근데
gyro through.
인버커랑 있을 때 대지형은 조금 모르겠다.
This is an investment. If you can win against the gyro, I think it was against Gaming Gladiators.
지금 스피릿이 광역이 꽤 괜찮긴 하거든요 지금.
Gyro, what the hell do we do? So they do tend to invest in these weird drafts in the first game of a series, so that way the drafting for the rest of the series gets a lot easier for them.
There's one consistent thing that they do.
광역기들이 꽤 괜찮기는 한데.
Is they never played against Phantom Assassin. They really valued this hero highly. I mean, we can go back to Yatoro. His
네, 다시 켜봐도 안 되네요 이상하게. 나만 안 되는 건가 봐.
Carries, and he mentioned like 4 of them. He didn't think Gyro was good enough, but this is like Sven.
크릿 대지령 견제.
And they either pick Phantom Assassin.
대지령이 근데 물론 버프 여러 가지 받긴 했지만 여전히 서폿으로 쓰기에는 살짝 애매한 것 같아요. 특히 이제 뭐 물론 대지령을 먼저 가져간 경우긴 하지만 인챈 같은 거 챙기면은 아예 차라리 데미지가 나오든 셋업이 되건 할 건 해야 대지령이 도래기 좋으니까 서폿이. 하다못해 언다잉도 그냥 포탈 타고 와서 묘비 깔면은 킬이 나는데 대지령은 3렙 이상 돼야 되는데 상대 조합도 봐야 되고 아군 조합도 봐야 되고 그런 문제가 좀 있어.
to the dire side, the dire side is a really interesting entry point into the Radiant mid tower. Like that's ideal for enchantresses to come and gank and potentially take a tower. And I mean the alacrity on the enchantress is also a potential combination that I like to see.
This hero's been gaining a lot of popularity. It's usually paired with a stacked farmer. So maybe the next pick from Shopify is some Arteezy stack farming hero, but the three good ones are taken out, the PA, the Gyro, the Sven. What's left? What else does he play?
Be some Luna or some Medusa, right? Because
그러니까 대충 화분마에서 W 틱 치고 우클릭 몇 번 눌러놓으면 이기는데 최대? 최대는 근데 조금 애매해지네요 SR. 서폿에 스턴이 없고 데미지가 없어요.
I'm slightly worried.
짤짤이들은 있는데 나름.
They can disengage with disruption, tornado, but all of these heroes are extremely squishy. You get on top of them, one roll, one ancient apparition blast, it's gonna be like almost
흡이랑 아니면 셋업 가능하니까 마르스 같은 거, 센킹 같은 거 있어야 될 것 같아요 SR 오프에. 분열 셋업해서 스턴 넣기 좋은 마르스나 뭐 그런 거 하나쯤 있어야 될 텐데.
Definitely less. It's less good now though with the Centaur coming out, like the demonic purge, that slow through BKB.
영 애매해.
One of the only things in the game that counteracts that.
And it gives you decent lane kill potential as well with the Centaur. It's really where the value has come from the hero so far this tournament. A little unexpected, but Double Edge and Hoof Stomp, it's a pretty good nuke potential. It gives you the ability to pressure the carry or to potentially kill a hero like Enchantress with some quick magic burst.
Defensive disruptions, like they're gonna be buying time for Ancient Apparition ulti to stop thinking, and then you'll have Centaur with the stop, Spirit with the roll in, so it might be a setup. Like you're gonna be really careful.
요즘 알 잘 까는 캐리들이 또 죽은 게 있어서 그런 것 같아.
Setting things up for an enemy team.
I'm sure they'd prefer to be playing like Dark Willow as their 4 here.
거의 이제 밀리 캐리들로 뭉쳤잖아요.
So they could switch positions. It could be A4 maybe.
피닉스 한 번 더.
I don't know if A Centaur's enemy. It's probably good.
근데 이거 스피릿도 광역기들이 있기는 한데.
For what reason?
It's just stronger as before. You get more levels and Phoenix
마무리가 되나요?
sit in farm lanes anyway at certain points of the game, and it does it way better than an ancient.
킬 마무리가 좀 엉성한데.
Like I mentioned, it's a Mipushka specialty. He's been consistently
그래서
playing
비스트
ancient
마스터.
apparition even before this match.
Okay.
Also, you have the insane damage coming out of spirits plus Sunray on top of the Centaur stun, which I really like. And I wanted to also mention
서로
the potential
캐리 마켓 보고 있습니다. 상성은 일단 스피릿이 더 가져갈 수는 있겠는데.
vessel purchase from either the Phoenix or the Earth Spirit. It can be either now, which opens up more itemization coming from your mid-Earth Spirit. If he doesn't have to build vessel and Phoenix is doing it, suddenly he can have the blade mail into heart that much faster. And Invoker is a hero that's heavily dependent on his regen from Ghostwalk, and so is Enchantress with her Nature's Attendant. So
that's a good point.
There's a lot of ways for Spirit to play into Shopify's heroes.
The only downside is they're all magic damage on Spirit side. It's very synergistic, but hypothetically a pipe would be great.
There's not going to be much carries left in the pool because both teams, they need the last pick to carry. We already seen like 4 carries being removed from the pool. I think it could have potentially be like a good Ursa game for Shopify if they want to run it. They do have Shadow Demon, like one of the better counters in the game against Ursa. You might need someone else to kill this egg because right now I see Alacrity. They do have Beastmaster Aura. Maybe I overlooked that a little bit.
악령이랑 무예를
something
타네.
like very explosive coming out from Shopify in the last pick.
진짜 별
Concern with the potential Ursa coming out of Shopify is it does look really good on paper, but
요상한 벤이 나왔어요. 아직 다른 캐리들 남아 있거든요. 슬라크라든지 뭐 남아 있는 것들이 있는데. TG 픽으로 생각한다면은 태블이 벤이 되네요. 태블 생각하고 있었는데. 토로 픽은 슬라크 괜찮아 보이거든요. 슬라크 혈기 이런 거 서로. 이제 뭐 A에 있으니까 SR에서는 슬라크를 못 뽑겠지만은 그러니까 이게 애매하게 적어놓고 보면은 슬라크 나와서 좀 어려울 것 같네요. SR 입장에서는 슬라크 나가벤? 환영벤?
hits
TA.
sure. And she synergizes well with Beastmaster.
이러면
She also plays to
펜렌,
Shopify's tempo, so
슬라크 두 가지 다
Shopify based
괜찮은데요.
on their Enchantress.
아니면 아예 메두사도
The
있고요.
Roshan
상대
is
딜
up.
모자르니까.
You got that 20-minute snowball timing. That looks pretty
메두사는
scary.
레인전이 좀 많이 힘들긴
It
하겠다.
feels like a lot of the supports that are in the meta right now are not very survivable against these like carry solo killer type heroes
환창?
like TA. So I feel like TA should be
그죠?
able to get a lot of kills this game.
이게 나가 밴을 하면서 오히려 환영픽 괜찮지 않나 싶게 생각한 것 같아요.
So badly by the
그래서
Beastmaster, like
야토로
you said,
환창입니다.
because
야토로가 환창이
yeah, the illusions take
조금
less
애매하기는
damage,
한데
less
다른
healing for the
캐리에 비해.
Beastmaster when he has the bongo drums.
I don't feel like he's going to be playing on bongo drums anyway, right? It feels like an aura push.
어쨌든 간에 이번 판 환창 크면 끝이니까요.
Classic that we've seen time and time again of the early
이제
tempos.
환영의 드럼 작동 안 하거든요.
Carry on Spirit. So the question is, will Spirit be able to endure to that
지난 패치 때 나가 한창 셀 때 계속 비스트마스터 나온 이유가 비마 아가님이 환영한테 데미지를 줘도 광역키를 줬던 거라 그래서 더더욱 나온 거였는데 이번 메이저 패치 바뀌면서 아가님 드럼 효과가 더 이상은 환영 데미지로 회복이 안 됩니다. 그래서 본체로만 힐이 돼요.
Also means that Team Spirit they need to play with 4 different heroes. The good thing is Lara's going to be playing Earth Spirit, so I think this hero from the mid lane checks a lot of the boxes and can make a lot of stuff happen in these side lanes.
Shopify definitely has some damage issues though. Like outside, it's Beast, Shadow Demon, Enchantress. Like it's gonna take. You're gonna need. Aren't they gonna need TA there in a lot of cases to
I don't
kill
agree.
you?
I think Invoker is enough, and Shadow
They
Demon
rely
do a lot of damage.
on getting early Roshan on side of Shopify so they can get second Roshan and try to close the game from there. If this game goes on for more than 40 minutes, Team Spirit has this one.
A lot of theory crafting, a lot dependent on timing here for the first game of this best of 5 in the grand finals. Before we head over to Odie Pixel and Fog, though, a short intermezzo with the Pakchan Pandas.
자, 결승 베스트 5 첫 경기입니다. 그냥 이렇게 보죠. 뭐 굳이 그거 보기도 그렇고 그냥 노가리 까면서 본다는 생각으로 중계가 아니라 결승날 노가리로 제목을 바꿔놓든가 해야겠네. 아무튼 기본은 스피릿이 꽤 괜찮아 보입니다. RPG 멘탈 멀쩡할지도 모르겠고요. 드디어 결승.
Teams here in the grand final today playing for that first place prize of $300,000.
Big money.
A lot of money on the line, Fogs. We've had the 2 drafts come up. What do you reckon about this? Listening to the panel, seems like they feel Shopify, they got to play this fast. And that is something that we know Shopify can do. They already did it earlier today. They had quite the stomp they were able to pull off in one of the games.
Absolutely. I mean, their lineup is all built about getting that early pressure, getting early Roshan.
해설 한 명 옆에서 그냥 아이어 그리만 계속.
To take these objectives with the Beast, the Edge, the TA, if they're off to good starts in the laning phase. So let's see if they're going to be able to do that because they did pick a lot of these heroes that they do have successful lanes with as well too, right? The Enchantress, taking a look at some stats. It's got like a 75% win rate here at this tournament. It's been guaranteeing most of the safe lanes for the carries. And yeah, this Beastmaster overall, the tempo has been set from this hero for the forever since this hero's been inside of Dota, but even more so lately. And let's see what goes down.
I'm going aggressive here onto Meposhka. And with the slow, they should have this first blood. Another grenade thrown out. He's got the very far. I bet he wants the first blood. He's not going to end up getting it. Fly will. But nonetheless, first blood here for the team of Shopify.
All right. I mean, that's exactly how you want to start things off. Fly, he'll get that first blood, right? So see what he tries to bring up here to help out Arteezy more. He's just going to have a wand and stuff like that. So yeah, let's see how these lanes do go down. They have very, very strong ones on the side of Shopify.
First blood.
For Spirit, it's a much more greedy draft that they've gone around. Still can't play aggressive, though. As we've seen, Earth Spirit overall, it seems like he always has a good game. I don't think I've seen a single game in this tournament where Earth Spirit has a bad 15 minutes. The first 15 minutes, that is.
But overall, you would say that if this game does start to slow down, if Shopify Rebellion make a couple of mistakes going for the laning phase into the mid-game, it is going to fall towards the favor of the Spirit and towards the favor of this last pick PL from Yatoro.
Definitely. There's just lack of disables, lack of control, unless they have some crazy leader itemization that they can get for a lot of things. It's not even just the PL. Like, at some points in the game, there's going to be these stampedes, an Earth Spirit rolling around, a PL going around too. So, yeah, it could fall into some issues of dealing with these later game heroes.
근데 진짜 대지 형이 스탯이 너무 좋기는 해. 대충 칼과 파트 옥탈인 하면은 피가 막 3000이 넘고 방어력도 장난 아니고 리젠도 장난 아니고.
Absolutely, yeah, but both of these mid players have come out with some real hot stuff. Hot stuff so far this tournament. Abed
이번 판 반각 많이 넣더라도 피통들이 하도 커가지고 켄타도 그렇고 대지령도 그렇고 테머가 게임하기 쉽진 않겠네요. 예전에는 그죠? 레인 클리어 조금 어려웠는데 구르기에 크립 데미지 추가 막 이런 거 붙어 있어서 특성에 막 구르고 차고 막 그러면서 스킬 다 쏟아 부었어야 되는데 이제는 좀 정리가 잘 돼.
Especially in the laning stage with this hero. With this sort of lane setup, does this secure quite a safe space for Arteezy at the start of this game, or is it likely the Spirit, once the levels come in, can put pressure onto this TA early?
Blood Grenade's a pretty valuable tool always versus Templar Assassin, so depending on lane positioning. If Fly can keep the lane pulled back, then TA should be able to farm. But if the lane pushes too much, then that's where the issue can come. So we'll have to just see where that lane is in particular. Mira, take a solid melted. A lot of ring of protections in that top lane. 3 ring of protections to deal with the TA's physical damage.
So far, on the other side of the map down bottom, Saberlight and Yatoro getting just the same amount out of this lane.
So far, looking pretty good for them down bottom. Now, I like what they were talking about the AA overall. The hero has always suffered a bit in the laning phase, but times have definitely gotten a lot better for this hero in the recent few patches. And I've actually been liking the that blink build that a lot of players are doing. It's really clever because then you don't have to wait for this AA blast to fly. They actually just blink right on top of the target and bam, and blow them up. So it's actually a pretty cool approach. Maybe we'll see.
AA가 여전히 따끔하기는 한데
playing it, so unsure if he'll be able to get that type of farm. But
AA도 그렇고 몇몇 다른 서포트들도 그렇고 4번으로 쓰기에는 모자르고 요정 물것 한번. 오, 이거 쉴드가 딱 돌아왔네요.
Collapse saw a window to get the stun, but Mira didn't have the fire spirits up just yet. A decent attempt, but turned very quickly.
아무튼
I think yeah, 10 sticks.
AA 같은 애들이 오우야. 아이고야, 디지. 오히려 콜랩스 솔로 HP에다가 웨이브 집어넣습니다.
That's not one you want to give up though. That's Collapse's Vanguard. So now Collapse, I mean, he's not getting touched in this.
아이고야.
He's going to be able to sit up here freely.
아무튼 AA 같은 애들이 결정력이 모자라서 5번으로 쓰기에는 그냥 디펜스도 안 되고 딜도 안 되고 4번으로 쓰자니 모자라. 한 번 진짜 어지간히 센 거랑 붙여주지 않으면. 근데 또 스케일링은 안 된단 말이야. 그래서 후반까지 끌고 가기는 뭐하고 4번으로. 그래서 좀 잘 안 나오는 서폿인 건데. 켄타 지금 켄타 세요. 생각지도 못한 순간에 갑자기 툭 하고서는 달려들어가지고.
Still continue to bring that action. A TP coming in. Laurel moving fast.
근데 스킬이 안 닿죠 지금? 랄이 오긴 했는데 조금 멀었고요. 플라이 2레벨입니다 지금.
I mean, very quick move back there from them. And now that's where Abed's going to pull far ahead inside that.
요정이 2레벨이라 힐이 장난이 아니야.
Fly really wants to try to get Mira. It's close.
오, 이거 다이브 쳐서 잡아냈어요. 콜랩스 반각 달려있기는 한데 이거 뱅가드 있거든요?
There's another meld soon.
Again with the meld hit. I mean, RT's gonna have refraction up as well. This should be an easy kill. It is indeed. Fly's aggression there, setting up for Shopify to get the 2 kills up top.
그리고 아래쪽도 위포시카 좀 위험해 보여요. 로터스 있었는데 안 쓰네요. 로터스 썼으면 버텨지지 않았을까 싶은데. 이거 펜란 게임이기는 한데 SR이 4대4 확실하게 이길 것 같으면은 또 어디까지 밀릴지 모르거든요.
exactly as they need to get that
이게
snowball.
대지령도 이제 죽여버린다 이런 식으로 나갈 수 있는 미드는 아니라서
Movements that he's tried to make, it's just given complete space to Arbed. Arbed's now able to get the CS lead.
오버로드 뽑고서는 이제 에이션트 크림 밀어 넣으면은 어쩔 수 없이 밀릴 수밖에 없어요. 디펜스 잘 안 됩니다.
Room for wisdom rune exchange. Toro though, taking a beating here from
A lot
Saberlight.
of damage here from Saberlight.
아파요.
Too, and the rotations coming from Fly.
본체 치고 있거든요.
They might have him. They should.
I don't think there's any
이거 야토로 잡히겠는데요?
down to try. There's nothing they could do to help Yatoro out in that sort of situation.
불안해집니다
Very
이러면.
much underestimating how much Saberlight would just right click him down as he stepped all the way up.
That's the Dominator already finished. It is super early. This is an incredible tempo that Shopify is already starting to set off of this laning phase. And they're gonna get the stack started too. The beauty about having this Shadow Demon and the Enchantress really when you're playing versus with a TA, gonna get those stacks started to enable her even faster. This bot tower might just go down.
원래 아가님이요? 요즘은 좀 오락가락하지 않나요? 아가님이 파밍에 도움이 되진 않아서 야채 하나 샀거나 조금 일찍 나올 거면 디퓨를 차라리 썼거나.
Huge moments here. Clap's still not level 6 either. Yeah, this tower is
이번 판 나름의 광역기가 있어서 아가님까지는 뽑아야 싸울 수 있을 것 같기는 해요.
supports are completely free. So
어쨌든 7분의 1차
continue putting pressure anywhere they really want to with this type of start.
미다스 아가님. 지금 펠렌이 좋은 편은 아니라서 그런가?
Move Laurel around. Yep, exactly.
이제 한창 판 깔리면 물론 세기는 센데
They do, but the thing is too is like Laurel, he's actually had to opt for arcade boots this game. Something you really
아가님 디퓨를 올리네요. 랩차 엄청 많이 나요. 그리고 돔이 나왔죠. 알볼룬, 보세, 리젠.
It's not just the blade mail that makes this Earth Spirit, it's also the treads everything because you are putting in these right clicks. So an incredible start from Shopify.
알몰로. 이건 그냥 A 죽는 거고요. 더 들어가나요? 토네이도 닫긴 닿았어요. 그렇네. 이렇게 되면 잡힐 수밖에 없겠네. 터졌는데요, 이거는. 하나 더 가져갑니다, 더. 지금 동물농장이에요, 오히려. 동물농장도 메타 참 그립긴 하다. 이제 와서 생각해보면은. 이거 공간 너무 일찍 줄이면은 펠렌 좋은 게임이고 뭐고 그냥 죽어서 끝나요. 그분도 되기 전에 미드 1차까지. 이거 돈도 돈인데 랩차가 너무 심한데요? 약간 이거 그때 그거 아닌가요? 리퀴드 처음 우승하고서는 이제 어이고 리퀴드 우승하고 다음 해 초반 그 템포인데요. 0분의 1차 타워 가져간 다음에 막 우르르 몰려다니면서 밀고 부수고 그러면서 잠깐 그랬던 메타가 있었는데요, 리퀴드가. 한 리그마가. 약간 그런 느낌이 있네요. 시 없거든요, 스턴.
Fly's coming in with the creeps too.
They're gonna have a good shot at taking him down, I think. Fly.
Can he hide himself in the trees?
네, TP 아웃.
We'll keep him safe.
Look at the speed that they're playing. The 4 heroes rotate immediately there from Shopify. And they're going to take away these ancients. That stack, Artesia says, thank you very much.
메이라 지금 위치 조금 위험해요.
Another tower to fall. Fly, he's got the Dark Troll Summoner. This tower, it's going to drop. And I don't know how they defend it without Magnetize.
근데 조금 아쉬운 점이 있다면은 인보커는 파밍을 해야 된다는 거. 미다스도 아직 안 나왔죠. 베스를 먼저. 이번엔 TP 없습니다. 커리어의 시체가 하늘에. 그러니까 인보커가 레인 받아 먹으려면은 들어가나요? 아티지 설마 또? 일단 분열 한번 걸어주고요. 이거를 아티지가 슬로우 다시 들어가고요. 근데 플라이가 7레벨이에요. 대지령이랑 레벨이 같습니다 지금. 녹일 수 있나요 저거? 네, 여기서 토네이토, EMP, 베스를 박아놓으면서 이렇게 되면 대지령 물러나갈 수는 없을 텐데요. 근데 분열이 오히려 세이브 해주지 않을까요? 콜드 스냅 시간 끝납니다. 일단 아베드 길 맞고 3세킬.
I mean, he's perfectly fine.
Okay, well, he didn't actually even have to use the wand. Alrighty then.
욕심이 과했죠. 너무 튼튼한 걸 노려서.
What, 1 XP? The Phoenix Mirror got his.
Oh, 5 XP, sorry.
And indeed, yeah, Poshka not quite having. Honestly, even if he did have it there, might not have. I mean, maybe they would have killed Fly, but they would have
turned
lost
on.
heroes.
Yeah.
With how quickly Arbed was in with the reaction.
Super quick port. Shopify. All the right moves. Yeah, but it's Vessel's done. He's going to be on his way toward his Midas too. Yeah, these timings are going to be quick, and it's going to be difficult really for Spirit to contest that first Roshan in particular. That's going to come very fast with this type of lead that Shopify's been able to set. They can even just like, they don't even have to commit fully for the Roshan is the thing about Shopify. They can just do it with like 2 or 3 heroes quite easily. An Enchantress Creep plus the TA, a Beastmaster plus the TA or something like that too, so. Could be difficult for Spirit to try to contest that, even though they do have these big ultimates. How's your Toro's timing doing?
EMP 이제 얼마 안 남은 큰 만화번이라 닉스도 좀 그래. 메두사 잘 잡던 그 닉스는 어디로 갔는가. 궁으로만 쳐야 만화번이 있다니.
First 15 minutes, I feel like this hero's run rampant every game. Not the case this time. It's bottom of the course.
He's dreaming big though. Blade Mail into Midas Radiance.
Okay.
Up here by Lal.
They are looking for a super late game, right?
See if they can get there.
애들이 컨셉을 너무 많이 잃어가고 있는 것 같아.
They're perfect.
Pretty much having the Deso done 400 gold or so, and it will be there. In the jungle, Shopify Rebellion once again looking for catch.
보타도 슬슬 클래식 서버가 나와야 되는 걸까요?
These timings are going to be very, very impossible.
오래되긴 했어.
When he has Helm of Overlord plus Deso, that's the Roshan, and that's going to be up to Spirit to try to react.
딱 테키 바뀌기 직전쯤이 이제 닉스도 멀쩡했고 테키도 멀쩡했고 클링스도 실험되긴 했지만은 나름 좀 멀쩡했고 아닌가? 그때가 한창 그거던가요? 글레이프니를 다달다달 가던 때인가?
Probably start to set up a bit more of a presence.
뭔가 좀 그래.
Really get the pressure onto this tier 2. I'm still just 13 minutes in.
Deso is done. Treads, Dragonlance, Deso, 1340 for RTZ.
이게 밸런스 맞춘다고 재미가 좀 떨어지는 느낌이 있어.
Yep, Roche, they're gonna just go for it already.
I mean, I think
그러니까 개떡 같은 부분을 쳐냈다고 볼 수도 있는데 당했을 때 개떡 같은 부분이지 이제 할 때는 재미있는 부분인데 그런 재미를 좀 많이 쳐낸 느낌이 있어요.
I don't know if they can afford to try and come down here. They might just have to let this one go.
It feels like they kind of do have to just let it go.
Nice blast comes in, but at a point where it doesn't hit the mortal.
어차피 지금 스피릿 없죠 근처에.
What the hell is this? We got a little critter cam.
포탈 탈 수 있기는 해요. 근데 골드 차이가 좀 많이 나서 한타 할 수 있는 상황은 아니고. 1차 그나마 교환하네요. 대거 나오고 아까님 나오고.
That is the one big answer that there is for the PL, right? It's the Invoker. That is one hero that can always continue to scale versus PL. All of your abilities do thrive. Oh, there's the frog. Okay, well, I didn't know that's what it was, but... 6k lead. Aegis continue to keep that progression going. But the Blink now finished up for Collapse. Perhaps this could be the opening now for Spirit to start looking for some type of plays. Lara also has his Blade Mail.
Definitely a bit better geared up for these fights. The Shopify Rebellion are going to be continuing to bring towards Team Spirit.
If they can get some really long duration team fights, right, that's where Spirit will thrive. They get this magnetized spreading, they get the lances building up and stuff like that, but with the way the Shopify has this set up right now, they have a pretty explosive damage lineup with this Deso TA. Will shred almost anybody.
Yeah, and Arbed's ready with the setup.
Uh-oh, Collapse.
I've got eyes on the Centaur. Collapse. Can he get out of this one? He's going to try and turn with the Hoostom. He'll use the Stampede.
뱀피드 만화는 까였는데 뱅가드가 참 세긴 해요. 근데 이거 네 잡긴 잡았죠. 오히려 좋을 수도. 아 근데 반대편에서 교환이 하나.
Able to take down Fly there.
Looks like with the magnetize.
Set up there and for him to connect with a blast. As Lara leads in.
그러니까 그때도 한창 테키 서폿 나오면서 네크로노미컨 일단 무조건 사서 그걸로 파밍하고 그걸로 푸시하고.
TZ's doing this too. I mentioned it. I think every time I see the TA, buying the shard immediately at that 15-minute mark when you can. Especially if you're getting good timings like this, it's so good. It is.
근데 잼 이후에 좀 안정적으로 쓸 수 있는 투명 감지가 있었으면 싶기는 해요.
Quite a lot less elusive versus silence.
Yeah, super nice, especially with the amount of setup, you know, to sort of buy time for the trap to get to its full potential.
Yeah,
let down under a disruption or the slow.
너무 이제 지고 있을 때 잼을 사면은 죽을 게 뻔하고, 그렇다고 센트리를 사자니 이제는 개수 제한이 너무 많이 되고, 칸 정비도 그렇고, 도미 크립 같이 이제 아예 뭐 정글 크립으로 주던지. 250 골드 헬렌에게 뭔가 있었으면 좋겠는데. 프로씬에서도 은신 때문에 살아나간다는 게 선수 안 맞았어요. 그리고 아티지 밀려 들어갔습니다. 먼저 아이기스. 아티지 근데 대거 아직 없거든요. 오 근데 아무것도 안 맞았는데 뒤에 아티지 아이고야. 다른 사람들 스킬 전부 다 빗나갔는데 콜레스만 이제 스톰프 넣어줬죠. 여기서 4K 차이. 아티지가 오늘 좀 유독 자신감이 붙었는지 너무 앞으로 나오는 것 같아요. 준비 없이. 이번 판 벤지가 없는데 아군에 세이브도 좀 불가능한 상황인데 아마 선스킬 때문에 노렸던 것 같은데, 그래도 아군이 아예 없는데 앞에 나오긴 좀 암만 알길 수 있어도 좀 아니었던 것 같아. 랄도 지금 근데 돌 잘못 썼네요, 2개.
But a big opening there found for Spirit because Yotaro, he gets the kills. That's the big thing too. He gets the last hit.
아티지 힘들어 보여요 지금 얼굴이. 엄청 피곤해 보여 오늘따라.
Don't want to make too many of those mess ups there on Shopify.
Not when there are Yotaro PLs in the server.
We'll be able to get this bottom tier 2 at the least, so we'll be able to get something good out of this while those ults are on cooldown.
어쨌든 SR 아직까진 괜찮고요. 펠렌 점점 크기는 하는데, 펠렌 뭐 어쨌든 템 1코어 2코어 정도 더 나와야 이제 싸워보는 거지. 아직은 좀 멀었습니다. 많다? 그냥 하트 먼저 가도 되지 않나 싶은데. 이거 EMP는 맞게 되겠네요. 스탬피드까지. 들어가기엔 좀 그렇죠 이거. 250 골드 안 먹게 그냥 크립으로다가.
Nice play from Saberlight. Uses the Helm of Overlord on a creep so they don't even get the gold bounty from it.
그러니까
Both teams will be able to disengage.
이블 지니어스로 뭉쳐서 그때 IG한테 당했던 그때가, 그때 이후로 맨날 이제 조베이 딱 하다가 일라 딱 하다가 그러고 있다가 진짜 오랜만에 위에까지 올라왔는데, 하다못해 이제 저거 근데 누구 건가요? 정글 크립 아이템이 바닥에 떨어져 있었는데 누구 건지 모르겠네요.
That's all they gotta do. Just keep delaying for this PL.
오 콜랩스 대단해. 아주 강심장이요. 플라이는 녹일 수 있겠는데요, 베슬까지 있어서. 근데 분열 쓰네요. 침묵 한번 넣어주고. 근데 이거 너무 많이 녹아요. 랄이 먼저 녹았습니다. 일단 잡아냈죠. 오 스탬피드, 스탬프. 둘 교환이기는 한데 그래도 아직은 가격이 좀 그래요. 첫부터 거라. 침묵. 그리고 여기 길이 테모한테 너무 좋은 길이라 큰일 납니다. 이게 랄이 불킹까지는 나와봐야 될 것 같거든. 불킹 아니면 링켄까지. 프라이멀 로어를 맞고 몸으로 버텨야 되는 건데 그 준비가 좀 필요해 보입니다.
getting bigger and bigger.
Absolutely, it definitely feels like that initial sort of burst in power that was apparent from Shopify Rebellion. It's slipping away, and that 4K, 3K lead, they're dropping the net worth lead. If this does start to swing back the way of Spirit, it's going to be very hard for Shopify Rebellion to reclaim that hold on the game that they had earlier.
It feels like the next biggest thing is they have to get this next Roshan, and they have to kind of claim a pretty large advantage off.
They've got to get a set of racks with it almost.
Likely, it does feel like that. Yeah. Otherwise, you're gonna get PL'd at some point in this game.
PL, he's ready to carry, and he's very much set up.
야차 나왔습니다.
Give him one more team fight.
SR 근데 조금씩 불안해지는데. 헬른 게임 슬슬 다가와가는데.
He does have the BKB queued. Of course, makes sense for all this magic damage control and heroes to get on him, but see if he does actually commit for it if he goes for more scaling as well.
아케인론. 대지형 아케인론 진짜 무섭지 않아요? 아케인론이랑 옥타린이랑. 대지령 지금 눌파 가는 건가? 방금 랠리기 보였는데 그 뒤 아이템으로 봤어.
With everything that's around them. If they see the egg isolated, sure, but there's going to be Centaurs jumping in, Earth Spirits rolling in too. So
so many stuns really between the two of them. I mean, collapse multiple times in these perfect hoops.
라디네요.
In and out of the fight.
Yeah, he's actually playing really nicely.
라디, 그러니까 눌파도 용도를 모르겠는데 라디는 더 모르겠다. 뭔가 많은 걸 봤어요. 내가. 서로 봤죠, 근데?
How Shopify wants to play, and look at Shopify. It's what 30 seconds till Roshan. They're just completely positioned around here.
두 번째 로션 파이트.
We'll see how patient they are here, Shopify for the Roche spawn.
여기서 어떻게 될지 갈릴 것 같은데 싸우게 된다면. 피리스는 아직까지는 뭐 두 번째 로션까지는 무시하고 펠렌 키우기 하면 되거든요. 그냥 공간만.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's the sort of attitude that they're like, well, we don't care if they have Aegis. We'll hold the high ground. We're going to be able to defend against an Aegis. So
a possibility, yeah.
Maybe they're not too fussed if Shopify get that. They already feel that this game at this moment, it's slipping into their control. And as long as they don't make mistakes, Spirit's draft and Jatoro's PL should be able to pull through.
That is always going to be the end of the day question, right? I think that's what we've seen the most at this tournament too is, can you break the high ground? How much of a lead can you break the high ground too? Because I think we've seen
무시하기로 결정한 것 같네요, 스피릿은.
gold leads before teams actually feel confident enough to do it. So
타워랑 시야 없이 싸우기엔 좀 불안하기는 해.
it just felt like it's just scary. You're running into this like darkness. You don't have any ward vision set up down here. Feels like it could have just
3K 차이.
And like you said,
헬렌 1등 찍었네요. 오션 먹으면 잠깐 올라가긴 할 텐데. 아이기스 세이버라이트. 아티지 저리 꺼져. 먹고 죽을 거면은 내가 먹는다. 덥댐.
And they will also pretty interesting. They give Saberlight the Aegis, right? Not our team.
아베드도 아니고 근데 세이버라이트는 진짜 모르겠다. 아이기스. 이게 디마가 앞으로 나설 일이 전혀 없잖아요.
Good question. Maybe just
아가님이라도 있으면 앞으로 나서겠거니 할 수 있는데.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if he's able to use the Aegis to its full extent.
타워를 세이버라이트가 칠 것도 아니고.
Maybe they don't trust RTZ with it after that last time.
해설들도 그런다. 아티지 못 믿어서 그런다고. 찐목 한번. 그래도 나갈 수 있어요. 분열. 아우 콜드 스텝. 못 나가네요. 그러니까 비마사라도 안 변하고 RTD도 뭐 불킹 인제 있나요? 불킹 대거까지 다 나오면은 모르겠는데 지금은 못 살고. 그렇기는 한데 뭐 굳이? 모르겠네요. 그렇다고 뭐 비스트마스터가 대겁을 킹 켜고서는 올라가서 프라이멀로 걸어서 인식 걸 것도 아닌데.
It ticks fast. Everything is now 0.2 second ticks now on the Phoenix. So.
I mean, maybe they feel as well out of the heroes. They kind of want RTs to sit the back lines to team fight. And
probably.
봤어요. 한 대, 두 대.
Farewell.
아이고.
That is an easy one. And then, you know, Beastmaster's going to be the one hitting the towers on the high ground.
지금 진짜 세긴 세.
He did leave the gem at base. Okay.
헬렌 게임이 될 것 같아서 무서운 거지. 센 거는 맞아요. 자꾸 이상하게 잘려서
He's buying
그러지.
himself a gem. They want to start cementing their lead even more. 7K lead still for them. Roar.
아니면 비마 하나만 따로 운영시키려고 그러나? 지금 같은 식으로
Yep, okay.
비마만 떨어뜨려 놓고 나머지가 모여서 트라이나 빡.
Full Davis done. Shopify back to getting the next round of items complete.
Yep, getting some big scaling. I mean, they're getting a lot of gold out of this after they get these kills. The kill onto the support seems to matter. Sunstrike.
Oh, he might.
Big damage.
오, 죽을 뻔.
He kept his cool there. I think some Phoenixes might have pressed the super.
아, 프라이멀로 보여주고 있네요. 못 봤어, 나는. 샘피드, 근데 이거 혹시 이거 아베드 또 잡히나요? 아베드? 아, 아베드랜데 아티지. 아티지 살았네. 저거 죽었으면 진짜 응? 아티지가 방출될 때가 온 거였지. 20레벨입니다 지금. 저거 죽으면은 경험치도 엄청나.
They've got to get back on with the pressure, Shopify. Only a couple minutes left with the Aegis on Saberlight. They'll surely want to at least get.
은폐.
Ideally, these two.
TSM 지금 캐리가 누구였죠? K1이지. 그래, K1 생각해 보면은 아티지 북미에서도 하기 어렵긴 하겠네요. 더 아래 댄디 팀 가는 거 아닌 이상. 진짜 뜰딱팀 모임으로서 이제 댄디 팀에 아티지가 들어가는 게 아니면. 이거 라일 조금 멀었는데 아예 그냥 까네요. 야토로 들어와서 그냥 물었어요. 근데 이거 오 아티지 말말로 헬렌 이제 잡을 방법 전혀 없거든요. 아 앵기스 빠졌습니다. 근데 더 할 수 있나요? 지금 스폰만 먼저 놓고 있어요. 아베드는 살겠는데 크리까지 마무리가 조금 더. 세이버라이트까지. 그러니까 누가 이기스를 들어도 차이가 없기는 해. 상대 죽긴 그렇고 본인들 들기에도 뭐 그렇긴 한데. 댄디 팀은 그 뭐지? 조엘 예선할 때는 좀 빡겜하더라고요. 지역 그거 할 때는 보니까 막 퍼지미드도 막 뽑고 그러면서 진짜 막 즐겜했는데 즐겜해도 1티어를 유지를 하는 1부 리그를. 방금 그거 근데 인첸만 잡혀주고 인첸? 아무튼 위쪽에 다른 서폿이 잡혀죽을 줄 알았는데 아티지가 먼저 죽었어. 펠렌 픽이 너무 좋았던 것 같습니다. 어쨌든 펠렌 마픽이니까 게임이 어려운 건 어쩔 수 없기는 해. 단지 이제 이상하게 잘리는 부분들 때문에 적당히 모여서 20분에 그래 이것도 백붐이랑 했던 이 게임 같은 비슷한 느낌이네. 그냥 차분히 운영만 하면은 20분에 본인들이 3차 올라갈 수 있는 게임인데 이미 레인도 박살을 냈고 근데 이상하게 잘리는 바람에 자꾸 밀려. 펠렌 하트 나왔을걸요 이제 19,000이면 펠렌 하트까지 있으면은 도저히 SR이 모든 데미지 다 집어넣어도 못 잡아. 3,600 뭐 어떻게 잡나요? 아이달러스 옆에 있는 거를 서폿을 한 방 내면서 알도 못 가게 하고 그러고 마무리로 펠렌을 잡아야 될 텐데 솔직히 이쯤 오면은 펠렌이 프라이멀로 맞고 콤보 다 맞는 거 아닌 이상 오히려 이길지도 몰라. 1대5 해도 그 정도로 펠렌판이 잘 깔려있는 거라. 골드 격차도 사라졌고요. 야토로가 압도적으로 1등. 불안불안합니다.
Not been allowing themselves to get caught out.
No, I'm wondering almost like I see Saberlight. He's going for this Aghanims, which in the past it's literally like unkillable versus PL, but I almost feel like maybe a Blink Dagger now at this point. Like they need somewhere to start the fights. Otherwise, it does feel like for Spirit, this overwhelming pressure might just be too much for Shopify. They need to kill a target at the start of the fights.
I mean, RTZ is going to try and steal away the Tormentor, or at least was thinking about setting up for that kind of play. Very risky, and will not stick around any further.
game plan overall does feel like it's been quite halted for the side of Shopify.
Yeah, much to the joy of Yatora. He is having a great time. Just the one death on this PL.
And he's hit level 20 of really big talents. He's got the two biggest talents, at least for me, when you're going for this.
1K 아래로 내려왔어요. 격차. 넘어갑니다. 곧.
They really hurt, especially on some of these squishier supports. Even up to something like an Invoker, to be honest with you. This hero is quite fragile once you actually just get on top of him. Only 8 armor.
버커가 차라리 멸니를 가면서 평타 캐리 타야 되지 않았을까? 알도 잘 까고 파이크 많다 가면서 차라리 그쪽이 펠렌 잡기에도 더 좋았을 것 같은데요. 콜랩스도 하트 있고 지금 라일도 조금 있으면 하트랑 옥탈이 나올 거라 점점 코어는 못 잡게 돼 SR이. 그러니까 야토로를 한 방에 찢어버리면서 옆에 있던 서폿들도 어떻게든 다달 한 방으로 처리를 해야 돼. 와, 다음 아이템 불손. 이제 오죠 스피릿? 이제 로션 써울만 하다. 근데 대지령이 피통이 아니라 좀 요상한 아이템들 가네요. 블레이드 메일, 벌킹, 라디, 그 다음에 시바스. 그냥 피통 늘려주면 될 것 같은데. 하트로. 로 가요. 침묵 슬로우. 벌킹 있습니다. 발멀로. 글쎄요. 근데 이거 TP 바로 없어서 또 쫓아오죠. 데모닉 클린즈. 조금 애매한 위치긴 해요 이제. 클린즈가 좋기는 해. 아예 그냥 깔 수밖에 없었죠 이거. 크릿이 잘해줘서. 그래, SR은 참 신기한 게 SR 서폿 라인도 꽤 나이 먹었는데 꾸준히 잘해줘. SR에 누가 못해서 졌다 이런 거에 서폿은 항상 안 들어가. 플라이와랑 크릿은 항상 잘해줘가지고 신기하긴 합니다. 동남아 팀 같은 경우엔 특히 서폿 누가 어쩌고 이 소리가 꼭 나오는데 신기하게 북미는 서폿은 또 괜찮은 것 같아. 일단 오키드 같이. 동굴 시즌 모든 랭크 저도 하잖아요. 근데 이제 코어들이 오히려 안 나오는 거지 랭크에서. 서폿은 진짜 아무거나 막 썼는데 챈도 동굴에서 배웠던 것 같아. 피하다가 한 세 번째인가 네 번째쯤에서 그때서부터는 동굴로 그냥 챈도 돌렸는데. SR 스모크 가네요. 이거 SR한테 마지막 기회일 것 같은데요. 이거 세 번째 로션이라 리프로 바뀝니다. 팀 아가는 묘원판 좀 애매해요. 푹 쳐서 주변 데미지만큼 주변 힐이거든요. 프라이멀로 일단 서폿은 녹여는 냈습니다. 근데 프라이멀로 없으면은 이긴피도 빠졌고요. 환창이랑 싸울 수 있나요? 지금 계속 그냥 날아오거든요 스피릿랜스. 그리고 랄 들어가서 차내고요. 지금 RTG 아직 불킹 없어요. 지금 서폿들 죽기는 하는데 결국은 아우 랄 녹여냈네요. 오 데모닉 클린즈 힐 엄청 크네요. 야토로 만화가 없습니다. 이렇게 되면 그나마 괜찮겠네요. 결국은 아베드가 한 건 해줬습니다.
left. That's the last doppelganger he's trying with the Jukes. I mean, this isn't gonna work.
Arteezy
surely.
knows.
This isn't gonna work.
Arteezy knows.
He knows where he's
와, 노련한
on
아티지.
top of the correct PL, takes him down. Shopify, they find the team fight.
와, 이거를 SR 이겨버리네. 그러니까 서포트 한 방 내면은, 그리고 만화 없으면 이길 수 있냐. 솔직히 만화 있었으면 펠렌이 이기지 않았을까?
What a play. He just dropped the demonic cleanse. Arteezy, that's why he doesn't need the BKB. Watch the
EMP가 잘 들어간 것 같아, 딴 것보다도.
focusing on the egg. I'm just looking at Arteezy and Crit inside this fight. Beautiful way to reset, protect him with both the cleanse and with the disruption.
이게 랄이 지금 많이 물렁하기도 한데
Now look at this. He can just walk away because he's not slow.
만화가 없어, 한창이 이미.
Protected. Yeah, great stuff there from Crit.
Yeah, and I think the disarm coming in as well onto Yatora.
스피릿 입장에서도 서폿을 먼저 노려야 할 필요가 있어요. 특히 이제 환창 같은 경우에는 굳이 코어 노릴 이유가 없거든. 서로 이제 서폿 노리면서.
And an Aghanim is now finished up on Crit. Spirit probably feeling
데모닉
like
클린저.
more comfortable position.
그 뭐지? 데모닉 퍼지랑 같은 데미지만큼 힐이에요. 끝에 가서.
They'll have it then. Money.
지속 디스펠뿐만 아니라 힐도 살짝 달려있어. 몇 백이지? 300인가 400인가? 지금 그 정도 될 거야.
Tries to put in a position inside of everybody, but they were all just able to.
와, 근데 끝까지 불킹 안 갑니다, 아티지.
Great angle.
자신 있나 봐요. 어쨌든 17K 차이. 이게 랄이 너무 물렁하거든. 난 당연히 하트 가고 있을 줄 알았는데 라디 가면서 물론 이제 쉴드는 조금 더 잘 까긴 하겠지만 어차피 대지령인데 궁도 있는데 굳이 라디까지 필요했나 싶어요. 미스챈스를 주기는 하지. 근데 굳이 차라리 할버드를 가건 여러 가지 있을 텐데 라디가 쉴드 까는 거 이외의 용도가 뭐가 있는지 모르겠어요. 해피용이면은 할버드, 탱킹용이어도 할버드, 파밍용이라고 하기에는 요즘 잘 지우니까 애초에 별 필요가 없고.
I feel like a lot of people are having some faith in Crit. You know, his Venge, his Shadow Demon has been quite beautiful. And yeah, now the Aghanim is online for Crit too, so he's got two demonic cleanses as well.
스위프트 대거까지 나왔네요.
Cast range as well too, and if he ever does see the real PL and he is ever to get this purge, it's
어쨌든 스피릿 아직은 다시 잘 싸면 이길 수도 있어요. 조금 더 봐야 될 상황이긴 한데 쉐데샤드 꽤 괜찮죠? 켄타 빼면은 스턴이 없으니까. 쉐이다 슬로우니까. 롤링 볼더도 있기는 한데 그거는 스턴이라고 하기에는 너무 짧아서 원래. 네, 여기서 일시정지. 오늘 일시정지가 없어서 이게 도탄가 싶기는 했네요. 이게 도타죠. 자, 이럴 때 필요한 게 뭐다? 알트탭 글루. 알트탭을 방지해주는 알트탭 글루를 구비해야 됩니다. 이래서 도타는 한 번 더 보여주네요. 나는 차라리 그냥 한번 빠질 줄 알았거든. 그냥 펠렌으로 카이팅하면서. 여기서 랄이 좀 억지로 들어갔던 것 같아요. 과하게. 개구리. 네, 레디 됐다고 합니다.
Spirit spending all their gold too. Buyback Yatoro, he's not gonna have it. Buys the Mage Slayer, he's committing for the Bloodthorn. But I feel like he needs it. After how poorly that last fight went. Breaking high ground still always a feat of its own.
20K 차이. 점점 또 늘어갑니다. 엎치락뒤치락하는 맛이 있기는 한데. 오. 아티지. 피곤해 보였는데 진짜 날카로운 상태입니다. 정신 상태가. 늙었는데도 불구하고 저 같은 애늙은이보다 훨씬 빠른 반응 속도.
still yet to die this game.
오 근데 이거 세이버라이트는 물렸죠? 근데 들어가나요 오히려? 네 스탬피드 이거 불킹 해도 아파요 결국은. 데모닉 퍼지. 그러니까 이게 카이팅을 하고 시작해야 되거든요. 여기서 EMP 아예 그냥 써버리네요. 그리고 EMP 맞았어요 정작. 펠렌 EMP 정작 맞았습니다. 네, 클린즈 2번, 퍼지 2번.
We'll be drawing towards the end of the Aegis though on RTZ, just under 30 for that as well.
They've kept Spirit inside the base now.
브레이크가 펠렌 본체한테 뭐 바르면 좋기는 한데 데모닉 퍼지를 펠렌한테 바르면서 시작하기에는 좀 무리가 있고, 그래서 클린즈 2번을 본다고 봐야겠죠. 뭐 켄타 패시브를 끌 필요는 없고요. 더더욱더
Especially like you said, once that Aegis expires, which is right now.
그래서 SR이 이기나?
Maybe finish up the hexes, at least one of them. I think I think Abed's hex, and then perhaps they can look to go for it again too. As it's gonna be a pretty big reveal since he still has that refresher shard too. He's gonna be able to throw out a flurry of spells and that double hex.
And he has been crushing it, so you know he's gonna get the catch.
And he just flat out sells the Spirit Vessel, keeps the Midas. He wants to keep scaling with it.
Yeah, this hex could surprise them.
Yeah, that's quite quick.
던질 것 같은 예감.
Now they have multiple forms of being able to
던질 것 같은 예감이 있긴 하죠. 어쨌든 간에 아티즈 불킹 없으니까. 불킹 없어서 진짜 모릅니다. 언제 어떻게 잘못 던질지. 이 뒤에는 뭘까? 불킹을 끝내 살까? 양날검 같은 거를 사서, 아니면 트부나 아가님 같은 걸 사서 운영각을 볼까?
Similar function of the PL versus the TA. Same thing now. PL can't really itemize as well versus a Butterfly. He actually switches it. I think he maybe saw the Bloodthorn finish, so does have to watch out for that, of course, even if he has the evasion. He's just going Silver Edge. He does spend his gold, though.
That is true.
RTZ spends all of his money.
Has gone all in.
아티지 실버 엣지네요. 브레이크가 본체 안 치면 의미가 없는데, 이제 본체에 마킹 해놓는 의미도 있지만은 본체를 쳐야 이제 궁이 꺼지는 거거든요. 그게 가능한지 모르겠습니다. 다 뚫고 환창을 칠 수 있나?
RTZ would be the big catch. Crit is relatively close.
Oh my god, if they find RTZ. He literally just spent he
일단은 크림 물렸습니다. 환창 와서 오키드 바르고 마무리.
At least we'll give the information for the rest of Shopify to back out.
They get their gem.
실버에서 나왔고요.
Or was it actually a smoke? I guess it's still the smoke on the two supports from before. They didn't break. I bet we'll find himself a double wisdom.
I was gonna say, nice little pickup for him. He's nearly hitting the 25 on Invoker.
Spirit looking perhaps to claim a little more here, or claim at least some vision in these next few moments. How's your Tauros 25 also looking? Getting closer and closer. And he has finished 2 items since those last moments. Bloodthorn and the Disperser now finished up.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Still keeping incredibly even between him and RTZ. 31k on the both of them.
How long on the Roche? Pretty fast respawns. 90 seconds. RTZ will find himself a DD.
이거로 마무리할 수 있을까요? 근데 이 로샨도 좀 있으면 나오고 그러니까 서로 싸울 이유가 좀 애매해요. 오, 응? 아이고, 치즈가 남아있었는데 죽였다네요.
Okay. I didn't even notice that one there the whole time. Whoopsie. The setup, Spirit.
리프에 눈이 낚여가지고 치즈 남겨놨었나 보네.
The hex is purchased. Saberlight's also committed his gold.
Oh, now surely they're not going to get caught from the same angle again.
No, they're setting up in a better spot.
Watching a bit of a replay here.
Sunstrike to scout.
서로 눈치 싸움 하고 있습니다. 로션 30초. 지금 콜랩스가 위치 한번 보여주긴 했죠.
Not getting me this time, guys.
Fool me twice.
The push though, I mean, Abed, he's getting that push going into the mid lane. Artesia.
근데 지금 푸시 차이가 좀 나요. 어쨌든 간에 타워 차이가 있으니까 점점 밀려 들어가죠.
They're actually they're expecting that Artesia is going to keep going.
This will warrant a reaction from Spirit, and it's going to be a big one.
Whoa, whoa.
아티지, 오, 네.
Not quite able to get a jump.
뭘 봤나요? 못 본 것 같은데. 트랩.
The ninja gear and the silver edge to be incredibly elusive on this TA.
Good old ninja gear.
결국 시작됐습니다. 은신 게임이. 양 팀의 은신이 3개죠 지금은.
They're starting though. They kill this road.
그리고 엄청 빨라요 로션. 스캔 걸기는 했는데 불사조 뛰어 있습니다. 봤어요. 로션 피 엄청 났죠. 그냥 궁 박아버리고요. 오, 이거 세브라이트 불길 그냥 잘 빼버렸는데요. 이거 로션 그냥 먹으면 돼요. 지금 라리 그냥 몸빵하고 있어요. 알겠어요. 야토로 먹었습니다. EMP 근데 잘못 맞은 것 같은데요. 이거 한타 터질 수도 있어요. 미포시칸 일단 타줬고 콜랩스 버티고 있고 야토로 만화 없습니다 아직. 그나마 오키드 샀으니까 마진이 꽤 괜찮긴 하거든요. 일단 콜랩스까지. 오, 라이 저거 도끼 바깥이라 살짝 안 보였네요. 아, 보였나요? 끝내 보였네요. 로터스.
That was so sick from Abed. He doesn't care if he's running into all these heroes. He just drops the big combo from that refresher shard from earlier.
알 그냥 대놓고 깔면서 잘 쫓아내기는 했는데 스피릿이 도착이 좀 늦긴 했습니다. 로션 잘 먹기는 했는데 최선의 선택이긴 했죠 그게 그 상황에서는. 근데 이번 것도 결국은 EMP를 안 맞았으면 한창이 쓸어먹었을 것 같은데 이게 또 EMP 맞아가지고 아이게스를 뽑기는 그렇고.
Could continue on for some time here. And we do of course also get an Aghanims on a Centaur. I have literally never gotten to see this in a pro game, so see if this isn't going to do much.
마나 어떻게 유지를 해봐야 될 텐데.
Once more. Oh, no, we just.
This was with the cheese. All right, that was just him killing the cheese.
And now here we go.
It was a cool play from Mira, right? He's trying to force the issue, force them to go onto him. It's a good decision from Shopify to disengage and then look for the re-engage. So we'll get back into the real game.
I should say difficult to push in, despite the lead. Toro being the one with the Aegis.
It's still a very scary PL. And as you've said, you know, Abed is still yet to die. So
벨렌이 뭐가 필요할까? 차라리.
On this Invoker performance so far this game.
It's had a hell of a tournament.
서로 오, 네. 뒤로 서로 들어갔어요 세이브라이트. 오, 근데 이거 아예 잘 깔았거든요. 지금 근데 아직 배셔가 없어가지고 세이브라이트 마무리 되긴 합니다. 한창 무서워요 지금 데미지. 들어가서 콜랩스 한 번 더 스턴. 아가베드 그 사이에 환영한 운으로다가 불킹 낚아냈네요. 그러니까 만화만 남아있으면 환창이 이래버리는데. 오, 뒤에 좀 이거 크립도 살아있는데요. 이 중간 웨이브를 잘라먹긴 할 테지만은 저거 한 웨이브 깊게 가긴 어렵긴 하겠네요. 어티 한 번만 써주면은 그나마 살리나요? 아우, 안되네. 2차까지만 가능하겠습니다.
Creep wave, so won't be able to get more than the tier 2, but the tier 2 gone. More money for your Toro, sitting on a very large amount of money. Is 7k gold. Will easily be able to spend up towards his next item. We'll get the Basher sent out. So still nearly a couple of minutes to play with this Aegis. They can get the tier 1 bottom.
And Yotaro still continues to grow for sure. I mean, Laurel too. He is, you know, he's been pretty under-leveled this game overall.
어비설 다음엔 뭘 사야 될까? 마젠이나 지능 달려있는 게 꽤 괜찮아 보이거든요. 오, 크릿 깊숙이 오히려. 지금 뭘 태우고 다녔나요? 아가님 효과가 나왔었는데. 오, 서로 지나쳐갔어. 지금 아티지는 일방적으로 봤거든요. 링켄? 링켄 괜찮긴 하네요. 아티지 TP 아웃 해주고요. 이게 아가님도 이미 먹었거든.
I mean, they've had this lead, and it's been sort of like 3 instances where they've had this advantage, but they haven't quite been able to push it up to the high ground. Team Spirit.
아니면은 뭐 불킹? 벤랜도 불킹 갈만은 해. 어차피 본체가 녹기에는 상대 데미지 모자르거든요. 불킹으로 마법 같은 거 그냥 적당히 버텨내면서 오히려 피 크게 유지하고, 불킹 끝나면서 한 번씩 도플갱어 써주면은 그렇게도 될 것 같네요. 그래서 돈 차이가 나기는 나는데 의미는 없는 돈 차이인 것 같습니다. 그러니까 어차피 헬렌 찢어 죽일 딜은 안 나와. 알싸리.
All these talents definitely come into play as you get to those as well too. He's able to get to that 30 as well too. It does get pretty crazy how much control he does in the fights too.
근데 저건 자꾸 왜 수레가 나오나요? 버그인가? 뭔가 쓴 거 같기는 한데 이제 타겟팅 없이도 쓸 수 있는 건가?
Two supports still down on the side of Spirit. Couple other ones as well too. Laurel, of course, did commit his gold earlier for that Octarine.
스모크 드디어 갑니다. 알겠어, 끝났거든요.
He's got buyback also too to come right back into the fight.
리프 있어요, 불사조. 알 2번.
Spirit is playing right on top of their obs ward though.
지금 한 명 뒤로 빠져나오는 걸 기다리는 거죠. 비전을 먼저 스피릿이 가지고 있어서 플라이 걸렸습니다. 선 넣을까 말까. 콜렉스 근데 선 실수. 이렇게 그냥 써주죠. 근데 이거 랄 녹으려고 그래요. 랄 일단 한번 빠져주고. 근데 뒤쪽으로 펠렌. 아니 이거 그냥 다 잡죠. EMP 없거든요 이제. 시야가 없어서 그나마 아베드 한번 빠져나가긴 했는데 뒤쪽에서 랄 녹긴 녹았습니다. 그래서 R5 헥스. R을 일단 안 쓰고 있어요. 다시 들어가서 R. 아베드 이번에는 재밌습니다. 옆에 불사조가 잼 들고 있어서 녹여내네요. 일단 2대2인데 이거 야토로가 마무리할 수 있겠죠. 지금 아티지 야토로 따끔따끔하긴 한데요. 알베 버프로크 쓰긴 썼어요. 마나 나갑니다. 오 이거 죽었어. 아베드가
Beautiful buyback from him. He was saving that whole time for the opportunity to go for it and does.
아베드가 이거를.
Scary for a moment there, but then the buyback comes in and he's that cleanup for Yatoro.
Yeah, I mean there we go. I mean the one time that he does.
도타가 뭐냐고요? 그러게요. 도타가 뭘까? 그러니까 EMP 내가 봤을 때는 불킹이 필요한 것 같아. 딴 거보다도. 라일도 몸 안 버텨지는 거 지금 문제기는 한데.
I'm watching Yatoro hitting Abed and crit for what feels like 40 seconds or something like that. They did such a good job of kiting him out.
지금 뭔가 랄이 아이템이 좀 꼬인 것 같아요. 라디가 전혀 의미를 못 가지는 것 같아. 여기까지는 스피릿한테 꽤 괜찮았는데 그 뒤에 세이버라이트 치즈 한번 버틴 거랑 오 잠깐 사이에 바이백 나왔는데 지금 잡을 수 있나요? 이거 브레이크 걸렸어요. 본체 알거든요 이러면. 햄피드. 근데 아티지 설마 이걸 죽나요? 데모닉 클린즈 분열 한번 회복 한번 해주긴 해요. 그리고 라 이번에도 빗나갔습니다. 아티지 잡히긴 잡혀요. 다이백 있고요. 근데 아베드가 이거 죽으면 다이백입니다. 불킹 써주고요. TP하고 가능한가요? 모자르죠? 이거 첫 번째 배럭 세트를 SR이 가져갔는데 이러면 몰라요. 이러면 몰라요 마무리.
Spirit now going the other way. They had to commit what 2 buybacks, I believe. Yeah, Mira and your Toro. But they find some big catches.
이게 펠렌 바이백을 뽑은 거긴 한데 지금 서로 바이백 뽑아서 죽으면 끝입니다. 누구는. 러시안 아직 50초 남았는데 50초면은 일단은 배럭 가져갈 것 같거든요. 테머 불킹이 없으니까. 네, 이제 샀습니다. 6코어째 불킹. 이게 맞나 모르겠네요. 솔직히 불킹 있었으면은 뭐 데미지가 모자랐을 수도 있겠지만은 아티지 잘리는 게 훨씬 줄어들었을 거라 좀 신경 쓰이긴 하죠. 안 가나요 이거? 로샨으로 빠집니다. 지금 2분 타이머 살짝 지난 상황이거든요.
It's absolutely instant. Zero downtime. That is the dream if Spirit goes up and scans it out.
체크 안 해요.
30 seconds, no Abed. They're pinging it.
지금 대지령이 핑은 찍는데 이미 트레 시간에 한 70%는 지난 상황이라. 네, 체크. 야토로가 일단 아이기스는 챙기겠고.
Mira also, I think, off of that one, he got quite a bit of experience. He's level 25, so that supernova a lot harder for them to bring down.
지금요, 8에서 11이요.
Tense moments, Laurel. I believe this is pretty much going to be his 25 as well, too. And he's going to have buyback.
8분이 최소고 거기서 추가 시간이 최대 3분.
That was close. He nearly did.
아이기스. 이거 근데 방금 팬 뭐냐? 해머가 해머가 불킹이 아니라 아가님을 사서 억지로 질질 끌었어야 되지 않았을까요? 이러면 5대5여도 아이기스 낀 싸움이 돼가지고.
Much rather give that one to the Earth Spirit than the. All right, well, there's another one up in a bit. It's collapsed. There's another one very soon too, right? Kind of. That is true. Wait. Kind of.
좀 불안해지는 것 같아.
Never mind.
Never mind.
There's a multiple of 7 in the 50s.
He'll farm some creeps. 60 minutes soon to hit.
Yep. But again, this lead, this gold lead that Shopify have had for so long.
It hasn't mattered.
It really hasn't.
Well, it's mattered for them to be able to fight like this versus this, you know, the PL, which was that last pick, but.
And they have, you know, they've got the one set of racks.
They do.
But at this point, you know, this late in a game, doesn't mean a whole lot. Team Spirit, they can deal with that pressure of the creeps in one lane.
60분 곧 됩니다. 예, 러시안 타이밍이 살짝 애매하기는 해. 아이기스 가지고 싸우려면은 OT어는 없어야 되고, OT어 차이 내고 싸우려면은 아이기스가 없어야 되고. 찾아갑니다. 트부트라 빨라요. 그래 일단은 스모크거든요. 근데 아티지 뭐였어요? 고세비츠입니다. 근데 이거 아티지 아필이면은 옆에 있어였다는 게. 데모닉 플린즈 근데 배시 받고요. 어비설 받고요. 이거 아티지 죽어. 아티지 2분 동안 없습니다. 이게 EMP가 큰 거는 맞는데 EMP 맞은 펠렌을 지워야 되는 거는 해머거든요. 이러면은 마나가 0이어도 못 잡아요. 누가 뭘로 잡나요?
I guess he does get the radiance illusion, so he cuts the creep wave. That's pretty cute.
This is 100 seconds without Arteezy.
But he got the wave.
Still got the Aegis for nearly 3 minutes.
Oh, and he got the whole wave.
They're allowed to work towards the top lane.
좀 질질 끌긴 하는데 탑 밀려오죠. 어차피 3차 포티 없으니까 한 번입니다. 진짜 아티지가 싼 거한 똥을 SR이 열심히 치우고는 있는데 시간은 모자랄 것 같아요. 70초. 헬렌샤드 궁에 붙어요. 피해주고요. 들어가나요? 플레이 충분히 녹여낼 것 같거든요. 데모닉 클린즈 박아는 주는데 EMP까지 모자라요. 오 프라이멀로. 글쎄요, 리제는 좀 튼튼하거든요. 근데 소용없었네요. 근데 더 들어가요 오히려. 렌 지금 너무 컸거든요. 만화가 없긴 한데 때려 죽일 수가 없습니다. 아, 때려 죽일 수 있네요 한 번은. X 다시 있어요. 이거 지금 블라이가 데미지가 장난 아닌 것 같은데요. 라리 한번 세이브 해주고요. 알 깔아주고 RTG 7초 남았습니다. 지금 네 빠져야죠 세이버라이트.
They really wanted to just dive for these kills and just kind of force the issue there, but they actually only ended up getting like a few of them.
오 튀어나오고 있습니다.
Okay, now breathe time. Time to get back to these items, right? Saberlight, he was able to get his giant ring. We have hit 60 minutes, so let's see what the lottery gives.
그러니까 자이언트 링 두 개가 아주 끔찍하네요. 랄 엑스마키나 더블 브레이킹. 아직 다른 오티어는 미러실드 야토로 X 반사만 해줘도 한타 뒤집어지죠.
And collapsed, he did find, of course, the Giant's ring. So the potential of a 10,000 plus HP Centaur, it's there. Oh boy. He can now stack up those double edges. Book of Shadows on crit. It's been
켄타 피 6000 더블 엣지 몇 번 박아 넣으면 피 만도 찍을 수 있네요. 아이고야. 오 시어스톤.
Next few fights, the buybacks, they're going to be everything. PL, Yatoro, 20 seconds until his
아, 코막혀.
online. Artesia about 1 minute. Same thing for Mira. He almost has his back online, 10 seconds or so.
바이백이 랄이 없거든요 이렇게 되면.
With his positioning since he does not have his buyback at the ready.
지금 인첸이 제일 센 것 같아.
Because he can also just, you know, ex machina and do so many different things.
인첸 파이로텟.
His damage is something that we all have, of course, we'll be having to watch. Pirate Hat now also finished up after the Moonshard. He's got quite a bit of damage. 25 too, right? So that impetus damage is online. Just difficult for him to really stand his ground, right? It's versus like the PL versus this Earth Spirit and stuff like that. It's been hard. You know, some of these games you do see.
70분 게임 갈 느낌이 좀 있죠. 저거 안 먹어져요. 이거 뭔가 좀 바꿔줬으면 좋겠어. 로터스가 템칸 진짜 많이 차지하거든. 후반에 집어먹으려고 하면. 템 내려놓고 먹기에는 어차피 안 되고. 3칸 이상 먹다 보니까 모압 방지를 해둘 수는 있는데 그렇게 모아도 이제 집에 가서 다시 먹어야 된다는 게.
And now 2 charge of disruption, of course, also for crit. So layers and layers being added into these fights.
Book of the Dead.
좀 전에 네크로노미콘 얘기하고 있었더니 나와주네요. 네크로노미콘 4. RTG 진짜 멘탈이 버텨줄까? 오늘만 60분 게임 2번째인데 와 근데 진짜 플라이 무섭다 무서워. 다른 게 무서운 게 아니라 서폿이 제일 무서운 것 같아 지금. 쉴드룬. 쉴드가 2400.
Nice little 7,500 HP. We'll take that.
They're coming at them here, Spirit. Chasing towards Shopify. Shopify, they've got to prepare for the high ground defense.
Wait, what? Oh, okay. I just saw the cart behind him, but I didn't see anything afterwards. So I was like, wait, what? He's just trying to get move speed.
Yeah, pretty low.
마무리가 될까요?
They've got lanes in a pretty okay position. They were trying to take advantage of that there for a second. Artesia, though, quickly will shove down top.
이제 서로 바이백 다 모아서 또 그러다 보면 또 로션 모아야 돼요. 8분 돼갑니다. SR 서포트 바이백을 뽑아놓기는 했는데
He's got nothing to do with it.
서폿을 다시 잡을 수 있을까요?
He could treat one of his teammates to a moonshot. Not that there's
Not that
really
there's
anyone
one
that's
that-
going to use it.
Literally nobody uses one.
He's going to buy himself a Scud.
스카디?
I guess we'll swap that in rather than the.
스카디도 괜찮기는 해. 피통도 좋고
Yeah, I guess.
스탯도 좋고 지능 만화통도
It is very
좋고
valuable. He is playing versus TA versus Invoker. Yeah, great Scotty game.
어쨌든 어비설까지 샀겠다. 한 번 들러붙으면은
A
충분하니까요.
little bit shy of buyback right now. Same thing
Not
for
much,
Abed.
right?
Not much.
Just 150.
여기 늦죠. 서로 불킬. 근데 로터스 들고 있어서 프라이멀로 못 먹었죠. 그리고 여기서 R 정말 잘 깔았습니다. 이거 누가 쓰던 맞았죠 지금? 플라이였네요. 별 문제는 없었고요. 야토로가 마무리 가능한가요? 여기서 대지양. 근데 치즈 한번. 이게 피통이 너무 커요. 치즈도 치즈인데. 세이버라이트 이제는 더 갈 수 있나요? 지금 근데 RTG 지금 어디서 죽고 있는 건가요 지금? RTG? 지금 뭘 위해서 죽은 건가요? 서폿이랑 교환인데요. 서폿 바이백 있어요 그마저도. 크릿 이거 죽으면 더 문제입니다. 크릿 사망하고요. 다이백이고요. 125초. 그나마 옆에서 핑크스가 잡히긴 했는데 세이버라이트 무시를 해서 그렇죠. 세이버라이트 근데 도망칠 수 있을까요? 만화 다 녹았습니다 벌써. AA 블라스트. 이렇게 되면은 죽고요. 바이백 있고요. 여기서 바이백 했죠. 근데 이거 다 왔어요. 이거 죽으면 끝입니다. 해머보다 센 게 인첸인데 이게 죽네요. 끝났습니다.
RTZ's feeling the desperate times. He buys the rapier.
RTG 양날검. 양날검을 사면은 플라이보다 세기는 셀 건데 글쎄요. 3대 5입니다. 바이백까지 생각하면은 3대 7.
These illusions just running rampant.
This is the point of the game that
끝난 걸로 보이는데요.
if things start to sort of slip out of position, the team fight, this PL cleans up.
Yeah, honestly, Saberlight is the
헬렌이 그나마 푸시가 느리다고 하면 느리기는 해요. 그나마 이제 유일한 희망이 헬렌 느리니까 버텨보자인데 뭐야 조금씩 태워보고 있죠. 오 따끔따끔.
Get a fair bit from this team spirit.
might get the megas here.
양날검 따끔하기는 해요. 그리고 옆에서 무고부대로 네 크로노미콘이 푸시가 진짜 셌거든. 지금도 3차 혼자 날려버렸죠.
But it really is starting to look like that just hasn't mattered at all. Team spirit perfectly comfortable.
네 그림 나옵니다. 서폿 아직 30초.
As they're cleaning up the base of Shopify.
야토로가 EMP 터지는 타이밍을 잘 모르나? 자꾸 끝자락에 나타나가지고 이거 RTG 아이고 네 주위 치면서 스피릿이 게임 가져갑니다. 아이고 RTG 아베드가 기회 만든 거 플레이가 받아줬는데 RTG가 던져버렸네요.
I think he was probably the biggest difference maker for me on this Phoenix. So just the confidence that he was placing them. A couple of them, yeah, sure. They got brought down.
미라가 인터뷰 나온 값을 하는지 불사조로 진짜 잘해주기도 했는데 아이고야. 더 늙어가고 있습니다. RTG 지금 얼굴이 더 늙어가요. 플라이 표정.
And if anything, you know, very much credit to them that they were able to
세이버라이트까지
towards the later portions. But they couldn't
표정이 굳은 거랑 멘탈이 박살난 표정이 차이가 나죠 지금. 예, 영원 스피릿의 승리였습니다. RTG 8데스 팀 내 최고 됐습니다. 일량도 세이버라이트가 아베드가 1등 세이버라이트가 아티 소밋 RTG 결승 진짜 오랜만이라 긴장됐나요? 큰일 난 것 같네요. 그러니까 이거는 펠렌판이기는 했는데 기회가 있었거든. SR에게도 기회가 많았는데 그 타이밍마다 하필이면 또 RTG가 됐던 것 같습니다. 저는 코가 하도 막혀서 화장실 좀 갔다 올게요.
what took this game to the next level, Purge, it was the team fights back and forth.
Yeah, it really was. A lot of the fights, when they went well for Shopify Rebellion, was Saberlight going in and roaring somebody. And for a good, like, 20 minutes in this game, it was Team Spirit always reacting with the Lotus and basically saying, like, you can roar me if you want, but you're going to roar your own BKB, and it's not going to go so well. Because they needed a roar guy, and TA needed to kill him, and then Shadow Demon needed to protect the TA when he showed. So they did a really good job with that, but man, what a game.
That game was classic Team Spirit, right? Playing from behind, looking for the good team fights, holding their formation. I mean, they found opportunities to have just a way to fight back in this game. When they were pushing with Aegis the first time, they just rallied around their Phoenix, got a very good egg, and then got the key kill on TA. And then the next Aegis that Shopify pushed with, it was on Beastmaster. I think that had to be a misclick because you don't prioritize the Aegis Beastmaster over the TA, but unfortunately, when they were taking that fight, they managed to take down the TA first, and then they got the Beastmaster twice with the Aegis. So Spirit just found their entry points into that game beautifully off of the shoulder of their team fight.
Yeah, good luck playing against Team Spirit in the like super late game. This is post 60 minute. I think this is the team that thrives the most between like because they have super strong laning stage. So does Shopify throughout the whole tournament. But when it comes down to like split decision making and how they approach team fights, Team Spirit, they're the best team in the world without a doubt. They know how to itemize. Purge pointed out these Lotus Orb. There was a crucial against the Hexes, the Primal Beast, the Beastmaster Roars overall, and they had 2 of those. They had the Mirror Shield as well as the tier 5 item. They're just so good. And at this point, I think there might be trolling. You know, Team Spirit, they have Earth Spirit, they have Fire Spirits, they have Spirit Lance. Every single hero that has Spirit in the name, they're picking it.
Yeah, they actually didn't have BKB on TA for a very long time, but I actually thought it was good, to be honest, because he needed his damage to be really high. That way, when they roared somebody, they died quickly. And if Kessler talked about it, if the butterfly comes on PL, it's already not the best matchup, then they just can't touch them. So the reason it was good was because Shadow Demon Shard was the auto dispel basically, and you're against an AA. Cold Feet's never gonna proc. The slows from third skill's never gonna proc. Who is the other heroes? I'm forgetting. Earth Spirit's abilities, basically they're doing damage, but they're being dispelled right away. So it basically allowed him to not buy a BKB if Crit didn't die at the start of the fight. And he did that really well for like 3 fights in a row. So it allowed Arteezy to get this really quick Daedalus, which got them some crucial kills on like Laurel when Laurel would go in. So I actually thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah, I think they were ahead in gold on the side of Shopify Rebellion almost the entire game. Jenkins?
Yeah, they were. They couldn't end. Just playing into the high ground defense of Phoenix, Centaur to jump in, and the AA, like the Spirit Lances constantly coming out. It just didn't look. It looked impossible. And you go late game against a PL with the TA. I have had people literally delete their items in pubs. So I'm not going to name names, but there have been some pro players who delete their items in pubs when it gets to 45 minutes as that TA because it's like, at some point, you're just going to lose. The BKB doesn't matter. The Daedalus doesn't matter. None of this stuff matters. There's no items you can get, barring like hexing the PL and then getting like a Revenant's Brooch or something like that. Legitimately, like that's actually what you have to do, and that's such a weird thing to have to do to deal with the PL, and even then you have to deal with all the illusions and stuff and catch him out, and all these conditions have to be true to win that. Like Spirit just knew if they go late game, they win. I don't think they wanted to go to 60 minutes. Maybe they did.
해머 진짜 불킨 그냥 있었으면은 괜찮았을 판이지 않나 그런 생각이 조금씩 듭니다. 이게 안 잘리기만 했어도 기회였던 부분들이 많았는데 한타는 아베드랑 막 세이버라이트가 진짜 휘저어 넣으면서 어떻게든 이겨줬는데 요상하게 잘려.
That we chose this, and we chose for the hero damage because we thought, Arteezy's hero damage is gonna probably be quite high considering the way the game is going. But this is what the matchup ended up to be.
Yeah, I mean, when you're PL in a 60-minute game and you're the brunt of the damage on your team, it would make sense that your damage numbers get this high. And the TA, like Jenkins mentioned, it's a losing battle versus PL. You are on a timer, so I think for as far as this game could go, Arteezy played a great game. I'm so curious about that second Aegis because I really feel like the game might have looked different.
아무튼 스피릿이 이긴 김에 3대0 기대해 봅니다. 약간 꽉 찬 게임에 대한 기대가 좀 덜해.
Because they understood that they couldn't go to that 60-minute mark versus a PL, and it just felt like a mess up. I mean,
what I recall is that they finished Aegis and I expected TA to go grab it, and TA just left and like left, walked away out of the pit, and then Beastmaster and Invoker walked in. Beastmaster took the age. So I think they did it on purpose. I don't know why, but that's what I remember happening. I could be wrong, but it seemed like intentional. It's like you're not Artesian, you just forget to grab Aegis on occasion.
I have seen that a couple of times recently where Beastmaster picks up an Aegis just because, like, I know some players will call out to kill the Beast because he's like the aura carrier. So if you take him out, you lose all the auras and then the team fight gets a lot weaker. So I have seen it. And then there's also carries that will say, like, I'm not going to die anyway, guys. And then they go die.
And my assumption is that because Beast was like their initiator, and he has to play in the front of the fight, he could make a mistake, get caught, die. He also didn't have BKB, I think, at the time.
Yeah.
So, like, if he just dies, they don't get a kill anyway. So, like, that was my guess, but I'm not
Well,
sure.
if that was intentional, it was a mistake because the TA died first in that fight, and then Beastmaster died twice. And if you're playing on a
가면
timer,
갈수록 피곤해질 텐데.
so that they can hit the tower.
안 그래도 60분 게임 하고 올라왔는데 꽉 차게
You're trying to end the game.
올라와서 바로 60분 게임 박아버렸으니
We are ready to go to break.
네, 에피랑 쉬버요.
To all three of my panelists, why did nobody sit in the orange chair? We put it down because we thought, you know, they want a bit more
All right,
space.
Purge will make some space. Oh no! Hey, we're sticking together. We're a team.
Excuse me, we're gonna fix that right now, but we're also gonna fix up a game number 2 of this best of 5. Stay tuned.
그러니까 시간 많이 남나봐. 젠킨스랑 에피가 보통 많이 나와 있는 것 같아요. 요즘 슬랙스 현장에 잘 안 보이긴 하죠. 뭔가 카메라로는 나오는데 현장에 메이저에선 나오는데 다른 때는 잘 안 나오는 것 같아. 메이저에서도 이제 마이크 쥐고 왔다 갔다 하는 역할로만 잠깐씩만 나오고.
Sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only
그런 부분들이 있는 것 같아.
by this rule dare to triumph against
단가를 줄인 느낌? 패널들을 줄여서? 약간 그런 느낌이 있어.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
아무튼 게임 2가 5분 후네요. 이번에도 로비 안 될 것 같으니까 그냥 포기합시다. 그냥 계속 이렇게 보죠 뭐. 웬 기념사진 촬영을. 놀러 나온 거냐고. 놀러 나온 거 맞겠지 쟤네한텐. 기다리는 동안 아이고 뭘 하고 싶은데 어째 영 체력이 안 된다. 책상 옮기고 정리하고 뭐 컴퓨터 선 다 뽑아서 새로 옮기고 새로 다 꼽고 그러다 보니까 허리가 너무 아파요. 최대한 바른 자세로 한다고 노력은 하는데 이제 책상 아래 들어가고 그래야 되다 보니까 그거는 어쩔 수가 없더라. 어쨌든 기어 들어가서 이제 한 30kg 정도? 한 20 몇 킬로 정도 되는 컴퓨터를 자꾸 이제 기어 들어가서 들고 옮겨야 되다 보니까 허리가 많이 아프더라고요. 그러고 보니 이거 저작권 문제 될 것 같은데 좀 더 많이 열판하고선 이제 방송 본다고요? 이게 많이 하고 싶어도 나이 드니까 어려워. 나는 안 그럴 줄 알았어. 나는 이거 안 그럴 줄 알았는데 나는 이거 안 그럴 줄 알았는데 게임보이 이불 덮고 하면은 이제 안 보이거든. 그래서 LED 켜고 해야 되고 막 아직 2단계는 아니야. 그래도 아직 한 판 하고선 때려치는 단계는 아닌데 한 번에 오래 붙들지는 못하겠어. 한 번에 오래는 못하겠어 이제는. 한 3-4시간 하면은 모두 먹고 이제 정리도 하고 적당히 밖에 햇볕도 쬐고 그러면서 재충전이 필요해. 그러고 다시 켜기는 하는데 하루 내 한 10시간 게임을 하는데 4시간 연속은 이제는 어려운 것 같아. 중간중간 충전 시간이 필요해요. 네, 게임도 시작됩니다. 진짜 혹시 또 모르니까 들어가지나 확인을 해볼게요. 오타를 켜서.
To be fair though, I mean Shopify played a really good early game. I mean they were completely dominant, and if it weren't for the strong
TG.
condition, I feel like Spirit's comeback into the game would have been a lot more difficult. So now I feel like Spirit are a bit on the reaction.
제가 떨어졌을 때가 재밌다고요? 지금 떨어져 있잖아요.
The potential
나 진짜 한 달 넘었더라 이제 게임 안 한지.
Band phase, as I like to call it, during the Dream League, because we are using the band after all.
Pick and ban phase?
Yeah.
With that in mind, is there any particular request you want for this pick and ban phase?
I want to spice it up, you know.
You want
Some
something
Eye of the Tiger.
I have a tiger without obviously being.
Yeah, the remix.
When we say eye of the tiger, we mean the letter I of the tiger. Has nothing to do with the.
왜 안 들어가 줄까? 이해가 안 가네.
The eye of the tiger is the second letter in the
언어 문제일까요?
Right. So it's about the letter.
이동 옵션을 영어로 바꿔볼까?
I do think Shopify as a whole played better than Team Spirit for that game. I agree with what Effie said. The strong win condition made it really tough. Maybe their lack of disables, it was harder for them to.
런치 옵션 마이너스 랑랭 잉글리시였네요.
They had a really good shot.
이거였나?
Better than Spirit. They just played incredibly well, right? But Spirit played their draft as well.
보타
So I don't think there were any
런치 옵션 랭귀지 기억이 안 난다.
in that laning phase to 20 minutes.
영어 타실 수도?
The whole Dream League, they had extremely good first 10-15 minutes.
영문판으로 하고 있어요? 뭐로 하고 있어요? 그거 이외에는 지금 없는 것 같은데.
They've been pretty flawless. I think it comes down to Fly, who had pretty
랭귀지네요.
so far, and so did Crit. We already mentioned the other day how Crit feels really good in this patch because some of his heroes are really popular right now, and he plays heroes that feel good right now. You know, it's not a position 4 clings that scales with damage. I think that was the biggest nerf that
한글이요?
happened to Crit.
왜 안 되지?
He's feeling himself with these tusks, with these Dark Willows, these swaps. I think he had the best performance on Vengeful Spirit throughout the whole tournament.
Yeah, he's been playing very well. He has huge assist numbers consistently every single game. He's definitely been one of the big figures that's keeping them in these wins.
I will also say that previous game we saw first phase Invoker coming out. Abed absolutely smashed it with that as well, considering overall.
어쨌든 인첸 또 나왔고요.
Team Spirit had the counter pick, didn't end up, well, obviously worked out in the win, but I feel like Invoker still did what he needed.
일단 영어로 바꿔서 켰거든.
Obviously Invoker banned out now though.
Yeah,
마찬가지네요. 펜타 한 번 더. 펜타가 나름 좋아지기는 했는데 1픽으로 나올 정도인지는 모르겠네요. 비스트마스도 열려있지네 이번 번에. 오버파워인지는 모르겠어요. 펜타가.
Back to you, Effie.
Sorry, I just had to take a moment to appreciate the genius of BSJ,
조금
even when he's not here. But
1픽으로는 애매하지 않나
I
싶은데.
think while Centaur is a really great hero, when he comes out this early in the draft, he can get bullied on lane, right? It opens up things like Monkey and potentially even from Team Spirit. And now that they've taken the Enchantress for themselves,
그래 애매하게
they stole away the hero that's
구려진 저거넛보다는
for Shopify, so they don't have to
텔마가
worry about it. Now
괜찮을지도
they have a way to
모르겠네요.
enable the potential Centaur killing hero.
해서는 확실하니까. 무에르 탑은
Previous game or both first phase ban?
아직 자이로랑 PA 살아 있습니다.
Yeah, we already mentioned that this Phantom Assassin kind of
그러니까 좀 요상하게 가긴 하죠. 아마 전판은 근데 상대가 힘캐랑 불사조니까
This hero is just glitched.
그래서일 수도 있고.
See her with the blur, and you can't see her. She refreshes with Ags, she kills you during that time, and then she's invisible again. You cannot target her. So far, Team Spirit did not play against Phantom Assassin. I don't know if Shopify wants to go that route, but they gave respect.
네, 지금 진영이 바뀌었어요.
But we have seen people deal with the PA by just blitzing towers early. And Enchantress is very good at doing this. Not that it matters, because PA just got banned.
I think it was cool to see Shopify use the Faceless Void as well, because that's one of the abusable things about the hero. She has a very low cooldown spammable spells that gets her around. If you just hit her with Time Dilation, a simple basic ability, if she doesn't pop BKB, she's actually just not doing
근데 인첸이 선픽 가져가면서 1픽으로 나올 픽인가요? 그거는 전혀 모르겠는데 나무도 남은 죽었구나. 벤지도 살아있고 자이로 PA도 살아 있었는데.
come through. I mean, they take out the PA because it's really not worth dealing with. But Centaur lanes quite well versus Gyro, where other offlaners may struggle. He's got a lot of HP, and then he naturally builds into Vanguard, and he can sustain better than most heroes can. So maybe they feel like if they don't give Gyro a winning lane, they can play off of it here. But I know that Yatoro hates Gyro. I know that he does, but I feel like if it's still in the pool.
He said he disliked the Bloodseeker also, and that series he did play it, so he will play whatever.
But he last picks his stuff, and it was like a perfect Bloodseeker.
That's true.
That's the Yatoro classic.
But do you think Shopify is going to play it?
The gyro?
Yeah, I mean they've got the option.
세기는 센데 뭔가 아쉬운
Still
느낌?
in the pool. Spirit could still run the Ench as a 4. Same thing goes for the other side. If Shopify wants to pick the AA against the gyro, I feel like a gyro will come out.
I would
but in the
prefer
later picks.
the Vengeful Spirit route. If you want to go with that, we've seen so many times Gyro against this Vengeful Spirit where he gets aggressively swapped in and just bursted by heavy magical damage, rest of the team unable to back him up.
후드윙크.
That's a crit special.
The thing about the gyro, if it had come out here, was yes, the ancient apparition is still in the pool, and Team Spirit can play the Enchant 4, so it would have been a very strong flex. But because Team Spirit have that first pick, they have the overall 18 to close, and they could do something very much a nuisance to Shopify's draft. They could have gone for some really high mobility hero for Laurel on that 18 pick, or potentially even the Beastmaster, and we've seen how strong that is. So I think that just securing a strong
후드가 성능이 조금 애매하긴 한데 어쨌든 셋업 도와줄 수도 있고
right now is the easier approach to take.
샤프슈터도 넣기 좋게 셋업해줄 수 있죠 서로.
And now you've got the
네,
sharpshooter
있습니다.
burst damage versus Enchantress, right?
근데 여전히 길지는 않아서 관절 때문에 뽑기는 조금 애매한 수준.
This time around, it's gonna be Shadow Demon into Centaur.
최대.
Previous one, it was the other way around because you wanted to have something.
이거 벤지 자이로 뽑았으면 어땠을까 싶네요.
Did you see his win rate? It was 9 and 20 on
Yeah, it's like 38%.
I think
벤지 자이로였으면 괜찮지 않았을까 싶은데.
whole picture of how strong Shadow Demon is because he's a strong laner. He really scales well.
해블.
The previous one, and also in terms of stacking,
해블.
like, if Shadow Demon has good positioning in a team fight, he can easily pop off some of these targets like post BKB. You stack.
그러니까 흑마 자이로, 벤지 자이로. 이제 벤지로 수업 당하는 게 무서우면 벤지 자이로고. 무난하게 가겠다 그래 흑마 자이로가 있었는데. 이거 약간 거꾸로 TG 펠렌 게임 좀 보이지 않나요? 진영도 바꾸고 픽도 바꾸고 약간 느껴지지 않나요? 아 근데 자이로 자이로 나왔습니다. 탭을 넣으면서 환창 넣으면은 스피릿이 조금 애매해졌는데 자이로로
hardest drafting position that any team can take, where you have to pick 2 picks here in preparation of whatever gotcha pick.
이렇게 되면은 SR 어차피 켄타까지 뽑았겠다. 미드도 센 거 가져가면 돼요. 대지령, 푸비.
Take the gyro. We beg you to, right? We have.
스피릿은 탭을 크는 시간 벌어줄 만한 픽이 좀 필요할 테고요. 마르스 같은 게 이제 자이로 상대로 슬슬 나오고 있거든. 최대랑 이제 콤보도 가능하고. 벽도 세우고 흑마. SR 흑마 꽤 좋네요.
Maybe they're just trying to solidify the lane at least.
흑마 꽤 좋아요.
Lane is obviously a classic, so yeah, it is spooky not knowing what they're going to start off with in the mid lane.
자이로가 올라가서 툭툭 치는 거 도와주기도 좋고 상대가 무는 거 떨어져 쳐내기도 좋고.
Legion Commander, Blade Mail, you can dispel these like early things that Warlock loves to do.
어떻게든 한번 버텨내기 좋고. 오 근데 컨카.
Hero, I don't remember seeing Collapse playing offlane Kunkka, even though some of the teams did, especially Shopify.
미드 이겨낼 수 있나요?
2 times on the offlane.
I mean, very successful hero this Dream League as well.
그래서
I
벤
think so too. The damage mitigation that comes out from Kunkka.
흰패 스톰 이런 거 좀 쉬어야 될 것 같아요. 스케일링 되면서 중반 달리기 좋은 거. 팀버벤.
It's not the strong gotcha that I was scared would come out of Spirit here, but it's a stable enough hero where they don't have to extend a lot of bans in the space to protect it, so that they can set up for collapses a little bit better.
And the rum's pretty cool against Fatal Bonds too, because it's delaying the damage that you take.
마누스벤까지 할까요 그러면?
Taking later might be once Fatal Bonds is worn off, so it kind of is decent against the Warlock in that sense too. Good to say.
마누스벤까지. 여기까지는 예정된 벤이고.
Or catch somebody that's about to be stampeded away.
서로 예정된 벤이었고.
I agree with
마지막 벤은 모르겠네요.
I think that Team Spirit wants a tanky blade mail offlaner. The last time they played against Gyro and pretty much nullified it, they had
한국어 밴이에요. 요즘 어지간하면 밴입니다. 가끔 살아서 1픽으로 나오는데 이번엔 밴. 배즐 밴.
Now that they banned Dazzle, I mean maybe just for the matchup against Kunkka, but that could
글쎄요,
also
그럼
see
X는 뽑을 생각 없을 테고.
The issue with LC and Axe is that they seem like the most obvious choices.
어쨌든 죽일 생각인 것 같은데 한 방에.
With them early on. Like Enchantress and Shadow Demon aren't the type of supports to kill a hero in 2 seconds in a duel. Neither will Kunkka, but maybe LC is strong enough on lane where that's good enough, right? Maybe they don't even care if he wins these duels. He just needs to
그것도 있는데
and win lane or just do well potentially.
I like the LC because she rushes blade mail.
환영보다는 지금 스피릿이 실결정력이 좀 애매해서 대즐이 살리기 너무 쉬운 것 같아요. 그러니까 미드 대즐 핫하고 시장도 뭐 잘 지우는 건 덤이고 스피릿이 지금 조합으로는 뭘 지우기가 영웅 하나를 싹 지우기가 타헌. 이게 운영은 좋은데 타헌이 승률은 좋지 못해요 지금. 운영에 실수가 나오는 순간 바로 말아먹는 영웅이라.
After like a lot of damage, though.
a ton of damage.
But
Go ahead.
Okay, I like what Tidehunter gives you. It's not the blade mail we were talking about versus the gyro, but it gives them the team fight that neither LC nor Axe would have given them. Because if they picked LC or Axe, they would have kind of pigeonholed themselves into the pick-off game. But now they have a more rounded out lineup, so I think they went this Tidehunter just to preserve their draft integrity, honestly. And I feel like that Tidehunter shard is pretty solid this game. I mean,
스톰, 퀸패. 근데 퀸패는 컨카한테 조금 어렵다고 치고.
You can slow through the centaur ulti, right?
It beats like it's a really good shard.
펍도 괜찮긴 해요. 콜 꽤 괜찮고 묶어두고서는 이제 우르르 달려가서 패면 되니까.
The Warlock gyro lane.
지진?
That lane feels unstoppable.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't feel like the fatal, like if you're taking 400 damage to remove the fatal bonds with the Kraken shell, that's already how much you're taking with the fatal bonds anyway. So
I like this Earthshaker pick. It gives them really good kill potential in the mid and late game. Mid versus the supports. They're not very good at stopping him from running at them. So if he gets out of control, it gives him some opportunities.
지진 대 컨카는 모르겠어요. 지진 자체는 적당히 괜찮아 보이는 픽이거든. 망하지만 않으면. 딱 중간만 가면은 확실히 몰아치기 좋은 픽인 건 맞는데 몰아치면서 스케일링 가능하고 후반도 보고 스턴도 많고 다 좋은데 컨카랑 상성이 어떨지 모르겠어. 이제 스피릿 스턴 레미지랑 랄 가진 거 정도밖에 없으니까 아베도 날아다니면은 뭐 할 수 있는 게 없긴 하거든. 아야간 힘들고.
Through their offlaner that they usually do, which is the Mars with the blade mail that would come in.
I think they wanted Mars, to be honest.
Yeah, that just does not exist
아,
for them.
컨카가 조금 불리한 정도? 초반에?
Honestly, and
중반부터 이제 다시 유리해지고.
strong enough to slow gyro's timings.
Urge, any final words on this draft?
You are still an analyst.
I am? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Sorry, my bad. I was trying to co-host. I do like Shopify's lineup better. They have tons of amplifiers. They have tons of damage sources. They have mixed damage. Yeah, I think the Tide has good potential to anchor, but yeah, I just like Shopify's draft better.
Gonna find out if this gyro is as strong as everybody's been saying, or if Spirit is gonna be proven right in saying Gyrocopter is a trash hero. That's what they said. We're gonna find out, of course, but first, Parkchat Panas, take us into game 2.
자, 게임 2입니다. 그러니까 태블이 보통은 이겨야 되는데 지금도 뭐 후반 가면 이기긴 이겨요. 벤지를 보통은 끼우기는 하는데 태블 스카디 이제 다달 무조건 끼죠. 자유로 만나면 만타 스카디 다달 불킹 이런 거 끼고서는 보통은 이제 벤지로 수합을 해가지고서는 한 번에 찢어주길 그런 식으로 운영을 하는데 아무튼 디 아이 오브 타이거 아이 오브 디 타이거 락 버전이었습니다.
Rebellion has got going on this time round, but indeed, as Shiva mentioned, we heard in a post-game interview from Yatoro that Gyro is a trash hero.
That's what he thinks. And I mean, he is playing as legendary Terrorblade, so we'll have to see what he's going to do.
야토로가 새 테러블레이드.
You have to agree with the panel, but there's a Yatoro Terrorblade. I think that's literally the whole thing that switches.
TI를 우승했던 그 테러블레이드입니다. 그리고 대놓고 뛰어다나.
On this hero combo. When they play these two together, I swear.
경험치 좀 먹여줬어요, 아군들.
That's the one thing that I'm looking at for the side of Spirit that can.
넷이서 먹은 것 같은데 양이. 근데 이거 야토로 스턴. 뭐 죽지는 않을 것 같습니다. 집에 그냥 걸어갔다 와야겠지 이거는.
And one thing for sure about Shopify Rebellion's lineup is if we do get another 60-minute game or so, this is a draft that's going to be able to have a pretty good impact.
물론은 둘둘. 미라 이거 좀 위험해 보이긴 합니다. 콜랩스 일단은 그냥 한번 접근해주면서 그만 가라. 내 서포트 괴롭히지 말아라. 미드가 좀 궁금한데 아바이드 캠 꺼졌네.
Abed, of course, playing this Earthshaker, the potential for wombo combo is massive. They've got the fatal bonds with Gyro.
기본적으로는 인챈트 토템 때문에 디나이를 좀 더 잘 칠 거기는 해요. 근데 이제 레벨 좀 쌓이면은 견제력 차이 때문에 조금씩 오, 디나이 3개. 헌카가 세지거든. 근데 정작 막타를 못 먹었어요, 아베드.
He'll have to play the Tide, and we'll see what he's going to be able to get with it. This is a tough lane to play versus 2. This Gyro plus Warlock, Fatal Bond plus Flak, just.
지진이 경험치 차이를 좀 내봐야 될 것 같아요, 디나이로.
He actually did not play in the lane. He sat in the trees, so he didn't get hit by the Flak.
I mean, why is it that this hero has struggled as much as it has this tournament? And what do you think it was about this game that Collapse sort of said, I don't care, I can make this work?
I think he was just down to very
따끔하죠.
but as to what's been making it lose, I think teams are just getting really good at just playing and waiting, and then they just get BKBs, and then it's good luck getting a Ravage combo off or anything like
이거
that.
풀링 잘 안해. 이거는 끊어가가지고.
Everyone just gets a BKB at some point, even though it's not the most value item. For his Tide, it is.
지금 켄타가 피가 좀 빠져 있는데요. 화면으로는 안 보입니다.
He's been hiding, just playing around inside like trees, just trying to dodge any of these flaks and fatal bond kind of combos. The Gyro should have pretty much free farm down here, though.
뭐 별일 없죠 생각보다. 이게 타헌 좋기는 좋은데 운영 한번 삐끗하면은 어려운 거랑 이게 자이로가 물론 너프를 받고서는 0티어에서는 내려오기는 했는데 흑마 자이로는 또 얘기가 달라요. 레인전 너무 어렵습니다.
It always happens too, where there's just a moment at like the 10-minute mark or something like that. There's like a Dark Troll summoner and he like solo takes a tower. I feel like it's been the case always for this Ench. Speaking of the Ench though, Mapushka, they try to get aggro, but they can't. So a very aggressive lane that Shopify's tried to go for up top, but I feel like you just get the heal on the Enchantress and you stop a lot of that aggression. Mira? Fly does not have a blood grenade, right? Yeah, he does not, so Mira should be just fine.
And for Crip, bringing the Hoodwink out, Crip, one of the rare players that is willing to do that this patch. A lot of other teams just completely ignore this. Do you like sort of seeing Shopify bring this out for Crip, one of the heroes that he can kind of carry the game sometimes with the position 4? It's a very aggressive support. Doesn't, of course, provide some of the saves that we've seen Crip pull off big plays last time and last game, with regards to kind of keeping RTZ safe.
네, 로터스는 플라이커.
Nice play there, Fly. Yeah, he absolutely can. It's definitely a little bit of a weirder one compared to what we're used to seeing. But if Crit's comfortable on it, right? He's one of the few that's been playing that and the Tusk. We've been looking at these side lanes a decent amount. Looks like both carries not really getting pressured whatsoever.
No, not at all.
But the mid lane, that's the other one.
Yeah, as
gotta
expected.
look at the denies.
Abed on this mid shake is definitely going to be able to take away a decent amount of XP from Lyle in this matchup.
But Laurel is keeping him, keeping him low and steady. And the beauty about with the Kunkka is they do have a Shadow Demon with it, so they have potential to get these ganks.
미드 디나이 차가 나긴 하는데 이제 슬슬 컴카 따끔따끔하게 견제하죠. 그거를 어떻게 해야 될 건데. 야토로. 네, 문제 없었고요. 디나이 하나.
I'm gonna have to keep looking up here. Top Yatoro.
Same time in the mid lull, was able to get the X mark dragged back onto Arbed. But no follow-up, so Arbed will manage to reset TP back to base. Mirror also heading over to see if he could find him, but he's already out of there. Indeed.
이거 콜랩스가 혼자기는 한데 어차피 크라켄 2레벨이요. 데미지 안 들어옵니다.
What are we getting the XD for?
I didn't see what did you...
I'm sick and tired of these XDs in chat.
데미지가 안 들어와요.
I looked top for a second, I didn't see. Did he get a deny or something? I don't even know.
We might be able to... We'll get our crew on the replays to find what the XD was for.
I was looking top because I think we've seen that now like 3 or 4 times. It's like they get the TB low once and then they pop him once, but then they usually don't kill him another time inside that laning phase. They usually end up getting like raindrop, they get like strength treads, and then they're usually durable enough to survive. But a big kill, Saberlight, that's going to enable him to get that pretty much that Vanguard finished up anytime soon. And Miposhka looks like he is starting to look for some creeps to try to work around. Will find himself that Hellbear Smasher. Very strong one. And okay, so it looks like we see what the game plan's probably going to be from them in these next few moments around the power rune. Likely to make a dive play, maybe even with both supports to go for that.
Oh, we're getting an XD replay.
이거죠. 근데 우리는 봤거든. 네, 미드, 아베드, 블러드 그레네이드. 근데 마무리가 안 될 것 같기는 해요. 오. 근데 막타 컨카가 먹으려고 했는데. 근데 막타 자체는 미포시크가. 이제부터는 컨카가 확실하게 유리해요. 랩차도 그렇고 전지력도 그렇고 보스쉽도 곧 나오죠. 솔로킬도 노려볼 수 있습니다. 잘하면. 탑 아케인.
Arcane rune could help out, get a few extra rounds of the Tidebringers off in the aggressive plays when they set them up.
I mean, that's pretty huge. I think this is... I mean, it's an Earthshaker versus the Kunkka, and Laurel's playing it super well. Yeah, he got some help at least there.
아래 피 좀 빼고선 아케인 켜고 보스쉽 콤보로 솔로킬 따내면은 그때부터는 진짜 크게 망할 수도 있는데요, 지진이. 켄타가 대거를 빨리 뽑아서 이런저런 역할 해줄 수 있긴 한데 들어갑니다. 네, 좀 모자라 보여요. 오우야, 마무리 안 됩니다.
But all this is an arcane rune, and he's getting heavy damage onto the tower there. So the boat, it's gonna be back up in almost 30 seconds.
솔로킬은 못했지만 그래도 경험치 차이. 아무튼 켄타가 잘 크고 이런저런 역할 해줄 수 있는 건 맞는데 혼자 할 수 있는 건 없어요. 이번 게임 그래도 자이로가 와서 뭐 조금씩 쓴다든지 이런 식으로 우드윙크가 있으니까 좀 괜찮긴 하거든요. 근데 지진이 망했을 때는 조금씩 분위기가 이상해져서.
This mid lane, Miposhka, he keeps sort of ducking in and out beyond the tower, seeing if he can set up on towards Arbed. A lot of pressure being put on this mid shaker. They know that they need to shut Arbed down.
And they really are so far. I mean, that's why we saw that ward play so early on. Mira steps a little far.
이거 좀 분위기 요상합니다. 미라 스턴 다 왔고요. 아무도 안 맞았죠? 콜랩스가 뭐 길을 막아주기도 좀 뭐하고 미라 자체는 크리시 막으면 될 것 같아요. 네, 마무리. 디지가 제대로 먹었고요. 샷 잘 제공해줬네요, 크리시.
This is, I think, the best lane that I've seen so far for the Tide in this tournament. 0-3-4 skill build. He's got the meteor hammer. He's going to just start throwing onto this tower. Really cool play so far from Team Spirit, though, to put that attention heavily onto mid. But 3-1 so far for Shopify. They're getting their good farm, but Abed is struggling this time. He's going to need some help.
Yeah, I mean, Miposhka's just being a complete nightmare around this area of the map. Not a chance for Abed to find anything. He can't step up to the lane in mid. He can't back off, clear a camp. This Enchantress presence, they've got to do something about it. They need to provide some help for Abed.
I mean, this is the Miposhka specialty. We see it so often. This tower, they're going to look for a kill onto Laurel.
들어가서 에코, 이거 잡아내겠는데요? 네, 럼 들어가요. 글쎄요, 아베드 엑스마크 때문에 더 들어갈 순 없고요. 다음 스택. 오, 마무리가 안 됐어. 4스택 필요했어요. 이게 빗방울이 한 번 더 터져서.
Oh my god, the raindrop saves him, and then he gets fed a Lotus right afterwards. I think he was fine anyway, but either way, the Lotus feed afterwards, just in case of anything. But Laurel, he'll be able to back up. He had a regen rune. He's gonna just be able to quickly reset, farm up these stacks. Good aggressive move.
근데 어쨌든 간에 스피릿 입장에서는 고스십이 짧은 공이라 리전 룬까지 나오네. 에코랑 스탬피드 빠진 거라 유리해진 거죠. 와, 야스로 미다스. 아베도 설마 이거 잡히나요? 손 한번.
Is he really gonna get him? Abed's hiding.
Abed indeed keeping it out of the vision. He's gonna step back in, go for another enchant totem, snap on him at Poshka.
Oh my god.
이거 미포시카가 잡혔어요. 오, 근데 잡았어요. 아콘샷으로.
What a beast!
I mean, poor old Abed. They've got the two supports here, but they can't keep him alive.
The pine cone.
The three of them against Enchantress and his pine cone, and they can't keep Abed safe.
아베드 지금 분위기 안 좋아요. 이번 판 너무 괴롭힘 당하고 있어가지고.
Situation to see for Abed. When's the last time you saw him at the bottom of the cores like this?
I mean, they're just going all in on him.
They really are.
They know that they've got to shut Abed down. They shut Abed down, and they can hold the game in a great spot.
Abed is the biggest answer, I would say, for the Terrorblade, right? He is that big magic damage, that big control.
슬슬 수입 한번 보고 싶은데요.
Working out really nicely. But in the meantime, Saberlight, he is getting a really good
레벨 미다스 들고 4,700.
Should have good timing on his blink dagger.
꽤 괜찮은 것 같아요.
What a different route of build that we'll talk about afterwards.
이 탭을 치고 꽤 괜찮은 것 같은데. 저 지진 진짜 밑바닥입니다. 이거 진짜 어떡하나요? 이럴 때 이제 스택 잔뜩 만들어 놓고 지진한테 에코 저거 먹어라 이런 식으로 해야 되기는 하는데 이게 하필이면 또 켄타라 안 닿아요.
Last game, the Retaliate is super useless when he's playing versus TA, so can understand that. But
켄타 스탬피드 또 빠지고요. 뭐 겸사겸사 콜랩스. 근데 에코 다 박아는 넣는데 레이크 박아주고요. 레미지. 네. 이거 사나요? 올렘군까지. 다 박아 넣었어요, 아예.
And only just getting him as well.
Yeah. Holy moly, Collapse almost actually able to walk away from that one there. Two big ults committed there, and even almost losing a hero. But trying to protect the area for RTZ, which they will be able to do. R2R still top of that net worth. His timing on his Ags should be pretty damn good.
다혼 운영 슬슬 시작해봐야 될 것 같은데 지금 하필이면 또 레비지가 빠져서 모르겠네요. 이게 상대공도 다 빠지긴 했거든. 에코 빠지고 뭐 스탬피드 빠지고 골렘 빠지고.
No purge yet online for Mira, but they don't
아베드 그나마 안 맞기는 했어요.
One more poison.
The disruption. That's what's for the fourth one. Get the final one of his
오.
and that's enough.
지금 선택해야 되는데 랄이 물리긴 했습니다. 근데 그냥 잡아내기엔 아직은 자이로 데미지 조금 모자라 보이긴 하죠. 그래도 나머지랑 함께 필세 마지막.
My God, they really just they do not like Abed.
They're going in for Abed.
Does end up giving a pretty big kill. Who got the last hit? It was crazy.
그래도 뭐 크릿이 골드를 좀 먹긴 해서.
Trying to make space, I guess. Just trying to open up. Always there for Yatoro, but so far, game state. Even though Abed's struggling.
계속 압박 들어갑니다. 콜랩스는 이게 굳이 미드로 옮겨 다닐 필요도 없는 게 콜랩스가 지금 이 상태로 계속 하면서 어차피 탭을 미다서 샀겠다 그냥 캠프 여러 개 먹으면 돼요. 환영 영웅이니까 그렇게 냅두고 세 코어 다 같이 크면 되는 거라.
Step away from the mid lane and get some stacks going for the most part.
No, I think it's been more. I think Mira's been getting just quite a lot more, just naturally as the Shadow Demon. Wisdom Rune soon.
스모크 풀리고요. 올랩습니다. 근데 샤프시터 박아 놓는다고는 해도 뭐 글쎄요. 네, 아베드 억지로 복구하려고 그냥 서포시라도 킬답니다. 지금 분열 누가 걸렸나요? 잘 안 보이는데. 네, 플라이.
An Echo Slam from Pushka, but as you said, the blink is now finished, so he can make more plays. Saberlight also with the blink, so a very, very aggressive game that Shopify can start playing now with all these
근데
timings.
진짜 잘 모르겠다. 에코
Still waiting in the trees here.
하도 망해했으니까 이득은 이득인데 선 연결되고요. 밀어주면서 풀었어요. 공 박아주고요. 태블이 와요. 태블이. 오우 샤프슈터. 서포트 교환이죠.
Dominating streak actually going for Yatoro. They will be able to find the Shadow Demon, but ends up giving a lot to this TB.
근데 딴 것보다 이게 맞나? 탭을 점점 쫓아가는데.
To kind of bail his teammates out of these situations. But the Aghanims is done.
자이로 타이밍이 오긴 왔어요. 근데 이게 지진 타이밍이 안 와 있어서 자이로 지진 켄타 이렇게 셋이서 밀어가야 되는데 자이로만 센 상태라 게임이 안 될 것 같은데요. 아베다 대거 나왔나요 이제? 조금 모자랐던 것 같은데. 아 나왔네요. 보긴 봤어요 근데 이거를.
Doesn't look like they want to try and make the jump under the tier 2 for the support alone.
Really nice scouting from Mira. As soon as he sees them still lingering in the area, he's probably telling Yatoro too. He's like, be a little careful. Something's up. And in the meanwhile, 2 collapse. He's actually just taking the tier 2 bottom. Him and Miposhka have pretty much finished that one off.
콜랩스 그냥 계속 집어넣어요. 엑스마크 샤드 있거든요. 그래서 대거 못 탔죠. 레베지 박아 넣으면서. 근데 조금 애매해요. 잡기는 잡을 것 같은데 미포시카 데미지 마무리가 엑스마크 한 번 더. 근데 다음 엑스마크 대거로 빠지죠. 요 기회 막아주고요. 아베드도 빠질 수 있을 걸로 보여요. 엑스마크 아우 모자르네요.
That first tidal wave was really weird. I felt like it was gonna hit the center, but it didn't move him at all. That was strange. And yeah, everybody's able to get away. Spirit trying to mount themselves for some setup of kills, but can't find anything. That was strange. That tidal wave looked really weird.
엑스마크 걸었을 때 대거를 빼줄 게 필요한 건데 다른 스펠이 없어가지고 이번엔 스킬 거꾸로입니다. 콜랩스 이거 혼자거든요. 자이로를 떨어뜨리기는 하는데 오 이거 사나요? 이거 살았어요? 아 근데 대거 반대편에서는 아베드가 다시 한번 고통받고 있습니다. 와 진짜 튼튼함이 말이 안 된다.
Miposhka is literally Abed's kryptonite, it seems like. Every time I see Miposhka, he's on top of Abed looking for these kills. Effort there made by Shopify to get some type of kill, but can't quite find a collapse. Just walks away. Toro, as we see, he's laughing his way to
이거 암만 생각해도 자이로 타이밍 노려서 SR이 한번 밀어봐야 되는 건데 이런 식으로 질질 끌려가면 오 스탄 한번. 그래도 미라는 잡지 않을까요? 분열 쓰고 스탬피드. 태블 자이로 비등할 때까지 크면은 태블이 이기거든 결국은. 가져가고요. 이거 에코 크긴 크네요. 잡았습니다. 플라이에 하필이면 근데 또 이거 아베다 좀 억울하겠는데 계속 와가지고 스킬은 쓰는데 보이즈는 죄 서폿이 먹어.
And Yatoro just continues to get freedom, but as you said, yeah, Gyro still sticking ahead. It's just how's this matchup between the two of them gonna go? That TB, the distance I've seen.
SR이 궁들이 많아서 괜찮기는 한데 이거 오 물렸어요 세이버라이트. 이거 미포시카가 빠르거든요. 마무리. 세이버라이트 얼굴 굳어서 음료 마십니다. 그리고 아베드 또 물리긴 물렸는데 문제 없죠. 탭을 혼자 본 거라. 그러니까 어느 순간 탭이 자이로를 찌는 순간이 와서
So talking about Miposhka, his scaling, absolutely there. We did
아마 한 35분 정도일 것 같아요. 이런 속도로 파밍을 한다면.
in a position where he's versus like this PL versus Earth, but it was hard for him to actually use it. This is definitely a game where I feel like Enchantress can stand his ground. He's going to be doing a lot with these impetus. Could even see him killing any of these cores. TZ.
Just chilling out, waiting for his TP to come off cooldown.
Okay.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
3k lead now though for Spirit. Manta online. Yatoro
이야.
also finished up. And he does have the saves.
I'm
That is
Kate.
the important thing. Like you mentioned, this time around.
아 슬슬 올라가요. 태블이 1등으로.
On the side of Spirit, there's always
갑자기 라인 나타나서 X마크. 콤보 그냥 대충 들어갑니다. 모자란 거는 미포시카가 채우면 돼요.
These two are killers. Menaces.
They've just really managed to get sort of that mid presence snowballing in their favor this game, Team Spirit, with how much focus they put on in this area very early on with their two supports joining forces with Lal and making sure that they just have this edge.
And they're being a little bit split up about everything too, right? Yataro's playing one side, Collapse is playing another. There's not really
서로 나지라
to get
봤죠.
a four-man golem, a four-man
업
fatal
댐.
bond, a big echo slam. It just hasn't been there because Spirit's not.
로션 갈만하지 않을까요, 스피릿 이거?
They're farming well. But Spirit's just farming that much better and slowing down Abed over and over and over again.
DD room for Yatoro. He'll be passed over the bottle.
보트를 넣네요.
He wants to get involved now. He feels strong.
3차 올라갈 건가요? 오늘 다 돌아오긴 했거든요. 플라이입니다.
They want to settle for
플라이.
No, they want to go for
오 무시.
They can sneak around the warlock.
맛있는 거 찾겠다. 4-1로거든요 이거. 살짝 보였죠? 시야 잡고요. 엑스마크 걸렸습니다. 자이로 불키 그냥 쓰고 글쎄요. 떡댐. 오 많다 났지. 오 이거 근데 세버라이트가 정말 잘 들어가줬어요. 이걸 잡아냈어요. 이건 굉장히 큰데요. 너무 막 들어왔죠. 라이베이지. 세벌이 아직은 자이로 찢어 죽일 수 있는 딜은 아니에요. 서로 공 스펠 없는 상황. 한번 버텨주고요. 지금 그냥 냅다. 오 에코. 네. 오. 아. RTG 대신 오늘은 아베드가. 콜랩스 근데 이거 죽긴 죽죠. 그냥 스택. 네. 빗방울로 버티고 빠져나가네요.
The BKB from RTZ.
Perfect timing.
Coming in hot on that one.
That plus crit, just getting the stun, they get the connection.
세버라이트 스타도 정말 좋았고.
Great counter gank this time. Spirit gives them the opportunity to use their ults. That's exactly kind of what Shopify needed. Maybe a little bit of bait play. Good positioning there from the supports.
1등 자이로로 바뀝니다.
And a good save there from Mira at the end of it all.
그냥 바로 TP 아웃 할 줄 알았는데 싸우더라고. 이거 만타다트도 진짜 좋긴 했는데 이거 결국은 세이버라이트가 스턴 넣어버려서 이게 또 하필이면 또 멀었어 타원이. 나중이라도 가깝기만 했으면은 자이로 잡았을 것 같은데 그게 안 됐죠.
Please cancel this upheaval there because Laurel is just stuck. So Collapse just has to use that Ravage to be able to do so, and it does actually end up saving Laurel here. So this disruption there from Mira kind of perfectly timed.
As we see Abed trying to get in onto Lal, couldn't quite make it there.
I can't believe that spot still exists.
Strong showing there from Shopify in that performance.
A perfect timing.
Last fight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like they kind of like removed the spot, but it's still there. It's still there to catch these pros. Collapse.
Now they probably do have the tools to be able to tackle this side hunter.
이 스펠 아니 레이크.
They can look for the kills now. Shopify, they're feeling
이젠 슬슬 물렁해질 때가 왔는데요 타운도.
And we're seeing the build that we used to see from the Hoodwinks. Okay, nice. He's gonna go for that big burst build. Can even one-shot these supports if they're not prepared for it.
Yeah. Scardy's done on Yatoro, but yeah, he's going to be feeling that that BKB needs to come out for him. And he won't be messing around. BKB queued up next.
Do they try for this Roche setup here?
I mean,
looks like they're going to look for a fight.
It is a bit risky to go into the pit because Golem's up, Echo's up.
Laurel was pinging it. Oh, they're going to appear right on top of Crit. Can Crit get himself away?
그래 넥스마크
Arteezy's gonna consider fighting to try and
이제
help out
스카디
here.
나오기는 했는데요. 이거 근데 아군 없죠? 악마골렘. 오 만타다치 시도는 했는데 실패했고요. 근데 타이달 웨이브 잘 끊어줬네요. 야토로 썬더 그냥 아군한테 썼어요. 탤런트 스톰 정말 좋은데요 지금. 자이로 뒤에 에코 잘 받긴 했는데 딜 모자릅니다. 서포트 잡긴 했네요. 네, 세이버라이트가 야토로한테 죽게 될 운명이고 헌카가 어떻게 잡히긴 또 잡혔는데 오 스턴.
I mean, he's fine. He's got the ag, so we'll be able to keep his distance. But not able to stick around and turn the fight, that's for sure. As Team Spirit take the advantage there.
불안불안해지는 타이밍인 것 같아요. 스피릿이 누구든 잘 물면은 찢어버리고 시작할 수가 있어서.
There's the Shadow Demon. It's the anti-carry for a reason. He just holds him in place. See, the support's even getting a decent chunk of damage with Impetus, but more than that, just Yotoro's able to freely rain onto him. Arteezy does have to be.
Collapse. And with the pace things are going, Yotoro likely to have that BKB for the next team fight.
Yeah, Arteezy has to be a little bit more careful of how he wants to lead the charge inside of these. When he is just fully isolated versus 3 heroes just being able to control and wail on him. That was the Ags reveal, I believe, also there from the Kunkka. I don't know if the Torrent Storm is really connected on too many heroes, but either way, the control at the end of it was able to finish off Arteezy.
라리 여기서 더 스케일링 할 수 있을까요? 리프를 일찍 가면은 벌킹 차이를 낼 수 있기는 한데 뭔가 좀 애매한 것 같아. 태블이 세기는 센데 태블한테 다 위지를 해야 돼서 딜을.
That'll be a big timing. Because Yotoro, as you said, he's going for that BKB next, so that evasion definitely could come into play. Fly.
라이 물렸습니다.
He will get caught. Feels like Spirit. I mean, they have everything up, and they also.
저 와드 하나 잘 써먹고 있긴 하죠. 본인들 죽으러 갈 때도 쓰긴 했는데.
The Golem or the Echo Slam in most instances to take these fights. And that's a big stack actually. Yotoro's starting to work on his Triple Ancient stack.
오, 큰 스택.
With that in the tower, probably will be very close to the BKB being complete.
Yep, pretty much does have it finished up.
So not an easy hero to kill anymore, this Terrorblade. Not only the BKB, but just the backup right with regards to the Rum, the potential saves from Mira,
he's so
and of course the
tanky.
pipe from Collapse.
Yeah, he's 3,300 HP, or 34 when he's on Strength Treads, and then he's got the saves. As you mentioned, Arteezy does not have those saves, and they didn't itemize either for it. I was kind of checking around. Both supports.
그래서 렌즈 자체가 좀 애매해서 그런 것 같긴 한데.
No Solar Crest, no Force Staff, so that's.
카야는 이번 판 한정인 것 같아요. 딜이 버스트가 안 나오니까 간 거고. 베일 자체는 이제 이번에는 좀 깔 게 없거든. 베일에 쉴드 까는 거 생겼잖아요. 이번에는 없는데 그냥 베일도 그냥 딜용인가? 어쨌든 첫 번째 로션입니다. 지금 SR이 깊게 올라와 있는 게 한 명 있는데 아베드 분열 다 왔어요. 물론 아가님 있으니까 뭐 살 것 같기는 한데 근데 토렌트 정확했죠? 엑스마크 때문에 엑스마크 근데 실수했네요. 어쨌든 잡혔습니다. 아베드가 이번에는 아티지 대신 죽고 있는데요.
Yeah, and he's level 20 now also. Arteezy is still matching, of course, with the timings there, but the TB, that strength growing with
이거는 뭐
from his buddies. Defiant Shell also picked up, and yeah, 20 talents gotten.
아마 본인이 시야가 되어주려고 거기 서 있던 걸 거예요. 토멘터 먹고서는 도망치면서 자기가 이제 스모크가 오든 TP가 오든 한번 막아주려고 거기 섰다가 TP를 타보려고 한 건데 랄이 이제 터렌트를 잘 쓴 거고 지금 하도 가난하니까 그런 역할을 맡은 것 같긴 합니다. 그래서 이더
I mean, the thing is, like, the dispel is going to be happening and stuff like that. Maybe Crit doesn't, he's not sure what else to do, because this is like the old school kind of natural build up, but we'll have to see if it ends
이더
up working.
빌드 타네요.
They're very tanky, and yeah, it's going to maybe get dispelled off also, too, so yeah.
이게 가난하니까 할 수 있는 전략인 거는 맞는데 점점 좀 불안하거든요. 지금 아군 누구 있나요? 지금 뒤쪽에 미라가 있긴 있어요. 아군들 오거든요. 지금 일부러 눌러붙는 거죠. 네 와서 마무리하고 있어요.
He's not using it.
퍼렌트 스톰 분열. 이거 근데 그럼 불매랑 조금 섞이지 않나?
Let's see.
스피아웃 할 수 있나요? 네 충분히 할 수 있네요. 엑스마크가 근데 길거든요. 이거 말이 안 돼요. 불킹 바꿀 때 몇몇 스펠은 유지가 안 되도록 해서 됩니다.
Oh, he forgot. He's like, oh man.
불킹 후에 즉시 TP를 했어야 됐죠. 억지로라도.
Maybe didn't expect Lara to be in range there for, but pushing the limits.
예, 랄이 한번 보였었으니까 그러면 안 됐는데. 괜히 몇 대 치고서는 가는 바람에 안 치고 갔으면은 6수라 충분했는데 이게 이렇게 되어버리네요.
Well, it happened to the best of them.
아티즈 이번 판 살짝 포기를 했는지 자기가 제일 못하는 건 아니라서 좀 만족을 했는지 웃음기가 좀 보이는데 3차 올라가죠. 30분에 일단 스턴 네, 좀 피 많이 까긴 했어요. 아주 많이 까긴 했어요.
We'll get the mana cleansed back up. Let's see how reset. They forced heroes back to base. They're happy with that. They still have the matter at the ready for the fight. They have Ravage.
그러니까 서폿은 솔직히 그냥 뱀픽 따라서 그때그때 비슷한 것 같은데
Continue here. Illusion rune up in top. How's Laura's progression gone? He's got
뭐 차이가 이 기복 차이가 있는 것 같아. 이 고점은 비슷하다고 할 수 있는데 SR은 항상 누군가 한 명이 개박살이 나 있어가지고 이거 네 스스로 분열 대거 있어요. 오 이거 봐요. 크릿 얼마나 잘해요. 말도 안 되죠. 오우 씨 아픈 거 봐. 크릿 라일도 못 맞추던 분열 데미지를 이거 야토로 들어가서 브레이크 바로 걸어 넣고요. 불킹 혼돈의 재물 잘 박아 넣기는 했는데 애매하죠 서로. 그래서 스턴 연결됩니다. 끼워주고요. 근데 여기서 이블레이드로 한번 오우 세이브. 포레스트 근데 아직도 레벨이 들고 있습니다. 묶어놓고 마무리. 오 레벨지 늦었어요. 순간적으로 박아 넣긴 했는데. 그러니까 야토로 특징이죠. 은신으로 쓱 올라가서 대놓고 올라가가지고서는 인시 걸고 시작하는 거. 아베드 닦으며 어쨌든 간에 뭐 토템으로 빠져나가면 되니까. 그러니까 자이로가 타이밍으로 밀어내고서는 마무리를 지어야 되는 건데 세븐이 너무 프리파밍을 했어요. 미다스도 진짜 빨리 나왔고 세븐이 다이달로스가 아니고 실버 엣지긴 한데 어쨌든 크리티컬로 그냥 싹싹 살을 발라내버리죠.
Yotaro, he dodged the initial first stun of the golem that came out. I think he got hit by the secondary one because it does do that two little stun things. But either way, it's like these little things all do add up. And Arteezy, his BKB's gone down so low at this point now, where every single time he is just getting X'd, he's getting dragged back, he's getting hit by so much connection.
지진이 망하지만 않으면 괜찮다고 그랬었는데 너무 과하게 망해버렸어. 망하지만 않았으면은 넷이서 돌만 했는데 스턴도 많겠다, 샤프슈터도 있겠다, 카헌도 잡고 컨카도 잡고 즐겁게 게임할 수 있었는데 지진이 너무 망해버려가지고 데미지 총량이 타원 잡기에 모자르고 탭을 찾기에는 너무 깊고 컨카는 또 잘 커가지고서는
they're not going to be killing most of these cores.
He's level 18, so chances for big echoes are there.
Spirit leading the charge. Laurel, a shield rune, even tankier now.
Spirit. See how much they want to push for. They don't have the Aegis, a minute and a half until Roche potentially is back up.
See, Crit, he's pinging. He's like Shadow Demon. Gotta watch out for this SD. Mira, They did find him at the start of that fight, but then it ended up not mattering just because the positioning there from Yatoro getting the jump. It's always going to be hard to find Mira with the blink, the lens, this headband.
다음 로션 한타 정도면은 게임 끝날 것 같은데요.
We'll have the satanic finish for the next fight, but still the damage which
어쨌든 자이로 일단은 사탄이
comes to taking down Team Spirit's incredibly tanky lineup.
Even a Shiva's guard now on collapse on top of the Rom, on top of everything, and Saberlight.
He's got the Ogre Steel Totem.
He is anchored up though.
더블 데미지. 그냥 콜랩스가 먹어요. 시바스 긁어놓고. RTG도 물렸죠. 오, 우선 잘 넣어줬어요 크리시. 근데 레비지가 알아놓았고요. 일단은 크림 먼저. 이번에는 실수 없이 불킹 쓰자마자 TP 아웃합니다. 근데 아군이 다 죽었다는 거. 이대로 올라가겠는데요?
Who's a centaur with 4,000 HP, a plate mail, etc. He dies in seconds. He gets disseminated. All this damage that comes out from the pure damage, he just gets shredded. I mean, disseminate always does make heroes look a little bit squishier as well too, but full MKB now. The timings are there. That butterfly doesn't feel like it really did too much before anyway. Now the answer is fully there for Yatoro. And RTZ? Oh, he's dead.
네, 불킹 없으니까 죽어야죠. 안 버텨지죠. 이거는 뭐 지지치고 멘탈 다스려봐야 될 것 같은데.
They'll look to proceed to the high ground off the back of that one.
They're just playing so damn well. They seem like they just have all the information every single time of where these heroes are hiding. They found Abed all game.
일단 공들은 뭐 돌아는 왔습니다. 자이로 없이 데미지가 충분할지는 모르겠어요.
I mean, they have got good team fight. They've got good wombo combo, but I don't know if it's enough wombo.
오,
They're gonna try.
들어가나요? 파이프.
They don't want to go.
The barracks are gone.
그래, 지금 지울 게 파이프 하나 있긴
They
있네요.
can absolutely go for more if they want to here. Still 45 seconds, no gyro.
어쨌든 간에 뚫립니다. 두 번째 세트. 세버라이트 다시 한번 스턴 그냥 질질 끌어보는 건데 이거 묶이면 죽어요. 이 더블레이드. 오, 에코 박아넣긴 했는데 야토로 썼죠 불킹. 이쪽에 미아랑 썬더 쓰면서 세버라이트 사망. 발백 없습니다.
That's their big hurrah. That's literally all their ults, and it kind of just tickles. Yatoro gets the BKB off.
Another set of barracks.
그래서 두 번째 세트.
They're looking to close it out.
They certainly are. 17.
메가로 가네요.
Team Spirit built this game up perfectly to this point, in which there's just no stopping them.
바이백. 근데 뭐 흑마가 골렘 없이 바이백해서 뭐가 되나요? 일단은 페이탈 번드가 있긴 한데 자이르가 그만큼 세지가 않아서.
They know how comfortable of a spot they're in right now. They can close this game up however they want. Potential for Roshan. We see ourselves on the screen.
그래서 로샨 추가 시간 30초 남았네요. 거의 2분 정도 줬습니다.
How long ago has it been since they killed one of those big cores? I think it's been like almost 15 minutes since I've seen one of the tanky cores, either the Yatoro collapse or the Kunkka. Yeah, it's been quite a long time since they got any of them. They've just found some support kills, really. Yeah, itemization and just the durability of these heroes has definitely proved to be a huge issue for Shopify to get through.
Frustrations from RTZ. He's got the quad Midas queued up.
Oh boy. Not the quad rapier? How upsetting.
자이로 미다스 4개.
Spirit, they just know how to play versus this. Yatoro, you know, he has that.
그래서 시작됩니다. 세 번째 로션인가요? 두 번째 로션인가요? 두 번째인 것 같은데. 이게 좀 전에 로션을 너무 많이 먹어가지고 이게 두 번째인지 세 번째인지 헷갈려. 네, 두 번째네요. 치즈까지. 알겠으는 당연히 야토로. 이제 메가 크립 잡고 그러다가 이제 막으로 나온 켄타나 지진 잡으면 게임 끝나겠죠. 마무리되는 것 같습니다.
19k gold lead, everything at the ready. Shopify looking to catch
오. 근데 뭐 의미가 있을까요? 너무 멀쩡하죠? 레비지. 오, 이거 잡겠는데요? 하지만 치즈. 야토로 메타 없이 그냥 톡톡톡톡 쳐요. 게다가 썬다 한번.
He's just charging in on them, gets him with the anchor smash, Gush as well. Saberlight slowly but surely falling as they've lost Gyro once again. RTZ does have buyback.
네, GG 치면서 스피릿 게임 2까지.
GG is called. Team Spirit. They'll take the second game of this best of 5, 2-0 right now.
And in the second half of this one, they made it look pretty one-sided. I mean, pretty.
그러니까 이게 예상은 가는데 예상은 조금 가는데 이제
A beautiful game on the Conquer.
완벽하지 않았는데 컨카 지진 레이저는 컨카가 유리한 걸로
Over and over again. I feel like that's been the story for Spirit a lot.
유리한 게 맞는 것 같습니다. 초반에 이제 디나이 진짜 막 10개씩 치긴 했는데 와 야토로는 진짜 완전 아저씨다. 아무튼 지진이 디나이를 10개씩 치기는 했는데 그게 결국은 컨카가 이겨버리네요.
He's feeling himself. I
상성이.
mean, look at that. He's jumping up and down. If he's going to get his Enchantress, if he's going to be able to get these type of performances,
Yeah, I mean,
it's gonna be tough.
both of these teams, right? We're seeing that Enchantress is a pretty important hero between these two.
Absolutely. I mean, they knew exactly what to do, and we'll see what adjustments Shopify goes for. Maybe not building.
블라인은 얼굴상 자체가 좀 처져 있기는 한데 오늘따라 더 이제 피곤해 보이고 세이버라이트도 그렇죠. 약간
They were doing whatever they really wanted to this game. That was crazy good.
I know we saw on the faces there from Shopify Rebellion. It was a rough game one to lose, a game in which they had such a lead, and now this game too, feeling very much helpless for pretty much the majority of that second half. They're going to have to pick themselves off the ground like never before if they want to try and swing their way back into this best of 5 against Spirit, because right now, Team Spirit looking primed here to take this game 3 and get the 3-0.
SR은 뱀픽을 어떻게 이겨봐야 될 텐데
Something up big time. Team Spirit with the lead right
지금
now.
뱀픽에 은근히 또 구멍이 있어. 전판은 한창 너무 깔끔한 판을 내주기도 했는데 이번 판 같은 경우에는 조금 애매하죠. 우리가 레인 이기고 시작하겠다가 전제로 깔려있던 매치라 그거 지진 터지면서 어쩔 수 없어졌고.
But there's still hopium for NA boys. Supports made all the difference in the world in this one. Like the first clip that just played, Enchantress.
여전히 모르긴 합니다. 혹시 아나요? 여기서 페페 승승승할지?
Might be his probably best hero. Because he puts ton of pressure onto the mid lane, like some of the trades that he did, he kills.
그러니까 이게 타이밍 차이 내보자. 우리가 다 이기자. 그러면서 이제 지진까지 레인 강케인 지진까지 뽑은 건데 영 본인들 생각한 대로 안 구른 것 같아요.
And they did punish him, but they also needed to relieve some of the pressure that from the Terrorblade, so that he can get the free farm.
Yeah, the pivot that Spirit did in this game too, where they didn't allow Shopify to play their tempo. They excel when they have this Fly Enchantress and they have this Beastmaster and they're just oppressing the map early on. They gave away so many heroes in that first phase, took the Enchantress for themselves and allowed them to have whatever they wanted. And it really worked out so nicely for them, because if Spirit can go toe-to-toe with Shopify with not losing lanes or not getting choked out, they just out-execute. They outfight them, because it felt like the net worth was even at some point, but then all it took was one fight where Spirit just outplayed them, and it was a snowball from that.
Yeah, and they also just did such a good job pressuring.
진짜 왜 잘 안 될까? 이해가 안 가네.
Both of the supports seemed
왜 나만 안 될까?
and they killed him and they pressured him, and his net worth was just really small compared to Kunka's. And in the mid game, it just became the game of like X marking the gyrocopter. They got him like twice at crucial moments, got kills on him. And the opposite didn't happen because Abed's damage potential was basically thrown at Tide. It works sometimes, not always. So they were just playing from behind, and it just feels to me like the magical thing about Team Spirit is they just get ganked less and they gank more than other teams, and that's something that just gives them gold advantages.
Gyro went from S tier carry to S tier carry pretty much throughout this whole tournament. Like he became so popular at the start, and you know, Yatoro, he might be right in the end. You know, this whole thing about Gyro being first phase at the start. Now we see him, you know, second, third pick. Still can't really carry the games.
Yeah, and what Lacoste said, we actually have a replay showing how ass tier this carry can be depending on the matchup that you're in. So Kunkka, a hero, you know, coming out later on in the tournament, you've got this X into BKB TP, which, you know, the BKB TP is one of the great strengths of these natural BKB builders. Not only does Kunkka build into a Blade Mail, which absolutely owns the Gyro in the early game, if you so pleased to go for that, you got that BKB TP. And then this next clip I just wanted to show because it's really funny. We're going to see that here from Collapse. Just give him a second. There goes the gyro again. Very pathetic. And then the Ravage for the Warlock.
Yeah,
there it is.
I mean, that was great plays by Spirit, but calling Gyro an S tier carry is so
Except for the Ravage, except for that one.
That is so crazy. Gyro is a top tier carry. He has a 56% win rate at Dream League with being first phased. That is
Don't throw
wild.
in the joke, Effie.
But I just cannot, like, Gyro was not the problem.
Well, Ass tier is still A tier. That's Ass for A for Ass.
We will debate about this. I think the reality is the players are the ones at the end of the day that will decide, is this gyrocopter good to go for first phase, or are we going to just pass up on it? Team Spirit definitely seems to know how to deal with it. What will happen in game number 3? Stick around, you'll find out.
Since the dawn of time, all have submitted to one true ruler. Fate, moments of euphoria, sorrow, acceptance, all are fleeting in the face of destiny. Yet only the bold dare defy this rule, dare to triumph against all odds, dare to rise above fate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
In the mix right now. With DJ 31. Killing the ones and twos. It's DJ Set It Off. Brand new. Yeah, he makes your body rock. DJ D-Rock is in the mix. Haters, step back. DJ Spin that. DJ Willie D's in the building.
아이고야. 어차피 인게임 관전도 안 되고 있는데 아우. 일시 그냥 3대 떡을 내줘서 편안하게 책상 정리나 마저 하면 좋겠네요. 이젠 책상 정리가 이제 책상 정리 했고 방 정리죠. 방 정리를 아직 마무리 안 했어. 아이고 왜 이렇게 콧물이 멈추지를 않을까요? 할 수가 없네요. 아무튼 마지막 길을 좀 빌어봅시다. 이런 누구 하나 망해서 끝나는 경기를 5판 보고 싶진 않아. 자, 돌아옵니다. 헉. 헉. 외계인이 진짜였다고? 헉. 진짜로? 헉. 아티팩트를 한다고?
To ensure perfect package deliveries in these paranormal times, DHL has created a new subdivision to investigate mysterious happenings in Dota 2 and
아, 개구리죠. 아, 개구라죠 이거.
The DHL Dark Division.
그냥 중간에 틀어주는 그건데. 글쎄요, 디아블로보다 높은 거 아마 아티팩트 그걸로 많이 쓰더라 요즘. 아티팩트 태그를 불법 애니 공유 이런 거로 많이 쓰더라고. 아티팩트 틀어보면 다 애니 틀어놓고 있음.
Take your time. Attention DHL Dark. This is the director. Now you better listen to me, boy. The force 50%, the shadow pool, high variance behavior score, it's all real. It's all there. You just gotta believe. But forget about all that now. Mysterious happenings are going on in Malaysia. Now, I ain't talking like nobody picking support in the last 15 years in sea servers. I'm talking, about paranormal packages being delivered by couriers and stuff in Dota from our on-site facility. Now get your team, get in that facility, and figure out what the hell's going on down there. Bring Shiver too, she's bored. Shiver! Yes? We gotta get to the bottom of this. We have to uncover the truth.
DHA에서 뭐 발표한 적은 없었던 것 같다. DHA
This is
이걸로는.
bigger than the mystery behind who thought the immortal matchmaking party system was a good idea. The KO facility is heavily guarded and by all accounts perfectly functioning. But we know that it's the source of these mystery packages.
아티팩트는 부활 안 할까?
Yeah.
We do not know who to trust.
We don't.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Okay, if we want to get in there, we got to go off the books, Sheever. We need to do IRL.
Ice
Smurf.
Robo dead.
I'm sorry, Bobo.
All right, Sheever, you ready for this? Yes. Let's do it.
Our mission is simple. Get in, find the person responsible for the mystery packages, and get out. It could be anybody, Sheever. Ice Frog, Purge for the 100th time. It could even be a fan that signed up with the link below to win an all-expenses paid trip to the next ESL event in Kuala Lumpur. Really, any. Especially probably the fan that signed up with the link. Look, we'll find out.
다음 ESL 이벤트가 말레이라네요.
Click the link, win a free trip to the next ESL event.
그거 한마디 하려고 이렇게 길게 한 거야?
An all-expenses paid trip for two to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. That does sound like a great trip. You get to meet Slacks. Potentially you're a bad guy, apparently. That's what...
Thank God it's
Don't
not
use
me.
that kind of language.
Yeah, it definitely is not going to be Purge for the 100th time.
It's been a couple.
아 근데 이벤트인가 모르겠다. 쿠알라룸푸가 뭐야?
Yes. That means, by the way, that you should go to esl.gg/DHL. That's where you can sign up and have a chance to win the trip. The all-expenses paid trip for two. Did I mention you don't have to do anything? All you have to do is probably roll up to an airport near you, and everything is taken care of. That sounds like the dream.
아 이미 공개했던 거였네요.
esl.gg/DHL.
ESL 다음 이벤트가
And let's see who got this game number 3, because we are in the
12월에 말레이에서 하네요.
and so far
이겁니다.
got this Purge.
That's what it kind of seems
ESL
like.
컵. 그러니까 정작 리아드한테 넘겨줘서 ESL 마지막 마무리는 어떻게든 했는데 말레이에서 12월. 대회가 많네. 리아드하고 조금 있다가 TI하고 조금 있다가 ESL까지.
Really mad about this one.
자 그래서 스피릿 마지막 밴입니다.
Jenkins has a joke, by the way.
호커벤.
I'm sorry.
호커벤이 은근히
Can we get the
또
camera on Jenkins, please?
탑밴으로 오네요.
I think we're going to see Artreezy on Muerta this game.
If they give it to them, because Shopify do have first pick, but is Muerta first phaseable? I don't know. The Enchantress is still in the pool. Shopify banned out the PA themselves with having first pick, which means that this is not their priority hero in this phase.
아 디지 다크서클이 장난이 아닌데.
I just feel like this hero
그래서
was the hero that
인챈트리스.
controlled the pace of both games in the early game. In that first game for Shopify, it was tempo, 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 especially paired with Saberlight's Beastmaster. And in that game too, Miposhka was an absolute menace on it throughout the entire game in terms of damage dealing, but also shutting down Abed. So taking this Enchantress, I think, is the only correct approach right now for Shopify.
Are we gonna run it back? They definitely need some like magical damage. We've seen Enchantress in game 1 and game 2 causing a lot of issues, just being super tanky, annoying in your face, dealing with the towers early on. And there's the Earth Spirit to run it back from the game 1. Bit of a different order, but
This time around, there will be no Abed Invoker, as we saw in game 1, though. Also have the majority of the carries banned out that we worried about, other than the Gyrocopter, which I mean, I'm very curious to see what the teams are going to do with that. Maybe it's still a great pick if you can pick it later on when you know what you're up against.
Yeah, you could potentially do it. Spirit might just take the Ancient Apparition again with their Spirit because it worked out so well in terms of heal reduction versus heroes like Enchantress, and that would be their solution for the Gyrocopter also.
1픽 대지령까지.
In terms of taking it for themselves, Spirit generally just
글쎄요 두 번째 벤타에 대해서 펜타벤, SR 우리는 못 써먹겠다. 니들도 쓰지 마라.
I am curious. We have the most picked hero ignored so far this series. Most picked hero in Dream League, which also a very high success rate in a Vengeful Spirit. But Perch, we've rarely seen we've not seen her this series at all.
Yeah, that's a little surprising to me. Typically, Shopify Rebellion picks her as their second support, but I think they've just had other priorities this game. I also think Dark Willow's moved up a little bit in the last like 3 or 4 series into a first or instant second phase ban. So I think that one's just kind of overshadowing what the Venge wants to do a little bit. That's all.
I think that the Willow is moving up in ban priority, not because she's stronger than Vengeful Spirit, but because if you leave the Willow through, you have to worry
아직
about
나무 벤지가 의외로 살아있어요.
we've seen being run for the last couple of days, and it looks unbeatable. That lane has not lost yet. So if you take out Willow from the equation, you're denying a good support, while also not being as threatened by the Beastmaster, because a lot of teams will want to take it for themselves or just solve it through their laning phase. Like we saw with the...
And Willow just combos so effectively with so many good heroes, so many melee divers. So it's kind of like a 1-2 punch. It's safer to ban it, probably.
Makes sense. We got the Centaur and the Terrorblade removed on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Team Spirit will now get to ban one hero, after which they'll be allowed to pick. What are you guys giggling about, Lacoste?
There's a fly on Jenkins's foot. And maybe EG
Heavily
Fly
ban.
or Shopify Rebellion Fly, he already gave up. We don't have the angle.
해블밴이면 무회를 탑픽할 생각은 없는 것
Let me just
같고.
show it. This is the fly.
그래서 마무리를 뭐로 할까요?
Wow.
There it is. Shopify Rebellion Fly
Because the entire
attacking
time
me.
he's just looking at the fly.
I also need to shower probably. Look, it's not moving. What is this?
Slap it. Jank.
No, I don't want to.
다리가.
I want them to play 4 versus 5.
This entire panel, he's been trying to set up that joke.
I was wondering, like, what you guys
Yeah, we were silent.
doing.
We were trying to aim where the fly is.
It was like the first time with a 5-man panel that nobody has anything to say
I was
during the
sitting
draft.
so still, it was on my foot. I was trying to get his attention.
They're the best friends now.
We got fly
It's
stats
on
now,
chest.
so sorry, Effie. Go, please
Fly
take
bat-
us into the draft.
Bat chest.
I'm just I'm curious for Scared because they have 2 different takes that could go now. They could
자,
potentially
밴페이지
set up
끝나고
their
테마
fire
밴.
because their TB is taken out, so they have to address it.
최대 또
Their
나왔습니다.
solution has been Shadow Demon, so that was one of the approaches. The other would have been obviously the Ancient apparition from Toshka, but they prioritized Mira SD instead, and I can understand why, right? The utility of a shard is so good when you have a hero like Earth Spirit, and the ulti is always going to be... It's just always going to be good, regardless of whatever carry comes out of Shopify. I mean, Purge is pretty broken. Not the Purge next to me.
Yeah, it's anti-carry.
오, 스톰.
You're pretty broken too. You're
아베드 자신감이
You
돌아왔나요?
can use Shadow Demon's Purge on top of him,
I don't
which
want to
makes
kick him.
him
He's doing a great job.
able to move. Yeah, just keep doing that. Me and Jenks are having too much fun.
My bad. I like the Storm. We've seen this do very well against Earth Spirit and Earth Shaker in the mid lane. It's one of the answers to the melee heroes that people are picking in this patch. And then it's very good against the SD as well. It's a hero that can... honestly, the best backline jumper in Dota, period. Like, anytime Storm is not viable, the heroes like SD and Oracle instantly become broken. So I like that they pick it here. They've played it before, and then they pick the Coddle with it as well, which I see a lot of people spamming in pubs, by the way. It's it seems to be one of the broken floor positions.
I thought coming into this tournament, this show is going to be much more popular because of the so many broken combos that you have with Chakra Magic. But seems like that's not the case. You know, Bet Boom, they try to run it a couple of times, look really good in their hands. What I want to see from Shopify Rebellion is pick some offlaner that has the stun. Because right now you're relying on Storm Spirit. All these heroes are really squishy. If you get a jump with Earth Spirit +1, these heroes are gonna die.
Yeah. But speaking of stun, Spirit needs some lockdown.
이거 벤지 너무 쓸 것 같은데요, 스피릿에서 나오면.
hasn't played that in a while.
벤지 뽑고 짜잘하게 이제 스턴 하나 더. 아니면 침묵 뽑아도 될 것 같아. 아예. 4분만? 네. 미드 갱 가서 침묵 넣기 좋은. 런브레이커까지. 이거 괜찮네요.
Very, very strong lane between these two heroes. Like that's like the strongest level 2 power spike lane you could imagine.
레인도 개박살 낼 거고 누구 하나 물렸을 때 충분히 이게 아군이 세이브가 너무 많아. 감추
Yeah, you're banking on pretty much killing the Storm.
세이버라이트 아베드 둘 다 후회를 남기지 않는 그런 픽을 뽑았네요.
Which was basically like they couldn't buy defensive items to protect their carry because the Shadow Demon
마지막일 수도 있는데 본인들 제일 잘하는 픽.
instantly dispelled the force of the glimmer or whatever. So now they're just like we're just gonna murder the back line.
그러니까 말린 것 같긴 한데 어쨌든 본인들 잘하는 거 고르긴 골랐어. 상대가 너무 잘 뽑아서 그렇지.
At least it gives Shopify better ways to enter the fight that they struggled with against Team Spirit in the previous games.
It's a good Night Stalker game to start with. You have Chakra Magic, plus you also have your ulti, so it refreshes your cooldown, so you might get hit by triple silence, which is going to be super annoying for both Skyrat Mage, Shadow Demon, even Earth Spirit. Like, he gets the roll, you get on top of him. Like, they're going to need to be able to protect each other really well.
Yeah, this is an excellent NS game. Earlier when I was saying they could go the double silence route, I meant they could take the Night Stalker for themselves because it's a good hero versus Enchantress as well because of the shard, and then instead of playing 4 stuns, you could just run at the Storm early on with your silences.
Saberdark, he had a really good performance against Bet Boom in the last year that they played.
Yeah, but that means
지금 한 번 더
that
가는 것
they
같아요,
prioritize
쇼피파이.
Dawn over the Night Stalker. They think that the
환영
comfort
나오면은
that
감당
comes out of Dawn
못한다.
on lane gives them more value.
그래서
It also
나가배.
gives them more save. Like they have a lot of sustain on Spirit.
자이로가 좀
because of Dawn
위로
ulti, so they can
살아있거든요.
protect their supports with that ulti and also Shadow Demon. So it's gonna be really hard. I don't see any team.
자이로 주면 뽑을 만한 게 트롤 정도라 아마 자이로 밴을 하고 반대쪽에서는 환창 밴을 하고 그렇게 밴 카드 가지고서는 혈기 같은 거를 좀 고려해 볼 것 같아. 서로 치워놓는 게 서로 마음은 편할 것 같습니다. 물론 이제 막픽이 혈마 밴
because it doesn't give them the
스킬이시니까.
team fight that they needed. It's just a counter initiate, and Shopify are already playing for pickoffs with their Storm Spirit pick. So I just don't like it very much, the Dawnbreaker, if I'm being honest.
Why?
Even though it's a good hero.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering why Lifestealer here. Is this like Spectre coming out from Team Spirit?
Who predicted the life stealer? Oh, it was Effie.
You did?
Effie,
Oh,
but she
Effie.
predicted
The
it.
last
She
one
didn't
point.
come out.
Here we go.
It didn't come out though. It got
No,
banned.
for that
That's close.
결국 환창 할 거 아니면 환창 밴을 해야 되는데 환창을 하기에는
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem.
I don't get that power, so you don't get that power.
배지령이랑 이제 던브레이크가 좀 껄끄러워서
I will say, I do. The
게다가
trend that
막픽으로
we've
이제
seen from Shopify Rebellion, where
철기
they
같은 거
have
나와가지고
such a-
아가님
they-
펼치고 뭐
in the games
럽쳐
they
걸고
do
그러면
well,
좀
such a
문제가 되죠.
great early game, loads of movements and stuff, and I know Flyon as Enchantress will have those movements. I just don't see it as much from the Keeper of the Light. I feel like when I see Crit being absolute dominant in a game, it's not really Coddle.
I mean, Coddle really enables Storm, so I think that enough is worth it because Abed can be the playmaker and Crit can just run around with him. Faceless Void potentially could make it so that the Coddle plus Enchantress are stronger supports, right? Because they'll be able to 2 damage and it'll be able to jump out of danger when the Dawnbreaker and Sky play aggressively.
환창 밴 어쩔 수 없었나 봅니다.
Final picks then. Yatoro and Arteezy.
혈기, 트롤, 슬라크,
Ignored. Nobody cares at this point. It will be
알케?
an Alchemist for Arteezy.
His 5th most picked of the tournament.
I could see. I do worry about Ursa against like the Night Stalker silence, but it's very good against or Slark. Like both of these heroes do very well against Night Stalker and Link. Because I was looking for some like melee owner.
맞아.
Night Stalker
지금
is super punishable
슬라크,
by these illusions and these melee
오르사
owner
이런 거
heroes that I think they're
있어가지고
also very good against.
레트로 무슨 농담을 들었길래 저렇게 신났을까요?
Against Night Stalker.
Yeah, kind of ruins him, but I was maybe thinking Troll, you know, just
해보?
match the
해보.
something to go late against this Alchemist. It's gonna be the combo. They have a decent amount of damage they can throw.
꽤 괜찮아
inside
보입니다.
Chronosphere.
Yeah, they're playing for the team fights.
Pretty much, they want to have superior team fights.
SR이 기동력 부분에서 조금 어중간해.
Rebellion went with this game because they needed to change things up a little bit. It was not working out in the second game. So get this Alchemist, try to play slightly more aggressive, like hit your earlier timings, but still gonna be tough not to crack. I think Saberlight, he needs to pop off, and so is Abed. Not the easiest game for Storm because they don't have the save for the Chronosphere. You get caught inside, you're gonna die.
Yeah, I think Shopify look like a different team when they have their Enchantress. They suddenly become this incredibly oppressive laning team, taking all of these towers. So I think that enough is going to make this game look very different for them. But I just worry about this Alchemist's ability to play into the Void later on in the game. I mean, if there's one player that I won't doubt on Faceless Void ever, it's Yatoro. I've seen him win games that he shouldn't win. And on paper, it does feel like Spirit's draft is slightly weaker than Shopify's. But like I said, I've seen this guy 1v5 on Faceless Void in games where he had a 5% win probability, so who knows?
That's a little worrying, but I feel like Shopify's gonna be able to pick off those supports in the back line, and even though Yotoro's amazing at the role, like he might have to 1v5 in some of these fights.
Well, we're gonna find out what's gonna happen. Team Spirit, they won the most recent tournament they attended. Will they do so 2 times in a row in a best-of-5 grand finals, or will Shopify Rebellion extend this series? We're finding out together with Odie Pixel and Fog.
네. 마지막 게임이 될지 봐야 알겠네요.
and gentlemen, time for game 3. We're getting some action straight away. Right away. On this with the disruption setups there on Saberlight. This is going to be first blood for sure.
근데 이게 갑자기 버스트 블러드로 시작이 됩니다.
What would you expect this? They're just high-five and they're just having your Toros hitting him, having a good time. Disruption. Boom.
Straight in.
갑작스러운 디스럽션으로 킬이 난 것 같습니다. 야톨의 퍼스트 블러드.
Saberlight does die.
Alright. So, game 3. 2 games so far. Spirit the
그래도 뭐 미드에서 킬 난 거 아닌 게 어디니까. 캐리 킬은 서포 킬이 오히려 가치가 있지. 버스트 블러드가.
Have this late game potential, and yeah, look at this again. They're just, he's okay. Look, it's just a void hitting an NS. Haha, 5 heroes.
아하. 슬로우 하나. 원시컨 스샷의 슬로우가 굉장히 커요.
It's because that armor and everything.
아이고.
Yeah, there's not much you can do. You can't expect that. You can't predict that all 5 are going to just be right there.
So overall, what are you liking from Shopify Rebellion's approach with this draft?
The Enchantress and honestly, there's 3
아무튼 미드 퍼블은 버틀이 갑자기 나오고 서버 퍼블은 견제력이 확 오르거든요. 근데 캐리 퍼블은 그렇게까지 차이가 안 나서.
But I think Saberlight, he's probably the biggest one I have to look at. What type of game he has is probably going to dictate the pace of how they're going to be able to react versus Spirit. Because for me, they have to play pretty quick. I think if this game slows down too much, it's going to be this void that super scales. They have a very strong scaling lineup.
미드는 0대0. 한창 이제 미드에서 공허령 엠버 스톰 이 셋만 보이던 시절이 있었는데 이제는 스톰 아니면은 대지령만 나오네요. 어디가 좀 크구만.
One thing that could have been a little bit difficult maybe before that first blood just in getting some lasted sometimes versus NS because the base damage, but I mean with the Wraith Band freely given, he's going to be able to freely farm up here.
Yeah, and sort of considering the things around the carry matchup this game you would say Shopify, they are going to be on a bit of a timer.
Timer, absolutely. Yeah, you got to play aggressive and you got to get this advantage.
들어갈 생각인가요? 일단 커리어 죽었고요.
Night Stalker to thrive off of that early game. Every single time Night Time's there, every single time the Enchant.
콜랩스 많이 튼튼해요. 그리고 이거 본 장면인 것 같은데요. 네, 빠지고요. 이번 경기 말고 이전 패자 결승에서 본 장면 같았죠, 약간.
Could you sort of see Spirit doing a similar thing? Are we going to get a lot of pressure on the mid early on from the supports for Spirit?
I don't think we'll see as much this time around. That being said, though, maybe they will just because it is Abed and he is playing one of his most comfortable heroes. But I think with the way that their heroes are, it's not the same. You know, they don't have this Miposhk Enchantress that just can easily make those type of moves. Feels like he does have to play a little bit more around the Void. Because that silence is going to start coming out very early on. It is going to be annoying. 13-2, 10-1. Not bad. Slightly ahead. And the Enchantress fly, as we've seen time and time again, this hero just seems to guarantee most lanes. Did get that Satyr creep to be able to burn some mana. This is a very potent lane, though, that Team Spirit does down in here. Way more kill threat, I would say, on this Dawn Sky in comparison to the NS plus the Coddle. The Bushka could maybe die, but Yotaro should be pretty safe in most situations. And he's always got to have the time dilation. Mira!
메이라 한 대. 오, 베어리파이어.
Only just.
요즘은 그냥 냅다 갈기네요. 점점.
Just pokes you.
1레벨에는 보통 추진력 주고서는 들어가는 경우가 많았는데 이거 슬로우 많아요. 오, 근데 RTG 나름 이제 스턴으로 끌어내긴 했거든요. 모자랐죠. 좀 너무 맞는데요. 오, 근데 크리 살았어요. 야토로 마무리 되나요? 타임 딜레이션. 마무리. 오, 랄 진짜 위험했어요.
So much burst damage as we see right there, though, from the Sky and the Dawnbreaker. Even a hero like Alchemist can suffer. RTZ's gonna go for early Soul Ring just to tank himself up a little bit too. Natural item, of course, for the Alch, but any type of bits of armor you can get for Dawn is nice.
Yeah, so there's the little items coming for RTZ, and you know, Fly gets his levels. This lane should get safer and safer.
Absolutely. And he's an Alchemist, so He's always going to be able to get that. Anytime that it slows down at all for him down here, he gets that extra bit of
어쨌든 알케 막타 정도는 괜찮게 가고 있네요.
for success with the way he was given first blood, getting that second kill too.
박살냈다고 하기에는 조금 어려운 수준이라. 그래서 4분 수영론 스피릿이 생기겠네요. 근데 아베도 조금 많이 맞기는 해요. 다이브 칠 정도는 아니어도. 이번 판 스톰은 그래도 복구가 가능한 영웅이거든. 시즌 같은 애들보다는 훨씬 낫기는 한데 문제는 사이드들의 지진이란다. 대지령이 가가지고서는 박살을 내면은 미드는 몰라도 다른 레인들이 복구가 안 되는 레인이죠. 알케는 시간이 필요한 거고 원래.
So far the last hits, yeah, they're looking pretty good. 25 on Storm, 26 on Alk. Even though he did die the once, he's able to just back up and be able to get that farm going. It looks like maybe lanes are going to be quite actually just broken completely here 5 minutes. So as you said, you know, the attention probably will come to that.
라인은 그냥 포기하고 파밍하고 있네요.
Shopify probably going to match that. And nighttime, it's now been hit. So Saberlight, see what he's going to be able to do with this. Likely just stay in the lane.
They're going to try and go for Lyle, but he's able to keep his distance.
Tough kill to go for, pre-6 on the Storm.
Yeah, he's got the full
오랫반.
Very hard to burst, and Mira's here ready to back him up. They're leading on to Abed.
들어가서 아베드 마무리가 평타로 랄킬. 라이가 오기는 왔는데 원한다면 그냥 TP어도 가능했을 것 같아요. 타워 살짝 랄.
He's in a little bit of a weird spot. Is there going to be a push away?
오 블락 정말 잘하고는 있어요.
Not quite enough to get the kill though. Well, just a bit too beefy for these two at this stage.
Power rune. Abed's respawning in time for it. Can Laurel claim this one? Crit is very low HP.
6분론입니다. 네, 보세. 리젠. D9.
Oh, can Fly get the kill? He's got the slow. Gonna take him a bit of time. Mira, he'll be able to claim a bounty rune.
미라 잡히긴 잡힐 것 같죠?
And maybe he just gives up his life. Yeah, he buys the boots, he buys the sword. Good kill for Fly. Tons of rotations.
I mean, all action on the mid again.
Yep.
그래서 6렙 됐어요. 오, 이게 벨시가 터져가지고 타임 딜레이션으로 좀 모자라 보이죠? 좀 빠릅니다. 암만 그래도. 집으로 7분로 이렇게 되면은 뺏으러 가기 좀 그렇겠네요. 오히려 플라이가 뺏으러 가는 중. 한번 봐도 근데 와요. 아, 이거 뽑아갈 수 있나요? 나이트 스토커 오거든요. 이거는 스피릿이 2개. 턴을 괜히 일찍 썼어요. 빠져나갑니다.
They get away with that. Not punished at all. Not punished at all for that. The double wisdom steal.
I guess maybe Saberlight thought the chakra would give him enough of a cooldown reduction, but yeah, using the void there just gives a free TP out. Support's going to be quite high level now off of that one. Void matching the farm of this alchemist at the moment. Although Shopify's farming well in this.
알케가 근데 잠깐 프리팡이 잘한 것 같기는 해요. 이거는 그냥 톡톡톡. 콜랩스가 빠져나갈 수 있나요? 어려워 보이죠? D9 실패하면서 크리스킬. 그리고 탑에서는 혼자 있던 야토로. 오. 세이버라이트.
Maybe he was typing like an LOL or something there. I don't know. Oh my god.
뭐 잘못 친 걸 수도 있죠 그냥.
He's just giving him the L.
L.
Giving him the L. Okay. I mean, he kind of okay, and then he gets a P in return.
Low prio?
Yeah.
Oh, what a play!
I mean, if he's just trying to, he kind of messed up. It would have been cool maybe if he just did it the first time around. But the fact
아티지 메탈이 조금 회복이 된 것 같습니다. 그래서 이거 힐이 2레벨이라 너무 튼튼해. 녹일 수는 있을 거라고 보거든요. 좀 오래 걸려서 그러지.
Takes a lot of mana though, a lot of effort to kill this enchantress. Yep.
좀 너무 많이 받긴 했어요. 스턴. 볼텍스까지 가나요? 근데 여기서 침묵. 네, 한번 넣어주고요. 이렇게 되면 랄 빠져나가면서 오히려 이제 크리시 먼저. 오, 대담한 위치에 미드로 파밍하러 가죠 이거. 아베드 오히려 이렇게 되면은 어중간해집니다. 지금 와요 야토로? 크로노 그냥 박아 넣는데요. 침먹고 돌아오죠 미라. 오, 진짜 유기적으로 잘 움직여. 알케가 수입 1등이긴 하지만 좀 불안불안합니다. 근데 이거 잡을 수 있나요? 좀 튼하죠? 브레이스 2개입니다. 갑자기 돌아가니까 뭐가 TP가 많아요. 랄이 만화가 없는데 랄 오히려 죽나요? 이거 세브라이트. 오우 그렇군. 아티지. 수입 1등이었는데요. 크릿. 오 슬로우. 네, 스틱 20개요. 좀 많습니다. 밀어내고요. 야토로의 킬까지. 이런 동안 플라이가 미드 타워를 뚫어주기는 했는데
what a bait play. And Laurel comes in and he's like, okay, yeah, I have no mana, guys, go for me, right? He had, literally 0 mana, half HP. Gives the space, though, for the Solar Guardian. That was actually super cool. And they get the big connection. You can see Saberlight's trying to do as much as he can. He wants to put pressure to give space, because
이게 RK인데도 불구하고 페보랑 차이가 안 나. 골드가.
So Fly, he's trying to do his best here too, trying to get this damage.
생각보다 페보가 킬을 너무 잘 먹어가지고.
So far, Spirit, they're the ones actually leading.
한번 더 가나요 이거? 슬로우 추가되고요. 침묵, 셀프 스턴, 마무리.
He's getting no space to farm. They're getting farm on Saberlight. The least they're getting some pressure with him.
그냥 좀 일찍 박았어야겠죠. 어쩔 수 없었던 건데. 에이션트 실 생각을 했어야 되는데 거리가 좀 충분할 거라고 생각을 한 건지.
Toro has 5 kills somehow. The Void is getting involved in so much in this early game. It's definitely a game here too where the Void only really has to watch out for the most part about that Night Stalker. So set up for success. Smoke looks like looks like they want to, and they kind of need to make this aggressive play for Saberlight. Has the Dark Ascension ready. Can he find a target? Blade Mail finished for Laurel.
Rather difficult for them to commit for the Earth Spirit now.
And always difficult too. It's like with the Storm Spirit for Abed. Yes, he has a shield rune now. Maybe he can, but so much silence he has to worry about.
미라 올라가디언으로 버티고 스턴 오 내추럴 크립에 잡혔습니다. 하면서 세이버라이트 죽고요. 이거 마무리 되나요? 아베드 만화 충분해요. 보이지도 않고. 진짜 정글 크립까지 억가를 합니다. SR을. 베쁨의 모든 힘을 쏟아부은 SR은 결승전에서 스피릿에게 3대0 참패를 당하고 말았다. 그런 엔딩이 각이 좀 보이네요. 골드 차가 안 난다는 게 문제인 거죠. 알케를 들고 밀리는 중이라.
500 ahead of Alchemist. Never something you want to see if you're rooting for this Alc.
알케 이제 렐릭 사요.
His timing's gonna be quick. Does he actually have it finished already? I think he does, right? Yeah, he's got the Maelstrom already done. Holy crap. It's one of the most farmed. I think it's the most farmed Void I've ever seen. 7,000, 13 minutes?
An absolute beast on the hero here, Yatora.
크로노도 있고.
They are shutting down all 3 cores, effectively. You know, the Night Stalker is hurt now, Abed's hurt, and Arteezy, an Alchemist who doesn't have this super fast timing on his items.
일단은 물긴 했습니다. 근데 나무 때문에 오히려 크릿 잘 빠져나갔고요.
And they're in the jungle of Team Spirit.
이쪽 아베드 위치 야 톨은 없는데요. 스모크 뿌렸어요.
But this is a very tank. These heroes are so tanky right now.
발견했는데 플라이 이제는 잡을 수 있나요?
Just gonna throw the purge on him.
진짜 오래 걸려요. 힐 이제 끝나긴 끝났습니다. 마무리.
They literally see collapse, but I think they click him and they click the Earth Spirit too, and they're like, do we really want to commit resources to go for these 1600, 2000 HP heroes? Do they even have the damage to be able to kill them? I don't know. I don't think so. And now Solar Guardian's back online too, so difficult for them to set up onto either of these tanky cores. And not giving opportunities to find Yatoro. How long till Dark Ascension? Okay, it's back up. And nighttime soon to hit. Gonna need a pretty successful night.
They're going to try and bring together a fight around this mid, or at least try and stop Team Spirit from getting away with the push.
Yeah, they're grouping up. This is gonna
보고
be the
있죠.
moment for Shopify to strike back, get things back going.
스피릿도 공이 다 있어서
Everything is at the ready for the side of Team Spirit.
SR도 뭐 딱히 뭘 할 수 있을지 모르겠어요.
And if you don't make
이제
the first one
랠릭이거든요.
collapse, he's just gonna join in with the Solar Guardian, and he is going for the scaling build. He is going down this Desolator build that we've seen.
Right, and they go Shopify. Can they find some sort of kill, some sort of quick?
랄 일단 물었습니다. 근데 충분히 세이브 가능하죠. 그냥 떨어뜨려 놓고 이거 잡아도 미포시카요. 세이버라이트 닿았는데요. 근데 다시 한번 사일런스 켰고요. 서폿 물어서 죽이긴 했습니다. 크로노 오 조금 애매했어요.
Good connection so far.
Two kills, they don't lose anything in return.
Thinking about regoing.
다시 들어가기엔 근데 콜랩스 녹여낼 수 있나요? RK까지 오니까 잡은 했네요.
Beautiful. Really nice fight. They get on top of the
3대 0죠.
Guardian actually comes in and the SD's already dead. They completely dodged it.
어쩌지 버텨냈죠. SR 몸으로. 세이버라이트라도 따였으면 좀 불안해지는 건데.
Pull it off this time, Shopify.
They dance beautifully, just dancing around, not giving the opportunities for the
결국은 밤 시간 잘 이용해서.
And now RTZ does have his Radiance finished up, so.
I should imagine if Shopify Rebellion can avoid rough fights and continue to get these quick pickoffs, should allow the state of the game to show this out, the difference between him and the Void in terms of how much farm they can find, right? Yatoro obviously running this Maelstrom, but it's not like he's running a Midas build. So the Radiance out and a passive gameplay should start to get a bit of a lead.
Should. But they're gonna be making these moves. They're not gonna play passive on Team Spirit. They've got this. I mean, they've got the Earth Spirit plus the Skyrath, super aggressive.
들어가서 잡아낼 것 같아요. 이거는 충분히.
Good gank.
아베드의 킬.
Mid.
시야 문제가 좀 있어요. 슬로우 한번.
Doesn't want to go any more in on towards Saberline. A missed opportunity there for Spirit. Shopify being able to start to take over some presence here on this top half of the map.
어쨌든 RK 라디 있으니까 한번 튀어나가긴 합니다. 수익. 근데 페보랑 좀 압도적으로 벌려놨어야 됐을 것 같은데 페보 이 정도 파밍 해놨으면 충분히 쫓아갈 것 같거든요. RK가 충분히 커서 이제 다 박살내기 전에 페보가 먼저 나와서 크로노 뚜껑 덮고서는 뭐 스톰을 잡는다든지 할 거라 불안합니다. 글쎄요, 녹여지나요? 안 되죠? 다 와서 서폿. 오 와우 와 나무 속에 저렇게 숨는다고?
Able to sneak himself out, but they don't get the kill. They try to go for an instant pop onto Fly, but he survives and quick TPs from Shopify to help out.
8블론 오 아이고 다 녹아버리죠? 이 부분이 좀 문제예요 지금. 페보가 너무 잘 컸습니다.
Literally perfect, picture perfect. The level 2, I think it was level 2 chrono. He actually put the point in it too. Usually you don't see the carry players do this, but a perfect catch.
They were not ready for the Void to be here.
Right on the edge.
Does not get any better than that.
Collapse will take those kills. I think that's his destiny.
역시 우승 캐리는 다르다. 우승이 없는 캐리와는 다른 우승 캐리의 힘입니다. 와, 7킬.
BKB finished. He has pretty much no threat now to die. The silences, the controls is not really there for Shopify.
불킹도 나왔어요.
Abed now starting to fall further and further behind. Same thing for Saberlight.
해보 어떡합니까?
Even a slight gold lead for the team.
조금만 더 모으면 스카디 나오면은 알케도 솔로킬 낼 수 있을 거거든요.
They're scaling hard on all three of these cores. That Desolator for Collapse finished up. How long? I mean, they still have this.
와, 배당 봐. 10배입니다, 10배. 아이고야.
Laurel, going a little bit deep. Can they punish him? He's so tanky now. Might have to just settle for Mira.
Now Mira's stepping up pretty far.
They got him.
서폿은 계속 잡고는 있는데 그렇게 큰 게 아니죠.
They gotta go more.
They have to. They can't allow this.
Especially not when these cooldowns are down, right? Right now, Chrono 40 seconds. How long on Solar? Solar's actually back up in a few seconds. Collapse is actually doing another interesting build. I always like to talk about these because he's actually just omitted the second point in it again. He's actually just 4-4-4 and then just the one.
이제 RK가 저렇게 수입 다시 치고 올라갔는데 총액은 스피릿이 1K 많다는 게 진짜 끔찍한 상황인 것 같아요.
Daytime has been hit.
Doesn't look like they'll find anything off the back of this smoke. The Poshka keeping the spot away, pushed in. Might get punished for this one.
오. 근데 숨기고 TP아웃 바로 안 하나요? 이건 그냥 죽으려고 하는 것 같아요. 상대가 몇이나 있을지 모르니까.
Needs it this game versus the double silences. Still could get killed even with BKB though versus this void.
에버 불킹 멸니르 코앞.
Holy crap. BKB almost a Mjolnir now finished up. Just continuing to match the farm of an alchemist.
Yeah, just not the difference between them that Arteezy on the Alk would hope to have.
No. How's his itemization though? Blink, BKB. I think now is the time when Arteezy, I think now is like they're gonna probably start calling, hey, Artur, we need you to start getting involved. You're very strong, and we need you to start helping us a little bit. Get this Storm and this Night Stalker back into the game a little bit. Problem is, Chrono's back up, and same thing with that Solar Guardian.
오, 대졸.
Almost impossible for Shopify
데미지가
to play onto the void. They have to find the heroes around him.
If you can chain stun and kill, maybe, but the problem is there's a Shadow Demon too, right? So the chain stun is very unlikely. He'll get that BKB off and he's gonna turn it.
As Shadow Demon and so of course the Solar
지금 누굴 노리기가 참 애매해요. 크로노 때문에 페보 무시하기는 어렵고 페보 물면은 뭐 온갖 게 있죠. 올라가디언, 디스럽션 막 이러면서 누굴 물어도 뭔가 있어. 그래서 로션 잡힙니다. 첫 번째 로션 22분.
You know what else they also have too on the side of Spirit? Triple Philosopher's Stone. They're looking for the scaling. They're making that money. Phillies on the side of Shopify 0.
현재 돌이 3개네요. 65였던 것 같은데 GPM. 얼마 안 되죠?
So Yatoro even harder to kill.
I don't think they can even take him out the one.
I don't think so either. And Laurel too, right? He's 3,000 HP. He's got the blade mail hard already finished up. Things are seeming harder and harder for the
좀
side
뒤늦게
of
좀 찾아보는데 로션 먹고서는 파밍하러 올라오는 거를. 근데 이게 타워가 1차가 남아있다 보니까 더 깊게 들어가기가 좀 애매하죠. 그래서 콜랩스 안전한 위치입니다. 보시까 이거 조금 애매한데요. 근데 타죠? 타는 거 보고 아티즈한테 들어갑니다. 역으로 뒤쪽 서포트한테 물면은 크로노 들어가요. 오, 근데 스턴 잘 넣어주긴 했거든요. 아티지 죽었고요. 근데 다른 코어들에 대해서 데미지가 없어요 지금. SR은 오, 그냥 발로 차서 4대 2교환입니다. 지금 스피릿 서폿만 계속 죽어요.
able to get out alive.
You can kill the supports, but you cannot touch these cores. Look at this. They're like full HP after the fight still. A beautiful chrono against
대지령 피가
right on
3000.
top of the Night Stalker.
솔라 가디언, 불킹도 있고 멸니르도 있고 아이기스도 있고. 이건 뭐에 밀렸? 아,
To zeroed on this Night Stalker pretty much.
I mean, he was lucky to sort of
밀고서는 이제 선이 저기로 들어갔군요.
on Saberlight.
선이 어떻게 들어간 건가 해서 알케스터 날아가는 걸 못 봤거든.
Kicked out to the magnetize. He walked back in, and I think that stone right there actually spread to him right when it was about to expire.
Yeah, Lar getting some crazy damage out in that fight.
Yeah, Saberlight knowing it.
Stone.
It's just who do you focus fire, right? They wanted to jump the Shadow Demon because they saw an opportunity for it, but the backup, it always is there from Spirit.
Yeah, they just went for that move expecting Spirit.
3K 앞서갑니다.
Maybe they were.
곧 마무리될 것 같은데.
Maybe.
아이기스 들고 크로노를 2번 맞아야 돼요 지금.
Yeah, I mean, Miposhka was actually looking for the aggressive play himself of just disrupting the Alchemist, getting those illusions going and everything too, but yeah, either way, another fight. Spirit continue to just reign supreme. And now Laurel, Assange, a shield rune. Couldn't, I mean, you could barely even touch him before.
오늘 50초, 아이기스는 2분 40초.
What do you do? I mean, Saberlight's game is just non-existent, right? He had an amazing performance on the Night Stalker earlier today,
아이고, 저게 살짝 꼈네요.
just feels like he's very much so addressed.
좀 한번 쳐주고. 첫 번째 토멘토입니다. 상대 걸로. 미라에게.
They never did.
데모닉 버지, 데모닉 클린즈를 가지고 싶었던 것 같은데.
And they're scaling all 3 cores, right? That's the build from the Dawnbreaker 2, what it allows. He has now a BKB on Collapse 2. He's hitting 18 already been claimed since they've gotten all these Wisdom Runes in all these fights.
이거 적들이 가깝기는 한데요. 근데 혼자 있어도 다 모아오는 게 아니면은 마무리가 안 되긴 해.
And just the lack of answers really for this void.
그래서 크로노 또 돌아왔습니다. 1분 40초 남았고요. 알겠습니다. 4K, 5K 차이.
Soon to be theirs.
Still 90 on the Aegis. They've got Solar Guardian if anyone wants to try to make a move too. It's nighttime again for Saberlight, but
그냥 SR은 어딘가 혼자 숨어있을 던브레이커를 찾아서 잡아봐야 될 것 같은데 그러다가 이제 잘못 잘리는 거죠.
He's ready to just run at them, Yasura. I mean, they're all ready to fight here. Smoke up from Spirit, Lal.
에이스.
They see the shield and they're like, oh my god, no way they can come. Can they dispel it at least? They will. Okay.
Silence. On towards Crypt.
일단은 마무리. 6스택째입니다. 에이스. 켰어요. 계속 들어가나요? 불킹 그냥 켜버려야죠. 오, 근데 스턴 들어가긴 했어요. 근데 지금 알케가 정작 스턴 상태여가지고 뒤쪽 침묵. 이거 그냥 크로노 박아 넣겠죠. 이렇게 되면 아베드까지. 그나마 RTG가 살긴 살았는데 미래가 있는지는 모르겠습니다.
Team fight win there for Spirit. It's 4 dead. They don't lose anything. They don't even lose the Aegis on Yasura.
They can't even kill the.
I mean, again, he's not losing the Aegis, and he's not even needing to press BKB.
He's not. He doesn't even
he's not
need
being
to.
forced to do anything.
불킹 아직도 9초짜리 아닌가요 지금?
Getting to play these fights as freely as possible.
I look at Laurel. He's just getting tickled. They jump the Dawnbreaker. They throw Glimmer. They throw all the protection onto him. There's just the damage just isn't there for these cores. Look at this. This is
그러니까 안 죽어. 데미지가 없어 지금. 억지로 싸우려고 불킹까지 갔기 때문에 RTG가 데미지 나올 방법이 없습니다. 침묵 때문에 가볍게 크로노까지.
Looking pretty impossible here.
Yeah.
For Shopify Rebellion, we're gonna have to see something from them that we've never seen before if they turn this one.
아주 대비되는 표정들입니다.
So convincing, really. Like Spirit's just they're absolutely dominating every single one of these fights now without even Chrono. They're looking to take this one.
드디어 불킹 켰어요. 야토로. 서포들도 죽기는 하는데 또 서퍼만 죽을 느낌이 있죠. 서퍼들이 무서워요. 아직도 불킹 5초 그나마 이제 빠져나가는데 셀프 스턴 들어가겠는데요? 들어가죠 다시. 불킹. 오, 옆으로. 스카디 있어가지고 좀 불안불안하죠 이거 위치.
They're just still full HP on all 3 cores. Saberlight runs in silences, but he's like, oh god, I can't do anything.
Oh, he's pulled them over towards RTZ. He's like,
갑자기 뭐가 보여요.
made them chase you over here.
Saberlight, no! Are they gonna keep chasing? I mean,
그러는
TP's on
아직.
cooldown for RTZ. Collapse. Can he get the connection? All right, they're cutting him out a bit here.
오 근데 네가 어떻게 끊을 방법이 없죠.
RTZ, can he sneak the wisdom?
RTZ도 라디 끄고
Yeah, he's safe.
숨어 있어야 되긴 해.
RTZ makes it out of there.
Yep, the fight without Chrono, convincingly again, still for Spirit. And now Chrono, it is going to be back up. Can they get the jump?
오 물기는 물었어요. 근데 불매 솔라 가디언 뚫을 만큼의 데미지가 안 나와 기본적으로. 크로노가 각이 괜찮았었는데 일단 무시하네요. 아군 묶을까봐. 아군 묶어도 아무 상관 없을 것 같은데. 뭐 일단은 다 먹는 건 똑같았으니까요. 분열갑니다. 지금 아군이 네.
Nice try there from Collapse, the fancy blink play with the Starbreaker. At every single fight convincingly. Yatoro seems to be landing every single Chrono perfectly. Just on the edge.
신목이 없었죠.
Two heroes again and again and again. And yeah, like you said, has a Scotty.
13K 차이.
Just so much farm that he's been able to find.
게임은 그냥 완벽히 넘어갔습니다.
They can't even hurt Laurel. They take out what, a third of his HP or something with that Solar Guardian coming in.
Trying to go for him.
Damage just not there.
It really isn't. Few seconds and they will have the full lineup up. Shopify Rebellion.
3차 뚫리기 시작합니다. 어설트 어비설 지금 봤을 거예요. 시체 5초 남아있거든요. 밑에 있는 크립도 어그로 끌렸던 거 봤을 테고요. 일단은 무시하네요. 그걸 보니까 한번 뒤로. 그래서 첫 번째 세트입니다. 미드. 오우야 하프까지 어느새 나왔네.
Quite able to get the grab on Collapse, even if he did. Just the amount of HP that these cores have.
At the least, Abed does have a BKB now to protect himself versus this silence that has literally not letting him really do too much inside a lot of these fights. See if they can find any catch here, though.
Dire are scanning.
Not easy.
Can they 100 to 0 Yatoro?
He's got a DD. Brings out the courier to solo smoke himself to.
나비검 나오면 또 몽키킹 봐도 사야 되고 그러다 보면은 알테가 탱킹도 그렇고 데미지도 그렇고. 오? 이거 해봤자 솔라 가디언 오고요. 벌킹 켜도 선 들어가죠. 그냥 때려 죽입니다. 마무리되고 세버라이트는 그냥 공 쓰고 오 그나마 서폿 잡았네요. 계속 그냥 서폿을 열심히는 잡는데 오 뭐였어요? 뭐였거든요. 다시 한번 이렇게 되면 침묵받고 사망. 아이고야.
Laurel having a hell of a game as well too. You know, we've been kind of distracted by the beauty of the Yatoro, but honestly, all three cores, they're just playing perfectly. He's what, 8-0 and 17 on this Earth Spirit. And every time
이거 다른 건 다 괜찮은데 페버가 너무 잘 커버려가지고
didn't look like they had the damage. They needed all 5 hitting Yatoro.
망해버린 것 같네요.
The cores just continue to live, and the hope for Shopify becomes pretty much 0 now. Chrono at the ready. Can still keep going. A full butterfly also. Oh my goodness. Disassemble that Mask of Madness.
I mean, yeah, the amount of farm Yatoro has is pretty disgusting. He's playing the level that he's playing at.
그래서 두 번째 로션입니다. 로션 충분히 가능하죠. 지금 32분의 레벨과 템이 아닙니다. 지금 페고가 12킬 1데스 15어시. 세이버라이트는 그래도 TI 위너를 솔로킬 냈다는 거에 그거를 추억 삼아 돌아가야겠네요. 그래서 두 번째 알기스도 야토로에게. 크로노도 돌아왔죠.
If pass it over to Maposhka, Lyle knows he's not going to need to pop a cheese anytime soon. They can't kill him.
That's actually pretty funny.
33분. 이미 한 세트 밀었고 금방 닙니다.
Axe on Mira. They're all getting to have some fun this game, Team Spirit. This whole series they have.
Axe with the Void. That's the dream. He also has the Shard too. final push commencing. Crit doing a dance.
It's alright, teasing around with him. His chrono is absolutely on point this game. The connections he's had,
they've been perfect.
결국은 SR이 연속적으로 스턴만 있거나 스턴이 없거나 한 게 좀 심했던 것 같아. 오 들어가요. 그냥 때려 죽여버리는데 어우 이거 셀브라이트 RTG가 잘못 들어갔어요. 불킹도 안 켜고 들어갔다가 이번에는 서폿들도 다 살죠. 네, G 치면서 스피릿이 우승합니다. 아 이거 TI까지 먹으면은 스피릿 1등 가는데요, 상금.
Of course, their first Shopify, but game 2, game 3, I mean game 3 in particular, this was a beatdown. Spirit from start to finish this one. This Void, this Earth Spirit, domination, collapse too. This team, when the money's on the line.
글쎄요, 표정이 별론데 재미가 없었나요, 게임이? 아무튼 스피릿이 우승을 해버렸습니다. 이제 인터뷰 등등은 공식 채널 가서 보시고요. 어차피 저도 할 건 없으니까요. 왜 그래서 관전이 안 되는지는 전혀 모르겠네. 그래서 중계는 여기까지입니다. 와이파이 하도록 합시다. 다들 슬슬 자러 갔어. 월요일 출근해야 되니까. 벌써 오전 3시입니다. 바이바이.